1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, ça marche, c'est déjà ça de gagner.
English channel, English channel.
Could we get
チェックです、チェックです。現在、マイクチェックを行っております。チェックです、チェックです。マイクチェック中です。チェックです、チェックです。マイクチェック中、マイクチェック中。現在、メイン会場、マイク。
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the English channel. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the English interpreter. Good morning. We are here at the 18th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum, the IGF 2023. It is a pleasure to welcome the international community to Kyoto, Japan. We hope that you have a most productive stay and that you enjoy your time here in the beautiful country of Japan. Thank you, and ladies and gentlemen.
So there's another English channel that separates the United Kingdom from France, and I'm speaking to you from that other channel, the oft forgotten English channel. Thank you. This is the English booth.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Good morning. This is the English booth. Okay.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning to all of you. Such a pleasure it is on our side to have your very valued presence here in the Assembly of Minds in this beautiful, beautiful setting of Kyoto. It's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers and the hosts themselves, and on behalf of the many hands who've worked so hard to put up this event, this convergence here in Kyoto, to welcome you all with the deepest felt warmth to the 2023 IGF. And in the face of so many dynamism in so many elements and aspects of life on planet Earth, of course, the internet's ability, as we all know, to adapt and be a catalyst for economic resilience has, we believe you agree, been never as important. And it is at the heart of the solutions and the deliberations that we seek, providing us with innovative tools, global connectivity, and opportunities to forge ahead on the path of the aspired prosperity, solidarity, and collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the very opening thoughts that we would want to share as we look forward to opening the very first engagement here at this main hall of the 18th IGF. And I'm Shivani Thapa-Bosnath, your privileged moderator. I'm a news editor, senior news editor with Nepal Television. That's the state media there, and feel very, very honored and privileged to be having this responsibility of steering you all through this, the very first panel, the high-level track session here in the main hall of this venue. And it's a matter of great pride and pleasure to share that we are having the participation of over 8,000 participants from across 170 countries at the 18th IGF, which already in itself is a testament or a demonstration of the gravity of the agendas and the sector that we represent and would be deliberating herein. Said that, allow me quickly now to join the esteemed panel who are here, and I really feel privileged to be placed beside them as we look forward to beginning the very first high-level track session. For your kind information, we have translation services in 6 different UN official languages. So if you seek to have those services, we have a provision of headsets which are placed at your tables. Said that, allow me now to kindly set the context for the very first high-level track session of the 18th IGF. In this very digital age, it is certainly needless to say this, but in this digital age, we find ourselves in an era where data has become the lifeblood of the global economy and society at large as well. Now, the rapid development of technologies such as artificial intelligence, IoT, as well as the blockchain, and so many more, these have fostered an unprecedented growth in the volume as well as the velocity of data. However, the need is for us to recognize that along with this enormous potential for progress, there are complex challenges and risks that come with it. And also there are needs which need to be addressed at the soonest to create a synergy amongst the stakeholders most importantly in a bid to understand the chemistry of all these elements. Now, the first high-level track session, ladies and gentlemen, of the 18th IGF is all about data flow. The concept of data free flow with trust, that's DFFT, intersects, as you all know, technology, commerce, governance, and many other aspects and dimensions. At its core, DFFT proposes facilitating the unimpeded movement of data across geographical boundaries while simultaneously holding trust and security. Now, this session will seek to give a better general understanding of DFFT, examine its implications, and identify potential areas of agreement for its applications. And I am indeed very, very much pleased. In fact, it's my distinct honor to introduce to you all our most esteemed and distinguished panelist. First and foremost, please welcome Mr. Taro Kono, the Honorable Minister for Digital Transformation, Japan. Likewise, our second panelist, Ms. Courtney Gregoire, the Chief Digital Safety Officer, Microsoft. As our third panelist, we have Mr. Junhua Lee, the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. And last but not the least, Ms. Leonida Mutuku, AI Research and Strategy Lead, Local Development Research Institute. With much pleasure and privilege, I extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished panelists. Considering the theme, ladies and gentlemen, of the session, I will initiate our discussion by posing questions, and I will take turns in placing the questions to our panelists. So beginning with the first question of the session, first and foremost, moving to Honorable Minister for Digital Transformation, Japan, Mr. Taro Kono. There certainly is no doubt that countries understand the importance of securing the cross-border transfer and access of data. We also have seen different domestic approaches to data flow emerges in response to economic privacy and national security concerns, and possibly from a lack of trust among major trading partners. Honorable Minister, what can DFFT do for a fragmented global landscape on data flows by enhancing trust?
Thank you. Good morning, and welcome all to Kyoto. Well, our economy has become data-driven economy, and new technologies such as generative AI, you have to feed a larger data set to train them. So data is very important and the lifeblood of our economy. But if we look at the global landscape of data or data governance, it's very much fragmented. So everyone agree that data need to be able to travel around the world without interruption or delay and with very predictable manner. But it is quite difficult because people have different idea about privacy and security. It is more ideological or even theological. I mean, you can talk to each other, understand what the other side actually think or believe, but it'll be very difficult to have a convergence. So DFFT need to address the way to increase interoperability of data-related regulations, and DFFT need to discuss issue of reliability and accuracy of data itself. Right now, we see a lot of misinformation or disinformation coming up. So accuracy and the reliability of data is important. And thirdly, we need to discuss issues of credibility of originator or sender of data and the history of how the data has been modified. So in order to talk about privacy and security or trustworthy of data, I think we need to solve the issue of gaps. So DFFT is to enable policymakers, academia, and private sector to collaborate with discussion and technology. We have had so many forums to talk about data, but it's ad hoc, it's more sectorial. So we are talking about creating an international arrangement to provide permanent space to discuss issues concerning data. And we need to create a momentum, not just for policymakers, but for private sector and academia to talk about these data issues. And data, you have to discuss not just the policy alone, you have to discuss the issue of technology. You need to incorporate technology to make data reliable, trustworthy, and make data travel across the border. So we need to create the momentum and the space to discuss and implement a concrete project to enable data to travel cross-border with trust. And that is the concept of DFFT. So hopefully, as we agreed among G7 and agreed among G20, we would like to set up an international arrangement for partnership to discuss data issues, cross-border data issues with many countries, not just limited to G7 or G20, but we need to include every country to join the discussion. And we need to implement a concrete project to allow data to travel cross-border, even though we may not agree on how we're going to regulate data transfer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. That is quite an optimistic view where he says it's pretty much doable to fill all those gaps and loopholes through institutionalizing partnership in arranging for covering the loopholes and voids. Moving to His Excellency, the UN Under-Secretary General, what would be your say in this particular regard?
Well, thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to join all of you in Kyoto, and together with some outstanding panelists. I just want to underline that our special thanks to the government of Japan and also the remarks by Minister Kono with regard to this initiative, DFFT. As we all know that it was suggested by, it was proposed by the G7 and discussed at the G20. I just want to follow Minister's remarks. Today is a good opportunity to further develop this idea and hoping that we could arrive at somewhere at the global scale. But how we can do that? Then I took your word, trust. To UN, trust means partnership. Trust means general participation. And also, I guess everyone noticed that about 3 weeks ago in the UN headquarters, we had the SDG Summit, the Sustainable Development Summit. Why we had that? Because we did not have a rosy picture before this. The SDG program was initiated 2015, and after 8 years, only about 15 targets will be on track, and more than 1/3 either off the track or recession. So that's the very, very severe situation we are facing. So how we could advance the 2030 agenda? Data, digital, that's one of the most powerful tools at our disposal. So to advance this DDF, then we need to involve more participation from majority of the UN members in its contents, in its regulations, and its potential benefits. And also, not only limited to the government, but more essentially, we need to involve the general public, all stakeholders including NGOs, civil society, private sector, academia, technical communities, youth, because they are the future users and the deciders for this. So that's something that we really cared about it. We hope that based on our discussion today, we may see the new sign, new impetus for this new initiative. Thank you.
Let us quickly take the say of both the panelists, the remaining panelists now, moving with Ms. Leonida Mutuku. Again, the same question. What can DFFT do for a fragmented global landscape on data flows by enhancing trust?
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for that question. I'd like to take a moment to reflect on some of the points that my fellow panelists have brought about, specifically the issue of participation. I think with DFFTs that when there's created trust in those data flows, then it increases the likelihood of participation from everyone and that no one is left behind. However, as part of responding to your question, I'd like to take the time to reflect a little bit on the recommendations of the Africa Union's data policy framework. And this was ratified by African Union member states last year. And the policy really adopts an approach of people-centered approaches to cross-border data sharing and policy frameworks around that. So this means that we locate the people at the center of these data ecosystems and allow then policymakers to leverage on that as they are creating policies. And so this, in a way, considers the uneven economic and human development that tends to take place in emerging economies such as the one I represent. So for data flows to really build that trust, of course, now we need to move beyond the utopia that is created by this concept and thinking about, I would suggest 3 things to start with. Data categorization. What kind of data do we actually want to flow across borders? Is this personal versus non-personal data? And what is the purpose of this data flowing across borders? And then how will the beneficence of that be realized? Secondly are the data flows unilateral? I think for data flows to be trustworthy, they have to move both ways. And that also contributes to mutual beneficence, both from the countries receiving the data, but also exporting data. And then finally, the quality of the data itself. As was mentioned earlier on, we need high quality data that can be used across different sectors, and some of these standards have already been established by movements such as open government partnership. And so by having high quality data moving, then we increase the level of trust that there will be representation, but also that we do not exacerbate any discriminatory practices because different groups of people are represented in this data. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those very comprehensive and very invaluable observations. Coming to Ms. Courtney Gregoire, if you could add on to these observations.
Sure. Ohayou gozaimasu, omaneki itadaki mashite, arigatou gozaimasu. Microsoft strongly supports facilitation of cross-border data flows and the data free flow with trust. And at the outset, I really want to acknowledge heartfelt thanks to Japan for leading this initiative. As former Prime Minister Abe stated in the G20 declaration, cross-border flow of data, information, ideas, and knowledge generates higher productivity, greater innovation, and improved sustainable development. But we have a very good question on the table. How do we help everyone understand what is the value behind the free flow of data with trust? And that means getting first and foremost at the concept of what is trust. We all users, all citizens of the world must feel confident that our data is moving securely and our most sensitive information is protected. This means keeping core principles at the heart of the work. That is privacy, safety, security, and transparency. We need strong commercial privacy protections to ensure that all those know that their information is being well protected. And we need trusted mechanisms to transfer information, because at the end of the day, the reason behind this, which was said so well, must be human-centered for all to gain value and opportunity. We need clear rules to regulate government access to data for that same purpose and moving forward. At the end of the day, we know that trust is best built through multi-stakeholder collaboration, where there is true conversation around the table with all of those that are interested and their interests are well respected. I think at the end of the day, the heart of the institutional arrangement partnership is to bring that multi-stakeholderism together, to learn the best practices and ensure that as we're advancing this framework, we do it with trust at its center, the trust that users know that their trust is going to be respected and their value that they will get out of this work. There is more work to do to make this a reality, but it needs to be brought about with all of the principles we've talked about here. Core to that is how data will be used in the future to advance privacy, to advance safety and security. We do get to have a conversation about what this means in practice, but the opportunities it means both to advance environmental sustainability, to think about truly pressing global health issues, and have a more equitable economic opportunity are things we get to explore a little bit more, I think. So thank you.
Great. We can see there's quite a great understanding of the common issues and problems despite us all having a great aspiration to creating the aspired. However, there could be hurdles and obstacles to realizing what we aspire for. And amongst the range of all the hurdles or obstacles, one important is the inequalities that is prevalent among the stakeholders and of course among the nations. Now, a pillar of the SDG agenda is the reduction of inequalities within and between the countries, as outlined in SDG 10. So data and cross-border data flows are increasingly important for development and in many ways considered the lifeblood of current economies. Data-driven technologies, as we all know, rely on large amounts of data, yet the developing countries with smaller populations may be at a natural disadvantage in this context. So how could responsible cross-border data flows address this prevalent imbalance? I would want to come back to Ms. Courtney.
I think this is a great question, and we need to realize, and it's been said by almost all of our panelists, including the minister, that we are at this era in which we are at a data-driven economic opportunity. And as we think about bridging the gap from an inequality perspective, that means really having a serious conversation about where is the future opportunity and growth. It was actually a 2020 World Economic Forum study that found that approximately half of cross-border services trade is enabled by digital connectivity. If we are looking for the opportunity and the future growth for all countries, and particularly micro and small and medium-sized enterprises, it means truly that bilateral, that fully flow of data that advantages all for the future of economic opportunity. I think we have to take a hard look at the reality of right now. Data is flowing in many ways, but that may be flowing unilaterally and not raising all opportunity around globally. So as we have this conversation, we know that innovation, it will be fueled by a truly protected data free flow with trust. And innovation and economic opportunity, when given to all, will rise an economic in global equitable context. This is the opportunity that we want to think about. Moreover, if you think about equity, we need to think about economic, we need to think about social opportunity, and we need to truly think about what it means from a global health perspective. And we'll talk a little bit more about this, but if there's truly been the mother of all innovation, it would probably be the COVID-19 pandemic that made everyone understand the core role data has in unlocking not just economic innovation, but health innovation that is core to opportunities. Think about what that means to addressing some of the true global health inequity that has kept back many across the globe. So these are the places that we have to have a more tangible conversation about what data means. What does data mean for the lives of those individuals, or what it can mean as an opportunity for both future growth and future opportunity? It may feel esoteric. We need to make it real and have that conversation as to why this is important.
And Ms. Mutuku, could you add to these observations, please?
Thank you very much. When I think about how to address this issue of inequality, I think about what it means to actually, first of all, exacerbate it. And we see that with data flows, as has already mentioned, that are happening, data tends to be extracted from one jurisdiction to another. The question, though, is once this data moves across borders, who is processing it? And do they understand the context and nuances of where the data originated? And so to be able to counter the imbalances that would arise, then it is really important to have, at this juncture, participation also in the processing of data by people who have context and understanding of the nuances that the data holds from the jurisdictions in which they were extracted from. Secondly, it's the issue of scarcity mentality. Having been an AI researcher, one thing we like is to have as much data as possible to create these systems that will make decisions on behalf of people. But the question is, do we really need all that data, or should we be very critical and careful of the data that we want to access and utilize to make these decisions? So in this sense, if we are only using the relevant data, then it doesn't matter how much data, let's say, is possessed or could be collected from a population. What matters is what specific data will be utilized to make decisions in that context. And one example I'd like to give to illustrate this is the issue of language data. We do want, of course, for instance, some of our most under-resourced languages to be represented in systems of the future. But there's the issue of if you're not participating on the other end of it to process this data, then the issues such as mistranslations or that missing of context may arise. So even as we think about data flows, I think it's the ultimate use of that data that could potentially increase the inequality, and having participation by also representatives of the data in processing it can help mitigate that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. My next question is centrally directed to Mr. Lee, and then I'll come to Ms. Leo, and then to the rest of the panelists. So monitoring progress towards the SDGs requires high-quality, disaggregated data, and of course mapping interactions among different initiatives to meet the goals. Now, can monitoring and data flows across borders be significant for cooperative SDG efforts, particularly in surveillance of ecosystems and for environmental cooperation?
Well, I guess very straightforward answer is yes, very positively, because cross-border data sharing and the international cooperation are essential for achieving the SDGs. People may ask the why. I guess everyone would agree with me that the SDGs is about the global in nature. It's not about the individual country, about the individual group. It's about the whole membership or the humankind. So many of our challenges we are facing is cross-border. It's a global. So definitely, logically, naturally, we called for the international cooperation and the data sharing to tackle all those challenges. And monitoring and sharing the data, of course, are essential to tackle those transboundary challenges. But I have to say that just now we talked about inequality in data or digital divide. between the countries or even within the countries. That is one of the serious phenomenon we have to tackle with. We need to give the policy consideration how we could bridge the gap to addressing the quality data and to ensure the data sharing across the border and lay down the solid basis for the international cooperation. And of course, we, United Nations, and particularly my department, the Department of the Economic and Social Affairs, we have devoted 70 years to facilitate the member states in capacity building and also norm setting, international norms, governing the data sharing and governing the data collecting, of course, and its utilization. And then also, just recently, my department launched, we called it the UN Data Commons for SDGs, a platform that integrating the authoritative the SDGs data and information sources from all the UN entities. It's not about a single UN entity. It's a cross-cutting from all UN entities. But one thing that I just want to underline, that is cross-border sharing also fostered collaboration and knowledge exchange. Just to give you an example for the disaster reduction, we need early warning system. That essentially means the data sharing would serve the very fundamental thing for the early warning system. Thank you.
Ms. Leo, what would you say to this?
I would actually say I'm in 100% agreement around the partnerships. And I'd like to highlight, for instance, when we think about surveillance for ecosystems, one of the interesting partnerships that are coming about are around Earth observations, for instance. And when we look at a continent like Africa, initiatives that are propose data partnerships amongst nations enable us to be able to surveil similar ecosystems, but at the same time be able to collect data through Earth observations that the countries might not necessarily have the capacity to do themselves, but with institutions such as the space agencies who already are surveilling. But the question again comes back to what is the capacity then to provide policy oversight and to manage these partnerships. And this is where it's really interesting to be able to capacitate the government institutions, policy institutions to provide oversight over these cross-border data sharing to support SDGs, but at the same time also creating that ability to trust in the institutions themselves that are collecting this data by people whose lives will be impacted by the decisions made from this data. And this trust is built by understanding whether these institutions are transparent and accountable to the people, but at the same time, whether there's relevant engagement, especially in mass surveillance systems, if there's relevant engagement to explain to citizens that these data sets are being utilized for these specific indicators, then it creates that trust. And one thing that we have to be cognizant about is that a lot of societal issues that the SDGs aim to address are intersectional. And that means that issues are touched by different data sets collected for different reasons and in different sectors. So when we think about, for instance, trying to ensure that different genders, women, and marginalized groups are represented in the data, in the context of agriculture, there's nutrition, energy, and health that are intertwined in that issue. So the partnerships then enable you to be able to address these intersectional issues because you are able to bring all the relevant data collectors onto the table to collectively address these SDGs.
Quite relatable and realistic. What would your thoughts be, Ms. Gregoire?
It's actually, I reflect on our opportunity we had to chat backstage before coming out on this panel. It's probably worth noting that our conversation couldn't help but drift to the impacts that climate change were having on all of our lives across the globe. And so thinking about this important question really is at the heart of what data can do to really truly drive sustainability changes and accelerate the transition to a clean energy economy. Microsoft has been making a deep investment in this for many, many years. And if we think about what data can do in this context, through policy and investments that harness this power, we can think about the future for climate, water, ecosystems, and a resilient clean energy grid. I'm going to give two concrete examples. First, all of us want to make sure that those who've made true commitments to achieving climate targets are actually achieving them at the community level, at the business level, at the nation-state level. And that means being data-driven in the approach. Microsoft has invested with Global's Renewable Watch to track energy resources like wind and solar installations to help make this a reality and bring transparency to those who've made the commitments and should be held accountable. But at the end of the day, we also have a real pressing issue right now, and that is helping those around the world adapt to changes in climate. And one of the partnerships that AI, powered through data, we've done through Project Farm Vibes has been to help farmers adapt to climate change and make better decisions around planting, watering, and fertilizing crops. We know this is the underlying infrastructure to achieving our sustainability goals and helping everyone around the world adapt to a changing and evolving climate. And these two concrete examples, we believe, could help change that conversation at a realistic level for all.
And lastly, may I turn to the Honorable Minister to share his perspectives on this?
Thank you. Let's say for curbing climate change, in order to do that, we need accurate and trustworthy data on carbon footprint throughout the supply chain. And the supply chain nowadays go beyond the national border. So we need to make sure the data measured accurately and numbers calculated correctly and data are not tampered. And I think countries need to share those data in an interoperable manner. So that's where DFFT comes in. In order to do all those SDG projects, no country can do that alone. Everyone needs to exchange data and make sure the data is accurate, correct, and not tampered. So we need to increase the interoperability of cross-border data flow. So it is important for across the board on SDG project. That's where the FFT comes in.
Well, great. Coming from the reflections of the observations and perspectives shared by the panelists, we understand the needs and urgency as well, and especially if you look back in the recent past, the COVID pandemic has been an awakener for almost all the global entities and nations. It has awakened our perspectives, our thoughts, the needs, everything, and many things surrounding data itself. So the disclosure of health-related data across borders during those COVID-19 pandemic was critical, as you have already acknowledged, in mitigating the harm to the societies back then in the time of chaos and even in the aftermath. Now, considering the 2030s agenda's imperative to ensure health and well-being for all, and that risks are increasingly, borderless, as we have seen it by ourselves, what can be or what are the possible scenarios for trusted and equitable data sharing for health? Over to Ms. Leo.
Thank you so much. I'd like to bring your attention to the surveillance systems that a lot of, at least African countries use for health. This is use of the DHIS2, which is an open source tool that countries can periodically log different health-related indicators in this system. And when you look at DHIS2, the demographic and health surveys data that populates it tends to be anonymized and disaggregated enough, though, to pick trends of health and nutrition outcomes across different indicators. So in this sense, these data sets are in a manner very granular enough to make relevant decisions and can be shared safely, especially when we consider that personalized data is not included in the systems. And so that having different countries create frameworks around sharing of DHIS2 data and how that could be used to surveil potential outbreaks or potential health issues that could ideally be reviewed in a regional perspective. The second thing I would like, though, to reflect on is when we move away from these larger data sets to now thinking about where we are going, creating health systems using AI, some interesting data sets that are collected in countries such as X-rays and scans could ideally be utilized and shared safely to support disease discovery as well as new ways of treating them. However, an issue arises in this sense is that the data attribution. How do we know that these data sets were selected by who and what is the level of trust in that data, but at the same time, what dividends do the owners of those data sets get once this data is utilized globally? And so even as we reflect on these positive opportunities for cross-border data flows, we need to really think about the contributors of the data, the authors, what dividends they do get from this, as well as how we can attribute their contribution to these systems.
Coming to Minister Kano, I'm sure Japan has a wealth of experience and knowledge to share from the pandemic and the post-era.
Well, thank you. Well, for COVID, in order to analyze what COVID is, to develop vaccine, and in order to administer vaccination, we needed to use data, and we need to share the data, and we need to increase our computer power to analyze those data. But, well, we'll probably have another pandemic sometime, and we need to be prepared. But our health-related data is very, very sensitive. So we may be a bit more careful using those personal health data. There's something called federated learning AI technologies, which is to make AI trained for diagnosis and the prescription of medicine without sharing, without gathering personal health data at one point. So the policymakers are not always aware of new emerging technologies. So it is very important to have policymakers sit down with engineers, experts, academia, private sector, to discuss what is available at that moment, what is the latest technology. So we, the policymakers, politicians, understand what is available, what is the latest technology available to do each project. So that's why we believe it is important to have government and non-government stakeholders to sit down and discuss each issue. And that is particularly important for health-related projects.
All right, thank you, Mr. Minister. Can I turn to Mr. Lee, if you could add your insights to these possibilities?
Well, I guess if we do have the participation from all stakeholders on the DFFT, then certainly we would have the much more promising future for this as a kind of the instrument, policy instrument, and a technical instrument.
Coming to Ms. Courtney Gregoire.
I think this has been well said, but it's true that we experienced the COVID-19 epidemic becoming somewhat of a mother of innovation that incentivized organizations around the world to shift their approach and understand that immersive sharing of data was critical to the future from a public health perspective, and they needed to do that in a way that had trustworthy frameworks that enhanced privacy. When we talk about core health data, as the minister noted, this is the most highly sensitive. This is the area that will probably be the biggest concern for users to think about, what does this mean to me? How could I be disadvantaged? Would sharing of this data impact my privacy or impact my future ability to access health care or get the right treatment? And so we recognize the public health opportunities, but the fear from a user perspective means that privacy must be at the heart. While we've seen progress, we also see the lack of clarity around regulatory requirements for health data truly impacting, restricting, slowing global advances in some research areas. So this is an area that we just heard from everybody. You have to have all the stakeholders around the table, those that understand the technology opportunities that mean we can truly do this in a privacy, not just protective, but enhancing manner for the public health opportunities that we want around the globe. And it is an area that is going to make perfect sense, that needs multi-layered regulatory approach, given the sensitivity of the underlying data.
Summing up from all the opinions and perspectives or insights that have been shared at this forum so far, right at this moment, we look in common consensus that we need to create that synergy and find a mechanism or put that mechanism in place to address, identify overall the loopholes in helping us reap or harness from the prospects and the potentials that data flow brings along. But the question is, what kind of mechanism? What kind of mechanism or framework for cross-border data flow is required to bring the governments and the stakeholders together to achieve the goals that we discussed here today? May I begin with the Honorable Minister?
Thank you. Well, in the past, discussion on data or data governance was quite ad hoc and sector-based, I guess. You can talk about data in terms of trade policy or in terms of privacy, or when you're talking about environment, you talk about the data policy or health. We need to, when we talk about data, I think we need to talk across the board. We need to talk about how we're going to govern the data policy itself. And we also need to create a continuous discussion. So that's why Prime Minister Abe back in 2019 proposed the idea of DFFT. In order to operationalize DFFT, we have been talking about an international forum with a permanent secretariat. We've been talking about among the G7 countries, and this year, there was a G7 digital ministers meeting, and we agreed among the G7 country, we have agreed to set up an international framework with a permanent secretariat that was endorsed by the G7 leaders. And we have agreed to set up an international forum under umbrella of an international organization. Well, we can talk about data policies, data governance policies, but Europeans have a GDPR, United States have, well, the Wild West, anything goes in US. So it'll be very difficult to have convergence, but as I said, it's going to be a theological issue. But okay, the data policy set aside, we need to operationalize free flow of data with trust. So this international framework, we call it international arrangement for partnership, we will discuss a concrete projects to operationalize DFFD. So what we are thinking about is we will set up this international forum under the umbrella of international organization with permanent secretariat. We need a government panel among the policymakers, but we also need non-governmental experts panel, experts invited from the private sector, academia. And we need to take up concrete project. I believe we need to talk about international database on data regulations, data governance policy of each member state. So you can go into the database and find out what each country require you to do if you want to do business in certain country. And we constantly need to update. We also need to create a regulatory sandbox. There's a lot of new emerging technology or PETs, privacy enhancing technologies. We need to create a regulatory sandbox to test each emerging technology. And if it passes, if it's passed, it should be able to apply each member state. And we'll probably need to take up some concrete project for each issues like health, environment, things like that. So we'll probably need a permanent secretariat and a government panel, non-government panel. That's what we are trying to do.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Moving now on to the rest of the panelists, beginning with Mr. Lee. What are your thoughts on this?
Thank you. I just want to follow the comments by Minister Connell. We all recognize that there's a huge gap in the global data governance structure. So definitely we need a global framework or mechanism to enhance the global data governance, including data flow with trust. But however, I just want to share one aspect of during my conversation with some policymakers from the global south, developing members. They are very concerned that now probably they will be becoming the primary data providers to the business located somewhere, but not in their own territories. So potentially limiting their government and the local business access to their own data. This dynamic could potentially disadvantage them in international markets, in international cooperation. That is why we need to strengthen the national institutions and accountability, particularly with regard to the global assistance to the global south to bridge the gap in the digital divide. And this required not only the assistance from the global south, but it also needs a regulatory framework and a stronger public digital infrastructure and data capacity. And this required a buy-in and the participation from almost all stakeholders on agreement on the robust data sharing practices and the governance structure. Thank you.
Coming to you, Ms. Courtney Gregoire.
I am also echoing what I think was very well said, a recognition that the gaps that inhibit the ability to truly achieve the goals we've talked about here both come in the form of national laws, lack of adequate mechanisms, lack of technology understanding of how one can do this in a privacy-enhancing way. And it's because of this that we really do embrace the broad agenda of the institutional arrangement for partnerships, to think holistically about what are the regulatory and implementation gaps, how to promote interoperability of the rules, and clarifying where international organizations with relevant expertise can lead. We all understand that one of the fundamental drivers of mistrust in data flows, both at the consumer level and at the government level, is third-party access to data. And specifically fear that another government will compel a technology provider to release personal data belonging to an individual or an organization. that we are very glad to see progress both bilaterally and at the international level to focus on this important issue, bringing principles and trusted frameworks, including most recently the OECD Trusted Government Access Principles that would create additional transparency about the rules for government access are, and demonstrating that commonality that already exists between rights-respecting democracies. This is critical and foundational to continuing to expand the trust that is needed at the core of this work. And we hope to continue to enhance that work across multilateralism and, yes, between the US and the EU, as mentioned before, as a critical place for framework of trust.
Thank you, Ms. Krikor. Coming to Ms. Leo Mutuku, you could build on the perspective shared in, or if you could add more on what kind of mechanism could work or look comprehensive.
I think just that emphasis on that multi-stakeholderism, but what we could borrow is from corporate governance practices, really the establishment of a data strategy before we even think about promoting trust within data flows. What we need to define and categorize the data that will be subject to these data flows and the level of participation, especially when you start thinking about governments that want to establish these partnerships. Is what level of participation are the companies in your jurisdiction, as well as on the receiving end, will they take place? And then this ensures that practices are not extractive, and that there is, in the most ideal instance, there's reciprocal access, that the countries that enter into partnerships hold strategic benefits for both countries in this partnership. And finally, one thing that these data strategies will ensure is that without thinking too much about sovereignty versus localization, that ethical and cultural sensitivity is still maintained, especially in cases where the data that might need to flow involves indigenous communities, or there is the likelihood of sensitive cultural information. So once the strategies are in place, then other operationalization initiatives, such as what was proposed by Minister Kono, including the regulatory or operational sandboxes, then can be established. And then finally, it's very critical, as this is happening, to do monitoring and evaluation. That way we are sure that we can correct any missteps as they take place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this was an attempt from our side to bring forth the opinions and perspectives from the wide range of esteemed and distinguished panelists that represented policy leaders, academia, the experts, and also the stakeholder community on a very pertinent topic, which happens to be one of the main and cross-cutting sub-themes of IGF 2023, and of course one of the most pertinent issues and topics of our time and the coming age, which we all agree is going to be determining for the economy and the overall well-being of us, of the global ambience. And we can see a common consensus among all the panelists here for fostering a collaborative environment where they believe that diversity of realities, diversity of issues, of viewpoints would allow for fruitful exchanges. Now, as we come towards the very, very final moments of this high-level discussion, may I now turn back to the panelists themselves to, as we wrap up, share some of their very forward-thinking ideas as to how we can shape a comprehensive understanding on the topic we've just talked much about, beginning with the Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Well, as we say, our economy is most likely going along with this data-driven economy, and the new AI technology need a lot of data feeding, so the accuracy, trustworthy of data is going to be very important. And people are now reading disinformation, misinformation on their SNS, whether or not they have noticed that is not accurate. So I think among the policymakers, among the certain industries, academia, the importance of data is widely shared, and we have been discussing issues concerning data. But as a policymaker, as a politician, I need to reach out to the general public, and it's just not me. I guess all the policymakers need to reach out to the general public. Industry probably reach out to the general public. When we talk to the general public, how we can make people understand the importance of data or importance of accuracy, trustworthiness of data, that is quite difficult. So we constantly need to talk to the general public, and we need to constantly try to make them see the threat coming from disinformation, misinformation, threats to our common values such as democracy, freedom, rule of law. That is under attack, under threat, coming from disinformation, misinformation, fake news, and all those things. So, and even media is under attack. The trust towards media is going down, as well as many government institutions. So this information or data issue is not just an economy issue. It is issue concerning our common values. And the issue is how we make general public understand the importance of this issue. How are we going to get them involved in the discussion? And what kind of technology going to be available to counter disinformation, establish trust of data is going to be important. So this is not just a policy issues. This is also technological issue as well. And this is going to be very important, not just for economy, but for the society as well. That's what I would like to emphasize today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. May I turn to His Excellency, the Under-Secretary General?
Thank you. As we move to the digital society and even beyond, I certainly believe to advance this DFFT is critically important for all of us. Based on our discussion, I think the three brief points that I would like to share with you, all of you. First, it is important to bridge the digital divide within the country or between the countries. We need to ensure that the digital divides are not exacerbated by free data flows, because some countries do not have the resources to compete with others in data economy. And we must enhance the public trust and ensure that the full involvement of all stakeholders and all the developing countries at all levels of the decision making. Second, it is important to ensure the privacy and the security of the data and the data application. We need to make sure that people's data is protected, especially when it is transferred to other countries. Third, to respect data sovereignty is also important. This is an area we need to think about it carefully. And the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, actually proposed a global digital compact, which actually would address the global data governance structure. This initiative will be discussed at the forthcoming Summit of the Future to be held in September 2024. We hoped and we strongly invite and urge all stakeholders to involve in this process to discuss to consult with each other under the framework of the United Nations. If this new global digital compact that could be endorsed by leaders when they meet in New York next September, from UN, we believed we do have a very sound, solid basis to move forward to all those global governance mechanisms on data, on digital, or the other related areas. Thank you.
Yeah, may I now come to Ms. Courtney Gregoire?
I love the themes that have already been outlined as we sit and think about this criticality. Minister, you said it well. I think we're looking at a room of people who understand how core data, including cross-border data transfer, is to economic opportunity, to innovation, to tackling some of the world's greatest challenges, whether that is environmental sustainability or the world's next pandemic. But our average person does not understand this at their core. And so we come today to have a conversation about what does it mean to advance and institutionalize data-free flow with trust. I think we need to think a little bit at the heart of what does the word trust mean. Microsoft ran a multi-year campaign, I actually think we still do, called Microsoft Runs on Trust. And what that was is to have everyone in our organization understand that you build trust every single day by a constant investment, and you can lose it within moments. We need to build a multi-year effort that is thinking about how to build trust constantly and continually in the face of innovation and change, and recognize that we're talking about, in some spaces, a very sensitive issue that can be lost in seconds. We want the data to not just be a driver of innovation, but truly an opportunity for economic opportunity for all, and that's the change that's into the future. At the end of the day, I think a conversation that was raised by one of our panelists here, if we think about who we need to have a conversation about, bringing into the forefront of this conversation, it is the next generation of users. It is our children and our teens who are using technology at every phase of their life, and for which the decisions we will make around this will truly impact their lives for generations to come. Their voices can bring a new perspective and a new thought about how to be innovative, thoughtful, and truly build the trust from a global perspective. So that might be one opportunity for the future.
Thank you so much, and to Ms. Leo for the very concluding remarks.
Thank you to my fellow panelists for a very engaging conversation. One thing I would leave us to reflect on is that we should not just make a blanket request for data-free flow with trust. Trust has to be gained first and foremost, and it is only gained when institutions that hold data on people and those appointed to govern these data flows have legitimacy. And how will this legitimacy be built? There should be an opportunity to close feedback loops. This means that these institutions should be transparent and accountable on what they do with this data, and that there's two-way engagement with quote-unquote data subjects, and finally, that these institutions are capacitated in the sense that they have the right skills to provide oversight and enforcement to ensure adherence to any rules that are set in place. So once this is done, then it is easier to build trust in data and data technologies that can transform progress towards achieving the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now towards the very end in wrapping up this session, we have witnessed a very subtle yet very insightful thought sharing from our very prominent and distinguished speakers herein. Now, it is very, very evident that the dialogue around data governance might sound easy to the ears, but again, it is a very complex and multifaceted issue, requiring a very, very delicate balance between the free flow of data and the establishment of trust. The panel just explored various perspectives, observation, of course, approaches as well, where they shared how important it is to strike a balance between privacy, security, innovation. Of course, they shed light on the potential benefits and challenges of data localization, the need for global consensus on data governance principles, and also they touched upon the critical role of transparency and accountability in fostering this much aspired trust. Now, as we all look forward and move forward, the common reflection of the panel certainly is in maintaining an inclusive multi-stakeholder approach to ensure that the policies and frameworks that we develop are reflective of our diverse realities, needs, and perspectives, with cooperation and collaboration at the center of it all. And the most important emphasis laid by the panel was in continuing to engaging in dialogue, sharing the best practices and innovative solutions, while keeping in mind the fundamental values around which our overall well-being rests on. Thank you, distinguished members of the panel, for your very valuable time that you spared to this forum. Of course, for your very thoughtful contributions, for the value that you bring to the entire forum here in Kyoto, and for the great work that you all have been doing in your own domains to shaping a digital future that is built on trust, inclusivity, and mutual understanding. And with these words, that's all from the panel, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for being a great audience. And as we call this session off, may I request the distinguished panelists to kindly walk towards the left of the stage for a quick group photo opportunity. Thank you. And thank you. That's
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin the next session, so if you would take your seats, please. Hello and welcome to high-level session 2, Evolving Trends in Misinformation and Disinformation. I'm Deborah Steele, the Director of News at the Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union based in Kuala Lumpur, and a former journalist and news editor at the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. We'll continue on. Misinformation is the unintentional spread of inaccurate information shared by people who are unaware they are passing on falsehoods. Disinformation is deliberately falsified content that aims to deceive. It is a deliberate act. This year, the enormity of the challenge in responding to both has skyrocketed. Generative AI has transformed what is possible and the scale of risk. For decades, AI has automated tasks such as detecting and completing patterns, classifying data, honing analytics, and detecting fraud. But generative AI is a new paradigm. It can reversion and summarize and create new content. Some of it serves a very valid and beneficial purpose, but some is synthetic content. Synthetic content refers to the artificial production, manipulation, and modification of data and media for the purpose of misleading people or changing an original meaning. Examples we have seen already include an image of a bomb blast on the grounds of the Pentagon, a video of the Ukrainian president telling Ukrainian troops to surrender, video of Donald Trump in an orange prisoner jumpsuit, celebrity porn videos, and pictures of Pope Francis wearing a Balenciaga puffer jacket. All of these were, of course, fake, but they looked real. As a result, there's growing concern about the potential use of generative AI to spread false narratives, to spread lies and disinformation. There are new developments in generative AI almost every day, and predicted timelines have been smashed. In some cases, innovations that were predicted to take 5 years took less than 6 months. And so we can expect a massive surge in online content of this type, or what has been described as a tidal wave of sludge. This is happening at a time when information consumption continues to be highly polarized. This is exacerbated by the way in which online algorithms determine what you see. Content that aligns with your pre-existing beliefs, limiting exposure to other perspectives, thereby reducing critical thinking and reinforcing echo chambers. Most people don't realize their feeds are determined by algorithms, and they don't even realize they're in an echo chamber. The echo chamber effect not only amplifies the spread of misinformation, it also makes it difficult to engage in constructive conversations based on accurate information. All of this at a time when, as we heard in the first session, public trust in institutions is sliding in many countries. And this is why we're here today, to get the balance right between the opportunities presented by new technologies and platforms and the need to limit risks. Addressing misinformation and disinformation requires a multi-pronged approach, from improving media literacy to making a political commitment to protect the integrity of information sharing systems. It requires regulatory measures and technological interventions, including authentication tools. So now, to our panel. And first of all, let me say we have an apology from Salima Ba, the Minister of Communication, Technology and Innovation in Sierra Leone. Unfortunately, she is unable to join us today, so she has sent her apologies. To the rest of our panel, Mr. Tatsuhiko Yamamoto, Professor of Keio University Law School. Dr. Ms. Vera Jourova, European Commission Vice President for Values and Transparency, whose work includes ensuring democratic systems are protected from external interference. Ms. Maria Ressa, journalist, editor and founder of Rappler.com and the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Ms. Randy Michel, Director of Technology and Democracy at the White House National Security Council. And my fellow Australian, Mr. Nick Suzor, member of the Meta Oversight Board, the body that people can appeal to if they disagree with decisions Meta makes about content on Facebook or Instagram. So let's start with our first question, Mr. Tatsuhiko Yamamoto, Professor at the Keio University Law School. Advancements in generative AI are producing new information with a higher degree of complexity. What's the impact on disinformation and misinformation?
Thank you very much. I just want to speak in Japanese because this is my language. Well, generative AI is a very tasty, poisonous apple. That's how I call it. Why I did so? Because generative AI content has some biases or mistakes or wrong information. In other words, poisons are embedded. However, on the other hand, it's smooth and it's very tasty. It tastes like something that human prepared for you, so you can keep on eating one apple to another. So I would say this is very close to very tasty, poisonous apple. Now this poison, however, is going to eventually apply our cognitive process so that we won't be able to make our independent decision-making for ourselves. And also, if people are poisoned, those who are poisoned, if they speak something, or the generative AI which contains poison are used as a teacher AI, the training data, then the poison would actually infect all of the society. So that's the concern that I have. And also, generative AI can have the misinformation or disinformation in a very large quantity instantaneously. So the information tsunami can be created, or tsunami of disinformation can be created by the generative AI. So our challenges, therefore, are becoming very complicated. So this is a hallucination of the entire society. Then collective hallucination can happen. Hallucination can happen. So that's something I would call.
Maria, to you.
Thank you. I completely agree, but I would push it one step further, which is not only do we lose free will, which is what our colleague said, it essentially hacks our biology. It weaponizes our emotion. Let me first start with the first time that's happened, which is in social media, right? And what was weaponized at that point in time with the first contact, our human contact with AI, was our fear, our anger, our hatred. Tribalism is the code word that we use, but it's essentially us against them, or radicalization, right? I came from studying how the virulent ideology of terrorism of Al-Qaeda seeped through our society. How did they radicalize people? How did a person, an Indonesian, become a suicide bomber because of that? Well, in many ways, fear, anger, hate, tribalism, all of these things that separates the person from their family and their community, this is actually what was weaponized. So that's the first one. Generative AI, which was released in November 2022, goes a step further, and this goes hand in hand. The US Surgeon General came out with a report in May where finally the harm to children was brought up publicly after so many studies had shown it. But here's the part that I thought was fascinating: the epidemic of loneliness. So how will it hack our biology this time around? Remember the first time, fear, anger, and hate. The second time, generative AI is going to be loneliness, that seed of loneliness that is in each of us. And you have seen this now. So from November until today, we've seen people commit suicide. We've seen crimes committed. There are lawsuits that are out, and there's still impunity in terms of protection for the public. It's very easy to think this person, this AI, generative AI, is real. And at 2 in the morning, when you're looking at it, you turn to it. Some of the startups actually say, here, this is your friend that will be a better friend to you than anyone else. This is dangerous. And not only is it dangerous individually, I think it's dangerous for our society. Having said that, I'm not a tech Luddite. I love technology, and we were one of the first adapters in our country, but I think we need to see right now this is a moment that is critical for the world, and we must take the right steps forward.
Thank you, Maria. Ms. Vera Jourova, what are your thoughts on the impact of generative AI on disinformation and misinformation?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. I represent here the EU, which is the European Union legislator. So maybe I will not enrich the fantastic analysis which we heard from Professor, from Maria, and rather to share with you how the EU is doing in regulating the space. First of all, what we see is that the generative AI plays an increasing role in the context of disinformation. How we tackle the issue of disinformation, you said that it's unintentional spread. We speak about intentional production of disinformation. And this is our definition of disinformation, which is dangerous and where we need to regulate. And it's when the disinformation is being produced in a coordinated manner with the intention to do harm to the society. And the harm we define as the harm to security of the society and to electoral processes, so to elections. We can imagine that the combination of disinformation as this intentional production to do harm, using the AI, and especially generative AI, it's a dangerous cocktail to drink. That's why we are now reacting on it by including the new chapter into the AI Act, which we are now finalizing in the legislative process in the EU, where we want to introduce several principles which have to be maintained. First of all, that the AI must not start to govern the people. The people have to always govern the AI, which means that the human beings are at the beginning of the development of the technologies, over the life of technologies, so having the chance to look into the algorithms and to guarantee that the dangerous technologies or uses of technologies will be stopped, and as well as at the end. So we have three categories of AI, which is low risk, medium risk, and high risk. And especially for the high risks, we want this increased control. Also we have several case uses which are unacceptable in the EU legislation. Coming back to generative AI, we believe that at this stage it's very important to say that the rights which the human beings have developed for themselves, for ourselves, like the freedom of speech, the copyright, and I could continue, must remain for the real people. That we must not give these rights to the robots. I'm simplifying horribly, but this is very, very important in our philosophy, that what belongs to human beings have to belong to human beings. Coming back, and I will stop here, to our AI Act, where we are adding now the chapter on generative AI, we have a very strong plan or vision that the users have to be informed that what they see and what they read is the production of AI. So we insist on labeling of such texts and images, and also some watermarking of the deep fakes, so that the people immediately see that this is it. And also the deep fakes use in the for instance, electoral campaigns, in case they have the potential to radicalize the society or heavily manipulate the voters' preferences, in my view, they should be removed or stopped. But this is still in the making. We are now discussing with the co-legislators.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Randy Michelle, Director of Technology and Democracy at the White House National Security Council, what are your thoughts on this?
First, I want to thank the organizers of IGF and of this timely panel for having me here today. It's an honor to share the stage with such distinguished panelists. I want to thank all of you for being here to discuss such an important issue. Generative AI technologies lower the cost and increase the speed and scale with which bad actors can generate and spread mis- and disinformation, including deepfakes and other forms of synthetic material. And as AI-generated content becomes more realistic, this content can threaten human rights, democratic institutions, national security, trust, and public safety, especially to women and girls, LGBTQ+ communities, ethnic and racial minorities, and other marginalized groups. For example, inauthentic content or even claims of inauthentic content in the context of elections may erode trust in democratic institutions and put the credibility of electoral processes at risk. In fact, just recently in Slovakia, a deepfake appeared to portray audio of a political candidate discussing how to rig the election. While the media was able to fact-check the recording, the audio was released during a 48-hour media moratorium ahead of the election, presenting unique challenges to address the synthetic content. In response to these evolving risks around the world, the US government is working to increase transparency and awareness of synthetic content. The Biden-Harris administration has secured voluntary commitments from 15 leading AI companies to advance responsible innovation and protect people's rights and safety. This includes a commitment from these companies to develop mechanisms that enable users to understand if audio or visual content is AI generated including issuing and authenticating content and tracking its provenance, labeling AI-generated content, or both for AI-generated media. Building off of that, we are working to develop guidelines, tools, and practices to authenticate digital content and detect synthetic content. We're working to build the capacity to rapidly identify AI-developed or manipulated content, while at the same time sufficiently labeling our own government-produced content so that the public, including the media, can identify whether content that claims to be coming from the US government is in fact authentic. These measures include, for example, digital signatures, watermarking, and other labeling techniques. Together, these efforts will help us implement safeguards around AI-generated media that could mislead or harm people. But the US government alone cannot protect people from the risks and harms posed by synthetic or manipulated media. We need to work together with our partners and allies to ensure that these safeguards are implemented around the globe. And it was great to hear my colleagues from the European Commission speak about this as well. We hope that other nations will join us in these efforts to establish robust content authentication and provenance practices. By working together, we're hoping to establish a global norm that enables the public to effectively identify and trace authentic government-produced content and identify artificial intelligence-generated or manipulated content. And most importantly, we are prioritizing engagement with civil society, academia, standard-setting bodies, and the private sector on this issue. Forums like today's are an important opportunity to bring together a wide range of stakeholders. President Biden and Vice President Harris have repeatedly convened top AI experts, researchers, consumer protection advocates, labor and civil society organizations on this topic, and we look forward to many more conversations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nick Susor, what's your perspective as a member of the Meta Oversight Board?
Thank you, and thanks to the panelists so far for articulating, a really quite concerning set of issues that are seriously challenging our existing responses to content moderation, but also the authentication, the flow, the trust of media in our ecosystem. I want to start by apologizing. I know we're only 2 or 3 hours into day 0, but I'm going to take us, I want to make 2 points that I think will really, or that I hope to maybe provide a little bit more technical detail, but also more pointed set of challenges for us. It's easy, I think, to talk about AI and generative AI at a high level. What gets really complicated is as soon as we start to unpack the types of responses that we've spoken about, the types of content that we've spoken about, the types of relationships that we've spoken about. So the first point is mis and disinformation. The introduction to the panel provides a way of thinking about these two things as separate concepts, that disinformation is intentional and misinformation is not. Now, that distinction, it makes sense when you're thinking about rules and punitive regimes and attributing fault to people for spreading intentionally disinformation. But when you look at how disinformation spreads, it spreads through the actions of both malicious actors, but also mainstream media, social media platforms that are optimized for engagement, ordinary users who are just participating in the debates of the day, and they all play a huge role in enabling harmful material, harmful false material to circulate. So it's really hard, first off, to make that distinction. The second is, what even is synthetic media? And this is really hard because we can talk about labeling. We can talk about the importance that people are made aware of what is generated by AI and how AI systems prioritize and shape the way that information is presented to them. But when I write an email, I rely really heavily on autocomplete. When I take a photo, I use a lot of post-processing. If I'm removing someone's face who I no longer want to be associated with before I post it. Now, it's not very long where we live in a world where all media fits that description. All media is manipulated. And so there is an internal limit, I think, to where we can get to with with approaches that focus on labeling and authenticity, when we have to accept that the changes, the innovations that we've seen over the last year with generative AI, a lot of them are here to stay. People are going to find really cool, interesting, useful uses for them. And so we need to make sure that we don't, that we're not confusing, I guess, the issues when we start to figure out what sort of solutions might work in one context and making sure that they're appropriate for the digital age. That's going to be tough.
Wonderful, thank you. Just at this point, I would like to remind everyone that the number that you see in the top of your screen is the time allocated to speakers. So if you are wondering why they're not expanding further on some points, it's because of the timekeeping that we're trying to do to manage this discussion. Moving on now to the next question, and to you, Mr. Yamamoto. Public concerns over misinformation have long existed, coming into view more recently in the context of political campaigns and disinformation. Where are we now in combating misinformation and disinformation online? What are the lessons learned so far?
はい、ありがとうございます。もう私は2つ。
Thank you very much. I believe there are two directions that are now beginning to appear. One is that the issue has become more serious than before, and the second is that we're beginning to see lights of hope. So they are actually divergently different directions. But the issue has become serious because the attention economy, which is the business model of the platform economy, has become so predominant. The attention economy meaning, I'm sure you know about the attention economy, but it means that we are in this flux of information, in this flood of information, against the amount of information that's supplied to us. The time that we can devote to piece of information is very limited, and therefore focusing on such valuable information is creating a business. And so it can but rob the engagement, robbing or stealing the engagement and the eyes and ears of the user has become priority. And so we have algorithms and recommendation systems which are now more and more sophisticated to steal users' time. And that has led to the echo chamber and filter bubbles. And this is leading to the amplification of misinformation and disinformation. And under the attention economy, fake news or disinformation can win engagement, higher engagement, which will mean it can win more profits and therefore tends to be disseminated more. And that's really aggravating the situation. On the other hand, we do see signs of hope, and that is that this information pollution, the issue and awareness of this information pollution is now shared across borders, and also there is collaboration and cooperations amongst the public and the private sector, and there's a consensus on improving data literacy and education. And the issue of mis and disinformation should be, I believe, understood as a structural issue. The structural ecosystem of the attention economy must be dealt with at the roots, I believe. So that's one point. Also, we have to tackle with the structure and the ecosystem. And to do that, for example, technological standardization may be one way. Multi-stakeholder, the OP, original profiler. OP stands for original profiler, which means it's an accredited. It's to place the original profiler OP on authenticated data that's generated by authenticated organizations. And so that sort of a technological standard must be discussed at the global level, and also literacy education will be very important. I believe this will become critical if we want to tackle this structural issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite so. The issues of media literacy and, as was mentioned in the first panel this morning, the importance of public understanding of these issues are key to helping to reduce the risk. Nick, from your point of view, what are the lessons learned so far?
I think, well, it's been a busy few years for mis and disinformation, from election interference and into a global pandemic. There's a lot of pressure around the world for platforms and tech companies to come up with things that actually work. The challenge is it's really hard to know what actually works. One of the things that I think is most pressing is that we still don't really have a lot of research on things like inoculation and media literacy, for example, that we were talking about. Absolutely, increasing people's ability to detect and understand and correctly interpret the media that they're presented with is a really important goal. We've seen during the global pandemic we've seen a couple of things that I think you could draw out as lessons. That one, tech companies can do something, right? For a long time, tech companies have said that they don't want to get involved in questions of truth, in questions of content and opinion. The urgency of responding to disinformation in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic made it impossible for tech companies to continue down that road. So I think we're at an interesting point now where it's clear that tech companies do have a role, but also that role is highly controversial. And the requirements of tech companies to make decisions about how people talk, particularly if you, as you go into more of the disinformation side of that spectrum, is incredibly complicated. Tech companies have become good at using, say, spam reduction techniques and so on to recognize coordinated, inauthentic behavior, but what to do about people spreading falsehoods? That's a social question, and we don't know really what the answer is. I want to put in a plug. On Tuesday, the Oversight Board is going to announce that we're taking a case about a post by a Facebook user where posting a digitally altered video of the US President Biden. And this video has been around for a while, but the board we'll have a public comment process because this is really a conversation that we have to open up. It cannot be a conversation that is left to tech companies and to technical solutions, because the problems ultimately are social problems. So I really want to encourage people here, if you can, to help us out, because as we start to work through, I think the board's an exciting way that we can bring some of these issues to light and bring forwards the conversations, the sophistication of that conversation. I'd really appreciate the input from those of you in the room, and certainly those on the panel, if you can help us figure it out. But there are big, outstanding social questions about where we draw the limits between parody and satire, between acceptable and non-acceptable imitation, between acceptable and non-acceptable speech on private platforms, particularly in election contexts where that's so important, not just in the US, but around the world.
I'm sure you'll get lots of ideas from your other panellists shortly. Moving on, women and girls, refugees, racial and ethnic minorities, and LGBTQ+ people usually bear the brunt of harm caused by online disinformation and misinformation intended to target them. And just a couple of weeks ago, we saw the case of Spanish schoolgirls being misrepresented in porn videos. Given current trends, what can we do to protect and empower these communities? And what tools can they use to protect themselves? Vera, would you like to go first on this one?
Well, I have so many things to say on the previous topic, but I will be disciplined and answer what you ask about. Well, with social media and internet, we unfortunately see incredible increase of shameful practices, and they have usual victims: women, especially women in public space, politicians, journalists, judges, the leaders of the NGOs. When they open their mouths on internet, they are immediate targets of horrible attacks. LGBTIQ people, of course, every kind of minorities, everyone who is different from who, different from what, answer yourself, are the immediate targets. And when we see such a level of aggression, of course the law has to react. And in the EU, we have very strict rules. What's illegal? And these are aggressive and very often illegal attacks. It's not about satirical or offensive content. No, it's these are the messages and reactions inciting violence. It's illegal in the EU. After horrible experience from the previous century, when the Holocaust started with words, and the reaction of the society was passive, we have this experience. So we have the legislation in force for offline world, which says which content is illegal, and it contains hatred against individuals or groups of citizens. So our mantra in the EU is what's illegal offline has to be treated as illegal online as well. And here comes what the professor mentioned, like, how did you say it? Attention economy. I would call it dirty business. When, of course, for those who are running the algorithms, the big tech, for years, they were making big money on hatred and alarming news and apocalyptic visions, and of course also dangerous disinformation. And the EU, we sat around the table with the big tech and we discussed that they cannot continue like that. And for some period of time we had the Code of Conduct Against Hate Speech and Code of Practice Against Disinformation, and now we have the legally binding Digital Services Act, which says this: you have to resist making money on illegal content and on disinformation, which is dangerous for the European societies. And it will be under the enforcement structure. There are penalties, and so we mean it seriously in the EU that we cannot continue just passively be watching what's happening online against the selected groups. Last word on women. For me, the Digital Services Act is not enough, so I proposed the first ever European Directive against violence against women, which contains a very strong chapter about or on the digital violence. and it is now in the legislative process. And I believe that once the law enforcement authorities, like police and prosecutors in the EU member states, will have these laws in their hands, they will enforce more the fulfillment of the rules, which should protect women and everybody else who is the target.
Thank you. Tatsuhiro.
ありがとうございました。山本さん、どうぞこれについてはどうお考えですか？ Yes, thank you. Well, Bear-san used the word attention economy, and that I used earlier, but under this business model, hatred and also fear, as well as anger, I think, can gain more engagement. Therefore, in that sense, under the attention economy, the communities that you referred to are placed in a very vulnerable situation. And I think that was the case in the physical, real world, and now that will become more serious in the online world. And hate speech and disinformation and misinformation, when they're combined, it could become a very impregnable force, a difficult to solve course. And if it's focused toward one individual, then I think a speedy moderation would be the solution. But for such acts addressed to the community, there are several solutions. One would be to have some human rights society or organization that has the trust of the world can, under reports from such individuals, can start fact-finding, and also to as an organization, issue an article on the fact-finding results of such mis- and disinformation as a reputed organization. And these fact-checking articles must be read. So for that, the platform companies should be engaged, I think, to enlist their cooperation so that we can issue these articles. And I think it'll be the responsibility of these platform companies to provide fact-checking articles on misinformation and disinformation to the community, and then also to feature them prominently. And I think that that would be their responsibility, I believe. Now, if I may cite a case of Yahoo Japan, which is a news platform here in Japan. And they have the Japan Fact Check Center, which was established last year. And they will also be sharing articles issued by such a center. So international fact-checking organization and the enlisting of media platform companies, I think, would be critical.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Maria, your thoughts, please.
So many. I mean, let me pick up, from Professor Yamamoto, let me just pull up some of this stuff and I will hit my 3 minutes. So first, when he says structural design, it is the design. It is by design meant to spread lies faster than the facts, right? So in 2018, MIT said lies spread 6 times faster, but now, in a new world that we have today, it's probably significantly worse because all of those safety measures have been rolled back. Twitter, now X, Facebook, now Meta, they've changed their names, but it's gotten worse. So that's the first step. And Veer talked a little bit about the victims of it, that this is illegal in the real world. The online violence is real world violence because your mind, your person on the cell phone is the same as the person walking in the real world. There's only one person that's being influenced by all of this. And I think the key part to this, let me, with all respect to Nick, I have many friends on the oversight board, but I think what we've seen from the platforms is the 3 Ds: deny, deflect, and that leads to delay, which means more money, right? This is, if more lies spread than facts, you don't have facts, you can't have truth, you can't have trust. This is part of the reason it is significantly worse, and that's only the first generation contact. Finally, with what Randy said, voluntary is nice. We tried it in 2016 through 2018, and it didn't work. So the question is, what can we do differently today? Because the harms are going to be significantly worse. And again, if you don't have facts, you don't have truth, you don't have trust, you don't have integrity of elections. And if you don't have integrity of elections, you get statistics like what we have right now. VDEM in Sweden matches Freedom House in the United States, but VDEM pointed out that last year, 60% of the world is now under authoritarian rule. This year, that number went up to 72%. 2024 will be the tipping point of the world. Thank you, EU, for the laws that are coming out, but I joke and say it is the race of the turtles, while the technology is coming out every 2 weeks. Right? It's agile development. We must move faster. I sit on the leadership panel of the Internet Governance Forum, so you can see how pushy I can get. We must move faster. And we cannot rely on the tech companies alone because their motive is profit. We must move. And again, thank you. The EU is putting in place things that frankly are still too late. 2024, look at the elections. Taiwan in January, it's getting clobbered by disinformation from China right now. In February, Indonesia, the world's largest Muslim population, the son-in-law, former President Suharto, is the front runner, so you may have a repeat of the Philippines. If elections were held today, you have the EU coming up, maybe Canada, the UK, you have, of course, the United States. Anyway, I can't list all of them. It's just, we are there, folks. This is it. We're looking at the abyss. And not to mention the answer to that question, which is, who are the ones who are harmed the most, are the most vulnerable. The ones where institutions are weaker, the global south, the ones who are first responders. Last, I'm at 42 seconds over. The last part is, misinformation is something that the tech lobby would like you to use, but you can definitely test for disinformation. We're only a news organization, but we can tell the networks, we call them recidivist networks if you're doing counterterrorism. You know who they are, you can pull them down, and that just means that you will make a little less money.
Thank you. Nick, you're next, and just a reminder, the focus for this discussion, we move on to regulatory measures further on, but the focus for this is what can people in minority groups, in groups that are discriminated against, what can they do to help protect themselves?
So I'm going to try to be brief and reclaim some of my time that I went over in the last two responses, and I will stick to the question. I think the first thing we need to do if we're thinking about where next is acknowledge, recognize that power matters, that any technology that is built and machine learning technology that learns from an existing system of hierarchy, a world that is unequal, will likely perpetuate and, if it's useful, often exacerbate those inequalities. So with that in mind, I think when we're talking about responses, when we're talking about how we can help marginalized users and vulnerable communities, I think one of the things that often gets lost in this debate is that acknowledgement, that it matters. It matters where the speakers are, who the speakers are, what sort of power they have, what sort of networks they have. It matters who the targets are, whether there is continual existing risk of exacerbating violence. Context matters. But this is something that's been, very, very difficult for tech companies, I think, to grapple with. When tech companies generally provide error rates for their machine learning classifiers, for example, they're only high-level figures. And you can say, we can classify hateful content with a 98% accuracy, and we can remove 100 million pieces of content before anyone even sees it. That actually doesn't help address this major problem. If power matters, then there is it is incumbent on the tech companies to do more to proactively look at how their tools are being used against and by marginalized communities. This is one of the things that when we keep talking in terms that are neutral, when we disregard power, we lose on this point. I think it's incredibly important that we continue. We know that vulnerable people experience a greater proportion of abuse and misinformation. We know that people from marginalized backgrounds have a harder time seeking a remedy and dealing with it. Given those things, why aren't we doing more proactively to ensure that the systems that we're building are built with historical inequality in mind? The systems we are building have built-in safeguards against perpetuating hierarchy. I think it's easy to get distracted on tools that people can use to help structure their own experience. I think autonomy is incredibly important, but I don't want to see our solutions focus on putting the burden back on the people who are already marginalized. We need to build that in.
Thank you. Vera Jourova, what are some of the regulatory challenges to addressing these issues?
I might simplify it to one only sentence, that the cure must not be worse than the disease, which means that when we regulate the online space in the EU, we always have in mind that we have to keep as the main principle the freedom of speech. It means that it must not happen that in the near future, the uncomfortable opinions of others will become disinformation from the point of view of those who have the power at that moment. This must not happen. But I want to say, and I always start by when speaking about disinformation, it has always been with us. But with the existence of internet and social media, it's being spread in supersonic speed. And the intensity and the massive impact is really the matter of concern, especially now when we are close to the war in Ukraine in EU. The EU space is overflooded with Russian propaganda. And it's always the same narrative. The aggressor says that he is the victim and the victim is the aggressor. We will see a lot of it now regarding the horrible war starting in Israel. We will see a similar narrative. So I want to say that the disinformation serving the aggressive regimes, it's something we have to pay attention to. Coming back to the time of peace, regardless of the wars, we started in the EU to apply the Code of Practice Against Disinformation, which is a voluntary commitment of mainly big tech, which cooperate with us on increasing the fact-checking in all our member states. I'm still criticizing that they are not doing enough in the states with in smaller states with their languages. You mentioned, Madam Director, the Slovak elections. This was exactly the case when we saw insufficient fact-checking. So fact-checking is the core thing, but also in demonetizing, the Code of Practice contains rules how to deprive the producers and of disinformation of the financial sources. So we engaged the advertising industry. Two more things next to the Code of Practice, which is mainly about the cooperation with the platforms. We are strengthening the independence and power of the media in the EU, which is key. because we want the people to have the places where they can get the facts. We are not touching opinions. We want the facts to be delivered to the people so that they can make their autonomous free choice. If the people want to believe, sorry, stupidities, it's their right. But I think that it's our obligation to enable them to have the facts available. That's why we are supporting independent media. And last but not least, and it's what Professor mentioned, the media literacy, but it's the long distance run. I think that we cannot wait for the society to become resilient and become ready to for the everyday confrontation with disinformation, but we have to also work in this direction. We have a lot of funding in the EU and a lot of projects with member states, but I know I am beyond time. Thank you.
Maria Reza, your thoughts on the regulatory challenges?
Yes. So I think the first is that, as the first panel pointed out, everything is about data today, right? Content is what we gravitate to because that's what we were used to in the old world. But really what we need is something that the DSA will now give us, real-time flow of data. And that data then will be able to show you the patterns and the trends. Once you have that, then you'll be able to see the harms, right? Which, frankly, that data is available to the tech company. So once there is oversight, which is also what you do with news organizations when we used to be the gatekeepers, then civil society can come in and hold power to account. So the problem is not freedom of speech. Anyone can say anything on these platforms. The problem is freedom of reach. And I'm quoting a comedian, Sacha Baron Cohen, like from years ago, where he said it is the distribution model that is the problem, right? Who says lies should spread faster than facts? Why do fact-checkings not spread at all? And in order to be able to get it out to you, we have to create a whole civil society influencer marketing campaign for facts, which all of that then gives more money for the surveillance capitalism model. So you go back to that design. I actually was at the Vatican with 30 Nobel laureates, and we told the Catholic Church, isn't lying against one of the 10 commandments? Sorry, I'm going to try to joke because it's really difficult stuff. Anyway, so distribution. And then finally, the last part, in terms of a regulatory framework, right? I think that there is a lot, I never use the word misinformation. I use disinformation. It is, as does Vera, right? We agree on this because it is the insidious manipulation. In the Nobel lecture in 2021, I called it toxic sludge because it is laced with fear, anger, and hate. And it will be worse with generative AI, right? Because in order to fight that AI arms race, you're going to need AI to fight AI. It is beyond our comprehension. We could talk about this more later in terms of how generative AI is now exponential compared to the... So what needs to happen? It's really simple. There's a huge lobby to try to convince you it is difficult. You don't need to know how to build an airplane to regulate the air industry. You don't need to know how to build this hall in order to put in place safety measures to make sure the building doesn't fall down around us. So it's a simple thing. We need transparency, which is what the DSA is looking to give. I would suggest we move it beyond just academics, because civil society, journalists, this is where we will look for accountability. And then the second thing is, what is, how do we define safety in the public sphere, right? Because think about it like this. It's almost like during the COVID, if there were no regulations in place for pharmaceutical companies, I gave vaccine A to that side of the room, and then this side of the room, I gave vaccine B. There's no law against trying it out in the public sphere in real time, right? Oh, vaccine A people, so sorry you died. We have these examples globally. It's dangerous. A toaster, Cambridge Analytica whistleblower said this, a toaster, in order to get in your home, has more safety regulations than what we carry with us. everywhere we go. So stop the impunity. Transparency, accountability, that means roll out the code. But if there's a harm that happens, you're accountable.
Thank you. Randy Michelle, how do we become better producers and consumers, better prosumers?
I think the important thing here is that in today's complex and rapidly evolving technological environment, as Maria just said, transparency is key. The public needs to be given the tools to understand what information is authentic and what is synthetic. And on this, I want to make 3 key points. First, I agree with Nick that technological solutions are not everything. They are not a panacea, but I think it's really important to remember that they are a key element of this equation. And in that discussion, I think differentiating between falsehoods and synthetic content is really important. While falsehoods is a public conversation, as you alluded to, synthetic content is something that we can identify and label. And granted, there is still conversation needed about how exactly to define synthetic content, but that's something we can work towards. The Biden-Harris administration believes that companies that are developing emerging technologies like AI have a responsibility to ensure that their products are safe, secure, and trustworthy. And the voluntary commitments are a key part of that. The second point I want to make is in response to your point about voluntary commitments. Certainly agree that is not sufficient. And that's why the Biden-Harris administration is currently developing an executive order that will ensure the federal government is doing everything in its power to advance responsible AI and manage its risks to individuals in society. And the administration will also pursue bipartisan legislation to help America lead the way in responsible innovation while mitigating risks or harms posed by this technology. And the third point I want to make is regarding the bottom-up approach that Nick was alluding to. And what is the second component of the technological solutions, the civil society aspect, the empowering communities component. Building resilience requires a bottom-up approach. At the Second Summit for Democracy, the U.S. Agency for International Development and the State Department announced the Promoting Information Integrity and Resilience Initiative, which will enhance technical assistance and capacity building to local civil society organizations, media outlets, and governments around the world, providing the tools and training to develop effective identification and response measures. Now, these 3 things together are key and are necessary combined to build the resilience throughout the world that we need to address these kinds of threats. Governments need to do our part to ensure the public can verify our authoritative government information, while at the same time, the dynamic digital ecosystem will require continuously evolving technology, regulations, and international norms. It's incumbent on all of us, governments, civil society, and the private sector, to work together to make sure that AI expands rather than diminishes access to authentic information.
Maria, how do we become better producers and consumers in this age?
I think this is, again, a whole of society approach, right? So, and let's start with our industry, the news industry. We've lost our gatekeeping powers in many ways, and I would say that began in 2014. And one of the things we can do is begin to look at elections not as a horse race, but as critical to the survival of democracy, right? Critical to the survival of value. So I would say the first, I mean, Rappler is working, for example, with OpenAI and working out how we can use OpenAI. I have a team with them in San Francisco now looking at how we can use this new technology for the public sphere. How can we make it safer for democracy? The second part is that we need to tell our people how we are being manipulated, and we don't do it enough. We're fangirls and fanboys of the technology. We need to get beyond that and look at the entire impact. We're at a different point in society, and frankly, at a different point from when the Internet Governance Forum was created many years ago. This is an inflection point. The third part would be, so more transparency, more accountability. We have a lot of values now that have come out. The AI, the blueprint for change of the White House that was done by Alondra Nelson. We have the OECD. We have today we'll be unveiling hashtag the internet we want from the leadership panel of the governance forum, of the Internet Governance Forum. The values are there. We know where we need to go. Now we gotta get off our butts and operationalize this. Thank you, EU, for moving forward, but we have to do a lot more, and it's great to hear what you've said. Oh my God, I have 56 seconds left. I'm sorry, I went over a little before, but I would say the last part is civil society, where are you? We need to move from being users to citizens. We need to go back and define what civic engagement means in the age of exponential lies. I know this firsthand. You know, I've been targeted by an average of 90 hate messages per hour. In order to keep doing my job, I had to be ready to go to jail for more than a century. I have to have Supreme Court approval to be here in front of you. But the time is now. We need a whole of society approach, and we need men and women who are going to stand up for the values we believe in.
Thank you. Tatsuhiko Yamamoto, your thoughts on how we can be better producers and consumers?
Yes, thank you. Well, as has been mentioned by many speakers before, literacy is critical. And if I may use a metaphor, the act of eating information or ingesting information, you must be more aware of how you ingest information. And I often talk about information health. I'm promoting this concept of information health because when you eat food, I think people are more and more aware of what they ingest, what they eat. So we want to trace back to who produced this, with what materials, through what process, the ingredients. We're increasingly more aware about the safety check of the food that we eat. And maybe 50 or 100 years ago, we were not so aware of such food consequences. But with literacy, we are more and more aware of the safety of the food that we eat. And so we must take a balanced diet, and that's something that we have learned over the years. And the same concept, I think, should also be adopted in the field of information consumption, that is information health, because I believe that we're eating a lot of data that's really fettered with chemical additives. So the concept of information health, who, using what materials, produced this data through what processes? Did they use generative AI? I think we have to be more aware of this. Also, I talked about the filter bubble and the fact rather than not eating a biased diet of data, we must eat a balanced diet of data. And so literacy is very important. Now, I am the head of an ITC literacy subcommittee with the MIC, Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications of Japan, and we must communicate this kind of approach. And I also would like to take this concept of ICT literacy and information health to the WHO for discussion if I can. And so I believe that we need to become increasingly aware of our health as we are exposed to such harmful data. And once we can proliferate this kind of an approach, and then we will be able to counter tech companies who are attentive only to disseminating harmful information for their profit, and we'll be able to, of course, make them exit the market, which will increase our transparency. And I believe that by so doing, we'll be able to criticize such companies publicly, and that would lead to their restructuring or structural change. And so I think we need literacy and also the concept of data or information health to become better prosumers.
Thank you very much. An excellent concept, and I think we can all see the value of that proceeding. It's time now for our ministerial high-level respondents. I would like to invite Mr. Nisa Patria, the Vice Minister of Communication and Information Technology from Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, thank you for having me to be a part of this panel. Indonesia is very glad to be able to share our story in the hope of nurturing our collective effort in countering misinformation and disinformation. As we all know, with the increased internet usage, the distribution of false information to misdirect of public opinion also increasing, especially with the emerging of generative AI. In 2021, the Indonesian Central Statistical Agency report 62% of Indonesian internet users reported saying information or content on social media or online news outlet that they believe to be false or dubious. Many of them also doubting the accuracy of news they read in the social media. This is, of course, concerning since it might polarize our society, although Indonesia is noted as one of the countries that believes AI might bring positive impact to their livelihood. Responding to such situation as one of the world's largest democracy in Southeast Asia, Indonesia has been very active in promoting effort to counter misinformation and disinformation. Through the Ministry of Communication and Informatics at the national level, we have developed a comprehensive strategy to counter misinformation and disinformation by establishing national digital literacy movement. At the upstream level, the banking hooks at the intermediate level, as well as supporting law enforcement activities at the downstream level. On the regional level, ASEAN has adopted the ASEAN Guidelines on Management of Government Information in Combating Fake News and Disinformation in the Media. This framework acts as a roadmap for the member states to better identify, respond, and prevent the spread of false information. Against such backdrop, I stress the importance of countering misinformation and disinformation through following measures. First, we need our society to be more digitally literate, especially to be able to do pre-banking of disinformation. Only through this way, we can better equip the people not to fall into being a victim of false information. We must not, I emphasize, we must not let the bleak history of when our society fell into the false information on vaccines and COVID-19 happen again. Second, admitting that our digital ecosystem can no longer rely on the economic that incentivizes the spread of misinformation and disinformation. We must do better in developing a governance that incentivizes productive, meaningful, and accurate information instead. Last but not least, we shall intensify our cooperative efforts to further technological adoption that is useful to counter disinformation and misinformation, especially in facing the emerging technology such as generative AI that accelerates the generation of synthetic information on digital ecosystem. Indonesia believes through a collaboration, we can nurture our society to be more resilient on the emerging technologies that might threaten our society and our well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Paul Ash, Prime Minister's Special Representative on Cyber and Digital in New Zealand. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou katoa. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I don't have a prepared statement. What I would like to do is just reflect a little of what I think I've just heard and posit some ideas about where we might go next. We've heard from the panel today some significant issues about the timing that we have to grapple with the fact that while mis and disinformation, however you define them, was previously an issue, the rise of new AI systems has really sped that issue up, and I think there's a really important takeaway for us there in terms of how we focus on finding solutions together. The second thing we've heard is the impact, the disproportionate impact on affected communities, particularly women and girls, particularly members of the LGBTQI+ community, particularly refugees and migrant communities. And we've heard the importance of involving them in solutions from the very beginning of the process, difficult though that can be sometimes to find participatory environments that work well for them. I think we heard a clarion call from Maria Ressa and for others about the need for urgency. If the statistic that 72% of states are now in an authoritarian situation is correct, then out of the 193 member states of the United Nations, that means that there are 44 that are not. And of those, many of them are challenged at the moment by the impacts of disinformation and of influence operations on their institutions and societies. That means we're starting from a really difficult place to start with. And I think we heard a range of different solutions posited, from regulation, as the Vice President outlined, through to societal solutions, literacy, etc. But what I also think we heard was that none of those in and of themselves is actually going to be sufficient to solve this problem. We are going to need, I'm sure my Swiss friends will like this, a Swiss cheese of solutions that enables us through layers to solve the problem. Where does that lead to in terms of next steps? The first thing that leaps out to me is the need for pace. We do not have time to admire this problem. We actually need action on it quickly and carefully. The second, and it came out from this panel but also elsewhere, is the need for influence, for leaders who will speak up for the values that we share and that are under threat as a consequence of disinformation. We also heard of the need for whole of society solutions, that citizens can participate in them, that actually governments can work alongside industry, civil society, the technical community. That phrase, "where are you, civil society," was actually quite pertinent as this conversation works through from what is largely a government-centric perspective. We heard about the need for that conversation to be based on common values and principles. International human rights law needs to be at the foundation of that. So too, a free, open and secure internet with as many more adjectives as we need to stick in front of the word internet to make that work. And finally, we heard about the need to operationalise those values in a construct that actually works. We have some experience of that in New Zealand with what happened after the attacks in Christchurch in March 2019. And I'm delighted to see a full panel of Christchurch Call supporters in front of me, those who helped stand up with us against the scourge of violent extremism and terrorism and look for a truly multi-stakeholder response that brought all of those parties together and continues to do so in trying to find solutions. And I think that's probably the lesson I take away from the panel I've heard and from my own experience in this area. This challenge of information integrity, and I use that phrase instead of disinformation and misinformation, the challenge of having confidence in the information environment in which we operate is perhaps the most urgent issue facing us amongst the stack of those involved in the discussions around frontier models, generative AI, foundational models, whatever you wish to call them. Because it has the potential to undermine, if it's not grappled with correctly and well, the very institutions that would enable us to govern all of the other issues that we're going to need to grapple with in the AI environment. And it has the ability, if it's not handled well, to undermine the human rights principles that underpin everything we do. But it also, as Maria Ressa and others have so eloquently articulated, is a step on the pathway from information integrity issues to radicalisation, to violent extremism and terrorism. Those two issues are inextricably linked in an age of algorithmic amplification. I guess the one thing I'd say here, and it's something that's come through from this panel very loudly, and I expect we'll hear it from civil society over the next two or 3 days. In closing, I would say one of my mentors taught me as we were doing the Christchurch call work, be less Westphalian in your response. The solution to this will not just be entirely generated by states. It needs to be a solution that industry participates in, because actually, longer term, beyond the next quarterly reports, they have as much of a stake in thriving democracies with human rights underpinning them as anybody else. Same with civil society, coming from a different perspective. And so I'd say as we tackle this together, let's think really hard about the institutions we have and whether they're fit for purpose. Our experience of multilateralism is that often it moves much, much more slowly than technology, and we need to find a way to create truly collaborative, truly multi-stakeholder institutions that build, sometimes from voluntary commitments, into regulation from the ground up. Thank you very much for the expertise and wisdom from this panel. I hope that's somewhat of a distillation of some things that we can take forward from here. Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou.
Excellent, thank you very much. We're going to have time now for a 2-minute summary from each of our panellists. 2 minutes only, eyes on the clock. Nick, would you like to begin?
Let's go. I think we might be behind our quota on multi-stakeholderism. So multi-stakeholderism, multi-stakeholderism, multi-stakeholderism. This is really important because I think there's a tendency to look for a single solution here, and there is no single solution. There are limits to what governments can achieve. It's not possible to make all of the content, harmful content that we're talking about today, illegal. Much of the harmful content that is spread, the harmful false content that is spread that leads to bad outcomes is perfectly lawful. So as much as we would like, government can't be the sole arbiters here. Government also, well, are restrained because sometimes they're the worst actors. 72% statistic, that sounds terrifying. I'm not sure. Well, I know that I am very concerned about requests for removal and censorship of content that come from state actors trying to keep a hold of their power. I think that's incredibly difficult, and there's a responsibility on private actors, on civil society, to resist accordingly. There's limitations to what I don't necessarily trust the private sector either. I certainly don't trust the private sector. We've seen some progress in tech companies, but we also have to be really careful about other components. I don't trust mainstream media to have the answer to this. Most of the disinformation that we see is amplified, picked up in a cycle of amplification by both mainstream media and social media. I think that makes it really difficult, means we have to work together.
Thank you. Randy Michelle.
Thank you. I'd like to make 4 quick points to summarize what I've said earlier. First is the importance of governments in implementing authentication and provenance measures, and we hope to collaborate with the governments represented here in this room and around the world on building out a global norm on that issue. Second is the key role that technology companies play in it providing transparency to their users that we try to encourage with the voluntary commitments. Third is the importance of engaging with civil society and the need for multi-stakeholder engagement, as mentioned previously. And fourth, this is an issue that I think we haven't talked about enough today, and so I really want to emphasize this, is the need to ensure that these efforts to advance transparency do not evolve into censorship or infringement on internet freedom. The best way to address disinformation is not by limiting content, but by disseminating accurate information. The growth of generative AI does not change that. We look forward to continuing to work with civil society, the private sector, and governments from around the world, from developing and developed countries alike, to address these evolving challenges in a way that upholds human rights and democratic freedoms. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maria.
So I will also do 3 points for the 2 minutes that I have. So the first is the one I've been critical of tech companies, but we work with every one of the tech companies that are there because they must be at the table, right? They're the only ones who have the power right now to stop the harms. They're choosing not to, and this is where I'll use an ASEAN phrase. Please, tech companies, look at your business model, moderate your greed, because it is about enlightened self-interest. You do not want democracy to die. You do not want to harm people. It is not up to governments. And the second is to the governments. The governments are late to the game, but that's also partly because we had to figure out what the tech was doing, right? We're one of the, I drank the Kool-Aid, you know? Rappler was created on Facebook. If Facebook had better search, I may not even have created the website. But having said that, governments now know the problem. Please work faster. And in terms of speed and pace, you're talking about agile development, which rolls out code every 2 weeks. So we must come up with systems of governance that can address the code, or you stop the actual rollout of the code, which then moves into business, or you make the companies responsible for what they roll out. And the third one is to citizens. This is it for us. The journalists are holding the line, but we can't do this without you. So move from users to active citizens. This is the time.
Vera.
Yeah, thank you. 3 comments. Hopefully I will manage in 2 minutes. First of all, we have to work together, democracies of the world. Because if democracies are not the rules makers and will become the rules takers, I think that we will fail something absolutely existentially critical. The second, so that's why I am also happy that we can work within the G7 on the AI code of conduct and other things. Second thing, I spoke here about the regulation, and Maria Reza repeated that we are too slow still. Maybe in the EU we are a bit faster than somewhere else, but it must not be top-down only. That's why also in the EU we believe in very strong involvement of the civil society, demanding citizens who do not want to be manipulated. We believe in strong media. We believe in engagement of academic sphere, because we need to understand what's happening and to analyze and take then well-informed political decisions. Last thing, consumers versus citizens. I worked as a commissioner for 5 years to protect consumers, and it was mainly about the protection of, sorry, I have to say it, stomachs and health, not to be poisoned. And we did not invest so much in the people's hearts and brains and souls not to be poisoned. And I think that now it's time to do something more with the citizens and for the citizens. That's why also we are preparing the regulation on transparency of political advertising online before the elections, because we need the citizens to understand what's happening, not to get manipulated, and not to become, from individual citizens who should have free choice, the easy to manipulate crowd, because it could happen very easily online. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to share your summary?
はい、今日はありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. Thank you for making me a part of this. The disinformation is becoming very serious, but on one hand, we see some hope. So I think there was a reference to hope, and I was able to mention this because I think we are on the same page about the understanding, and everyone knows that we have to take action. So there's a consensus on this stage, and also practices. We have to operationalize or take action immediately. This is something very important. For that to happen, we need to have international collaboration and international dialogue like the one we are having now. And the platform companies, tech companies, need to be also at the table. This is quite important. Platform is expanding and becoming gigantic and very powerful. And I am a researcher on the Constitution. The Constitution is to control the power of governments, but digital constitutionalism is now emerging as a word. In other words, not just governments, but tech companies need to also be managed or controlled by some of the piece of legislation. So government or one country cannot confront with the platform companies at this point in time. And therefore, international framework is needed so that we can have a dialogue with platform companies. And that's what I believe. And also, one thing we have to focus is a structure, attention economy structure. If you look at each and every pieces of phenomena that you are encountering, maybe you can't really bring any solution to the total system. Therefore, we need to look at the ecosystem. But so bringing solution to that is quite important, quite difficult, because we are going to make a new culture. But I have a hope that we can do so together. So we would like to continue discussion and exchange opinions going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And to complete Maria's list of elections that we have in the next year, the world's 3 biggest democracies are going to the polls. Indonesia, India, and the United States all have elections in the next 12 months. Please join me in thanking our exceptional panel. Nick Suzor from the Meta Oversight Board. Maria Reza, 2021 Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Ms. Vera Jourova from the European Commission. Ms. Randy Michelle from the White House National Security Council. And Mr. Tatsuhiko Yamamoto from Keio University. Thank you very much. Panel members, if you would just join me for an official photograph. And it is now time for lunch. We hope you've enjoyed the session. Thank you.
Diyan at saka doon. Ay, dito. Thank you. Salamat.
Tapos ikaw din. Para ano. Dito naman saan? Pero muna ako.
Abi bu kürsü fotoğrafı.
Efsane.
Bu kürsü fotoğrafı.
Çok güzel. Ta oradan portreyi tam alıyor. Tam karşıdan al bak. Sonra normal. Aldın mı? Bak şu bayrağı al. Gel sonra çekelim.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. You want another shot for you? Hi.
Okay.
Is it okay? Sorry? A microphone. Just a demonstration, yeah. No, it's all right. The second shot.
try one more here? With the logo, okay?
Turn on the flash.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's okay.
Is that okay?
واضحة؟ افتحي لي بس الكاميرا.
أي مع الاي جي اف وهذا كمان. أي وخلي أكثر من واحدة. أي. أوكي من هنا كمان. أوكي أوكي. أو جنب العلم.
はい。そうですね。上でそうしてもらっていいですか。その方が絶対。会場の一番最前列のセンター。一番前の真ん中です。で、その場で座ったまま話す。チェックチェック。これを切ってほしいんですけど、切れてない。チェックチェック。チェックチェック。
Hello, you are from Norway, it's right? Yeah. Stefan Schnorr, yeah. I know your picture.
Prova.
Can't move this on the page, yeah? On the page. Nice pictures.
Welcome. Welcome, everybody. So we are starting for this new panel with some questions. And also we remark something that has been said in the previous panels. We are halfway through the 2030 agenda approved in 2015, and we have to remark that with respect to several of the 17 SDGs, we are off track. So one of the topics of our discussion today could be, can AI be used to scale up the UN 2030 agenda? And if AI can serve in that sense, what is the role of the UN to prevent it from becoming an instrument of digital authoritarianism? In fact, we are now at a second step of AI, that is a generative system that reshapes the idea we have of a human as the only agent of the ecosystem. Now we are definitively understood, realize, we are conscious that there are autonomous agents, autonomous artificial AI agents that operate with us humans. That's what the Italian philosopher Luciano Floridi from Oxford University, now in Yale, said in his Fourth Revolution book and studies of humanity. He said, we are at the step where man is not at the center as it was before, but relationships are at the center. So relationships among humans and all the other species, and humans and all what is connected in the world that he called infosphere. I am a journalist of Rai Public Italian TV, and as journalist I have the opportunity, and I had in the last week, to meet some of the leading actors of private and public sector. So last week, the two that I met gave me some insights. That was, for example, about building a personalized AI for each of us. It was Reid Hoffman, who left the board of OpenAI, and he's starting a new startup that is called Inflection AI. So Inflection AI is a sort of toolbox for our pocket, and he will build it himself, not with public, of course. The other one is a man of who worked in public for in many sectors. This is Leon Panetta, and on his side he admits that AI could get out of hands of governments. So we are at the moment where a public-private system, a place of discussion like this today, is not only necessary, but essential. What we told in the first years, in the first decades of technology, also as journalists, we used to say that each technology is neutral and we can use for the good or for the bad. This is not true anymore. According always to the philosopher Luciano Floridi, we are at a point where we have to have it good, and if we can use this word moral by design. Here we come to our panel that is looking ahead to WSIS Plus 20, accelerating multi-stakeholder process. And I introduce our esteemed and distinguished panelists to discuss with them on these topics. So, Doreen Bogdan Martin, Secretary General, International Telecommunication Union. Yu Murai, Distinguished Professor, Keio University. Tripti Sina, Chairman, ICANN Board. Sir John Whittingdale, Minister for Data and Digital Infrastructure, United Kingdom. Maria Fernanda Garza, Chair Oresti and Board Chair, International Chamber of Commerce. Sigborn Geisvik, Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, Norway. Chad Garcia Ramillo, Executive Director, Association for Progressive Communication. Welcome, everybody. And let's start with our first question. That is, what have been the key success of WSIS in the last 2 decades, and how has its multi-stakeholder nature contributed to them?
Thank you, Barbara, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see so many friends of WSIS in the room and friends of IGF. Maybe if I could just ask, how many of you were at the WSIS in 2003? 2005? Oh, me too. I mean, I think in part to come to the answer about the key successes of WSIS, it's kind of the commitment of people here, the commitment of people online, and of course the inclusive nature in the run-up to the WSIS 2003. You know, I think in many ways the WSIS was actually ahead of its times, developing a comprehensive framework that's still absolutely valid today, even when we look at new things like generative AI. And of course, the WSIS was perhaps the most inclusive consultative process in the run-up to 2003, 2005, including governments, the private sector, civil society, academia, UN institutions. And I think we can't forget that multi-stakeholder process and the resulting outcomes in 2003 and 2005 are still strong. And I think we certainly can't forget that. And when it comes to that sort of community spirit and the successes we've seen with many of our WSIS prize holders, that grassroots exchange of incredible things that have since blossomed and scaled, I think is also something we can be quite proud of.
Thank you. You, Murai, which is your impression on this?
Okay, you know, I mean, your question is about 2 decades, right? Which is 2003, I believe, that WSIS started this discussion. So, you know, looking at those years, year 2000, for example, only 6% of the human being accessing the internet at that time. Now it's more than 70%, I believe. Yeah, 67. I'm sorry. Thank you. And therefore, it's from 6% to 70% dropout, right? So that's a great speed of deployment of the internet, and then therefore it's a lot of universal access to the computer network, digital data. You mentioned about AI, and the AI is based on those infrastructure. And therefore, that's a great success that without the open forum like IGF, it's never achieved on the human being to cover that kind of thing. That's one. And the second question about how that multi-stakeholder works, and then from 6% to 70%, and then the coverage of the participation of that space is, well, when we developed the internet, then the internet was for us, I mean, for ourselves, but it's for everyone, right? And therefore, the stakeholders are increasing the different diversity types of stakeholders being involved on this technical environment, which is only could be achieved by a multi-stakeholder model about discussion or process or anything. Therefore, those are the 2 key successes of WSIS.
Thank you. Maria Garcia.
Can you hear me? Okay. Well, thank you very much for having me here, and I'm delighted to answer this question. So, in terms of what has happened since the 2003, I would say the last 2 decades bear witness. Just look at the amazing transformation that has impacted the global population, whether you look at the scope and scale of the internet and its reach today, and you've got over 5 billion people on the internet today, and billions of devices. This has all happened in the last 20 years. When you look at what's happened in terms of consumer technologies, smartphones, and all of that was developed in the last 20 years. AI is a product that happened less than a year ago. All this is because of what the multi-stakeholder community, having multiple voices at the table, which allows us to create open standards and open architecture, interoperability. So all of this has made quite an impact and has been a product of bringing this multi-stakeholder community under the information society. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gelsvik?
Can I, first of all, thank you for your invitation to join you this afternoon, and to thank our Japanese hosts. I mean, it is reassuring that I agree with my 3 colleagues who have already spoken. Extraordinary change within the last 20 years. In 2003, the internet was in its infancy. The speeds we were talking about then were a fraction of those now available, and the reach of the internet was nothing like what it is today. And today, the internet is a part of our lives. My children have grown up in a world where they've never not known having the facility of the internet. But there are great challenges ahead, and that means that the principles that were laid down in the first WSIS in 2003, it is a tremendous tribute, but actually they remain as valid today as they did then. And so, as my colleagues have said, the multi-stakeholder approach, the fact that we can draw upon the knowledge, experience, and advice of companies, business, civil society, as well as governments, that has been of fundamental importance in the development of the internet. And that then led to the development of this Internet Governance Forum, and we see that as being as important today, if not more so, and therefore we need to build upon the work that's been made, particularly the action lines that were set out as we move forward, because there is no doubt that those principles are still essential if the internet is to develop in the way that all of us want to see.
Thank you. Mr. Kelsey?
Well, thank you so much. And first, I would like to thank you for the kind invitation to participate in this important panel. And I also wish to convey huge thanks to the Japanese government for hosting this important forum. One of the critical successes for WSIS has been the changing of the narrative. It was the first ever clear statement of political will to establish a human-centric, digitally connected global society. The focus was on using ICT to support development objectives. At the same time, WSIS has played a role in developing policy frameworks and guidelines for the responsible, inclusive use of ICTs. With the creation of a solid and committed multi-stakeholder community through the WSIS Forum, one has managed to increase the focus on leveraging technology to achieve the goals of the WSIS. And many of the WSIS community are also active here in the IGF. And this dynamic commitment has allowed continued dialogue and engagement. At the same time, the UN system has used the WSIS Foundation to create a strong collaborative network with the WSIS co-chairs of the ITU, UNDP, and UNESCO and UNCTAD, working to strengthen the collaboration and synergy.
Thank you. Chat Garcia, Ramilo.
Thank you, and hello to everyone who in the room. I think I want to highlight two things. The WSIS was the foundation of global policy on the digital society. At that time, it was information society. I agree that, you know, the spread of issues covered by the Geneva Plan of Action, what we're calling the 10 action lines, encourage really a systemic approach to integrating digital technologies into different sectors and disciplines. This in turn created opportunities for diversity in approaches and participation of stakeholders, particularly for civil society. I mean, I remember that time in 2003 and 2005, there was real hope, there was energy, and there was belief in the information society. So there were a lot of participation from different groups focused on enabling people-centered and human rights-based policy environments, meaningful access for communities in rural areas. The other thing I think that that is true here is the multi-stakeholder principle, and that everyone has talked about. The principles of participation defined by WSIS and their practice, especially through IGF, have contributed to an acknowledgement that partnership, only through partnership and collaboration, can we make more effective implementation. And I think that's true today. Although I want to mention a caveat here. I think these principles are not applied equally everywhere. And I think that's something that we need to pay attention to. There are disparities in applying the multi-stakeholder approach. Not to say that it's not important, but we need to improve that. And we need to remember that there are dynamics of power, there are conflicts of interest, and there are real difficulties in reaching consensus. So we need to really reinvigorate our commitment to the multi-stakeholder process and to consensus building. But we've learned a lot from WSIS and IGF. We have learned that meaningful and democratic multi-stakeholder participation needs to be consistently inclusive at all levels, from national, from regional, from international level. And I think that's the lesson that we've learned and the success. And we have a lot to draw from in the next 2 years, 5 years from now. Thanks.
Thank you for your answers. And what have been the main challenges confronting the WSIS process? What plans should be in place to address them ahead of the WSIS Plus 20 milestone? Tritisina.
Thank you for the question. So I would say one of the challenges that we face is conflation in understanding where the problem exists in terms of addressing problems. So there is well-intentioned regulation and legislation underway that is oftentimes targeting the wrong layer of the internet. So the underpinnings and the technical infrastructure of the internet is apolitical and should continue to operate. It is indeed a common good infrastructure for the entire globe, and upon it sits the application layer. So I believe one of the challenges is that there are problems that we're trying to address which occur at the application layer, and we're looking at the underpinnings of the technical infrastructure. So that would be one issue that I believe that we need to, a challenge that we are addressing. Another is that with this attention now on governance, which is important, that we ensure that the internet governance model continues to remain sound with multi-stakeholderism at play, that we don't forget that it needs to continue to grow, and we stimulate the growth of the internet with all the other innovations that are at play. As well as there's a conversation underway that is multi-stakeholderism working or not, and is multilateralism an option? My concern there is you would leave many, many voices behind if you went in that direction. Multi-stakeholderism is the only model that brings all different voices to the table, different sectors of society, which essentially breeds best of breed solutions. It yields that kind of an environment. So that is one of my concerns, is that we really have to look at our successes of the last 20 years and how this has worked well in our to serve the internet. So, thank you.
Thank you. Maria Fernanda Garza, so which is your idea of the address that the plans should go ahead.
Thank you very much. First, let me tell you the International Chamber of Commerce is the institutional representative of 45 million businesses in over 170 countries. And ICC was a focal point for business input since the WISES in 2003-2005, and continues to observe and provide input on behalf of the global business in the WISES follow-up processes, which started 20 years ago and set forward a vision to enable and uphold a global and people-centric information society. The outputs from this process, the Tunis Agenda and the Geneva Action Plan, focus on creating a truly global internet where everyone can benefit from what it has to offer. We have shared a responsibility in shaping this inclusive information society jointly, cooperating across the stakeholders groups, and our great challenges still remains. While incredible progress has already been made, 2.6 billion users still remain unconnected, and those who have the possibility to connect often do not, for a variety of reasons, from affordability to lack of services or skills, cultural and normative impediments. And once online, a whole host of other challenges arise. The world around us has evolved significantly since 2003, with new challenges on the governance and the internet leading to fragmented policy responses, also influenced by the evolution of digital technologies based on or beyond the internet. While the multi-stakeholder model has long a very long way, it is still not universal, and it is not leveraged properly in all levels of governance. We need to reinforce the model and make it the rule, not the exception, in how we address the policy, the regulatory, and legal space around the internet and digital technologies more broadly.
Thank you. And Chat Garcia Ramilo.
Thank you. I think I want to add to the 2.6 billion still unconnected. I think that is one of the biggest challenge we have, is the persistent digital inequality and exclusion. And I think this is based on the assumption that digital technologies can enable economic growth, and that economic growth equals development. I think that is, if we do not look at the how the context, I think we will look at this in a simplistic way. Digital inclusion of communities for the sole purpose of feeding the market logic worsens inequality, it worsens oppression and inequity, and it adds to the environmental crisis as consumption increases. And I think that's a challenge for us all. Unless people have meaningful connectivity, investment in digitalization will simply not provide benefit across classes, gender, and regions needed for sustainable development. And we do need to connect WSIS with the sustainable development. I think the other point is the alignment of private and public interests. The WSIS goal of being people-centered needs to be at the fore of any digitalization effort. In 2005, on the eve of the Tunis summit, APC called for ensuring universal and affordable internet access. We argued then that the internet is a global space that should be open and accessible to all on a non-discriminatory basis and must be governed as a global public good. In this review of WSIS plus 20, I think there's a need to call for greater recognition of the internet and digital technologies as a global public resource, and that their governance should definitely be grounded in international human rights standards and public interest principles. This recognition needs to be backed by mechanisms that enforce corporate accountability, effective governance of global data public goods, and financing for public digital infrastructure. Lastly, I think this also behooves governments to reconsider restrictive regulatory options and avoid criminalization that reinforce their hold on power, that cause harm to individual citizens during times of crisis, and in fact, impacts negatively on public services. We need to draw on the potential of digital technologies for creating more open and inclusive societies and economies.
Thank you. And Dorigbo and Martin, so what have been the main challenge and what we are going to face?
Thank you. You know, looking back, I guess I would say there are some, let's say, unforeseen advances that we perhaps didn't predict back then. Of course, if we look at 2003 and 2005, we're talking about a sort of pre-social media world. No Facebook, no Twitter, no Instagram. And so I think the concerns, the growing concerns that we see today when it comes to misinformation, disinformation, I don't think we expected that back then. Of course, the rapid pace of technology is something else. You mentioned generative AI before. That's something that policymakers, regulators, intergovernmental institutions, we all struggle to keep up with. But I do think that the WSIS framework still provides the right elements to have this discussion. I would also say cybersecurity, it was definitely there back in 2003, 2005, but also I don't think we could have predicted how widespread and how much cybersecurity would grow as a concern. I think it's year on year, 80% in terms of cyber attacks growth. That's kind of scary. So that's something we should think about and perhaps double down as we look at WSIS plus 20. The digital divide, many have mentioned. We've made great progress in narrowing the gap, but of course the third of humanity that is still not connected is a big concern, and we do have to keep in mind that we have covered the planet more or less in terms of 3G, 4G coverage, but we still have this challenge of getting the unconnected connected, and I think we have to certainly address that. I think it's also important when we look at challenges, to look back at the targets that we set and try to understand why we didn't meet them. Let's take connecting schools. We were actually supposed to connect every school on the planet by 2015. That didn't happen. So looking back at those targets, I think as we look to the future in the WSIS plus 20 process, as we look to the Global Digital Compact, and I recognize our two co-facilitators that are with us, we have to figure out why certain things didn't happen and dive deep on those pieces to try to find ways to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, cybersecurity is one of the most important problems we have, and with quantum, it could change in a few years again. So, Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you. I would agree. I think digital inclusion is of crucial importance and one of the great challenges that we face, because as more and more developing countries adopt the technology of the internet, firstly, we need to make the case that the governance structure that we have put in place is the best way of ensuring the effective development of the internet. But perhaps by demonstrating to them also the huge benefits which digital technology can bring to development. And perhaps one of the ways we can do that is by linking the action lines which were developed in the original WSIS process to the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and by illustrating things like, as you have just said, connectivity in primary schools, bringing the benefits to all pupils of connection, and at the same time through healthcare. So more and more can be done online through diagnosis and indeed treatment via online healthcare provision. So these are real benefits, and if we make sure that the development of our own principles mirrors that of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, then that is something that I think will ensure that the whole world benefits from this technology.
Thank you. So now let's go to the future and try to understand how can and should WSIS evolve to address the complexity and speed of AI and AI-related technology, as we mentioned before, for example, quantum for cybersecurity, or what's happening with the personalized AI that is even go ahead from generative AI. Yoon.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let me propose a kind of two ways of thinking about the AI and the AI-related technologies and probably the use. So the AI technology itself and the AI-related technology, those are the technologies to be kind of impacting for the future of our society very much, and we are expecting a lot of things, and your question include the complex AI technology. Yes, those technologies are pretty much complex, and difficult sometimes to understand how it works type of a thing, and what's going to be a requirement to the infrastructural technology to support the AI services. So in that sense, it's a really important, I think, for the process like WCSIS that about the transparency, openness, about the development of the technology. Because if technology is going to be a kind of a closed and kind of a black box, that's going to be a very dangerous situation. Therefore, in order to achieve that kind of openness and the transparency, then technological, international, global standard efforts going to be very important. That's about the technology, AI technology, and AI-related technology as well. And another thing is that about the use and the application of the AI. So when the AI is impacting their services on the society, then everybody started to talk about but this is AI, and then taking my job, or whatever the negative impact of the use of that technology, which is a very dangerous situation unless open and the multi-stakeholder discussion would be achieved. So in that sense, WCSIS is very important to address that kind of issue.
Maria Fernanda Garza, so which can be the new challenge and where to address WSIS in the complexity of our world?
WSIS is not a technology specific, nor it's limited to any one technology that was at top of mind then or might be top of mind now. Instead, WSIS set out a uniform vision and offer us a toolbox to cope with the challenges of technology, while giving everyone the opportunity to share in the enormous benefits it offers. It encouraged international cooperation, multi-stakeholder collaboration, as well as an open dialogue and exchange of views and best practices. While almost 20 years have passed since this toolbox was created, and new challenges have surfaced, the most important questions we should be asking ourselves is whether we have been using it effectively. The multi-stakeholder model is our most useful and versatile tool in this box. We also must approach solutions in a way that they don't fragment the policy space that we work in together. Rather than duplicating efforts or centralizing processes, we should be leverage existing resources and ensure that our approaches are compatible and interoperable with one another. To bring just one example, multi-stakeholders conversations on AI help the development of the OECD trustworthy AI principles. At the same time, the private sector continues to dedicate its expertise to develop responsible AI supported through standards built by the technical community, academic research, and grassroots efforts from civil society to ensure accountability and build capacity. And there are many more initiatives, whether national, intergovernmental, private sector-led, or multi-stakeholder-led. Bringing all of these pieces together is why WSIS created the IGF, to promote interoperability across of different approaches and areas, allowing them to come together and enhance and inform one another.
Thank you. Mr. Sigbjørn Gelsvik.
Thank you so much. Emerging technologies such as AI will solve problems better and allow us to solve problems in entirely new ways. At the same time, AI brings significant challenges and ethical dilemmas that we must take seriously. WSIS has already engaged in dialogues and workshops to manage artificial intelligence. WSIS should further incorporate AI and AI-related topics into the WSIS agenda. The human-centric focus from WSIS will be an important addition to the current international debates on AI. As WSIS advocates that these technologies should amplify rights, not limit them. The importance of involving the multi-stakeholder aspects becomes more critical in discussing AI technology. Through the dynamic commitment between the WSIS Forum and the IGF, we can spread awareness, increase AI literacy and skills development, and understand its ethical and societal implementations. We also need greater involvement of technical experts and researchers. As AI continues to shape the digital landscape, their experience can provide valuable insights and guidance.
Thank you. Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin. So you said very well what's the past. So what have we looked for in the future?
Thank you. As I mentioned before, I do think that WSIS was ahead of its time. And I think that framework is still very, very valid, and we can draw from it. You know, I think when we look back, some of those core elements that we're discussing today in the context of AI, things like ethics that's built into to the WSIS framework, security, of course, C5, for those of you that follow the action lines, misinformation, that was also there, and also important things like enabling frameworks, capacity development. And I think we have to build on those elements as we look forward. Back in 2003, when world leaders adopted the Geneva outcomes, it did say very clearly that the outcome was going to be evolving, that the WSIS process, WSIS was going to be an evolving platform. And so I think it's important that we maintain the inclusive nature, that we continue to build on this robust multi-stakeholder process. I think that's fundamental. And something that we have done for next year is actually take our WSIS forum that we do together with UNDP, UNCTAD, UNESCO, and other UN partners, and we have intentionally placed it back to back with our AI for Good Summit, which brings together some 40 UN agencies. And bringing those two audiences together, I think will also help us as we look forward to the WSIS Plus 20 process that will conclude in 2025. And of course, the events next year will take place prior to the Summit of the Futures, the Global Digital Compact, which we think can also help be a springboard as we look forward to 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. So the IGF is one of the major outcomes of WSIS. What do you see as its role and special value within the WSIS framework? Mr. Sigbjørn Gjedvik.
Well, thank you again. The IGF has provided an appropriate platform for stakeholders from various sectors and regions to collaborate. The role of the IGF is a facilitator and a forum for important discussions for governments, civil society, the academic sector, the technical community, and the private sector. Its inclusive approach aligns with the WSIS principle of involving all stakeholders in shaping the digital future. The fundamental principles of WSIS include us promoting an open, inclusive, and human-centric information society. IGF helps translate these principles into practical discussions and actions. The IGF operates informally and does not produce binding decisions or regulations. This allows for more open discussions and knowledge sharing without the constraints and complexity of formal negotiations.
Thank you. Maria Fernanda Garza, so which is, in your opinion, IGF role?
Thank you. As we all have been mentioning, the IGF is an invaluable in its ability to bring together all stakeholders, communities, to share their knowledge and expertise to ensure interoperable policy approaches that meet the diverse needs of everyone, everywhere. What truly distinguishes the IGF, it is its role as a convener. It acts as a nexus of all different communities, of the internet and the global digital economy, and it's a powerful attribute that sets it apart thanks to its unique bottom-up model. And as you know, I am also a member of the IGF leadership panel, and together with my colleagues in the panel, we believe that this unique power of the IGF should be harnessed for policy-making processes at the international level as a sounding board or in an advisory capacity. As members of the leadership panel, our commitment extends to ensuring the IGF is known and recognized across different policy-making spaces. Our role is to act as a bridge between those different policy-making bodies and lift the IGF outcomes to the highest levels of policy. As we look at front of the WSIS 20 review and the deliberations of the Global Digital Compact, we envision the IGF to become a forum to contribute substantially to the development of those processes and their outcomes, and also remains engaged in their follow-up.
Thank you. Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you. The IGF has played a central part in the development of the governance of the internet, and we think it essential that it should continue to play that role post-2025. I am a government minister, and therefore I obviously recognize that there is a role for governments to play in this, but equally we recognize that those who are responsible for the development of this technology, which is primarily business, have to have a voice too, as do the users, the beneficiaries of the internet, and they are represented by civil society. And it's for that reason that we see the drawing together of all three of these component parts in the overall development of the structure as being so important. And we also want to make sure that we continue to evolve all the other subsidiary parts. So that is the fora connected with national administrations, regional, and also very much to continue to hear the voice of youth. And I welcome the role played by the International Internet Youth Governance Forum. And it needs still to be inclusive as well, so that all the different stakeholders can come together and share their experience and talk about the challenges. So we remain a very strong supporter of the IGF concept, and we will continue to hope that it continues to play the role that it has developed so successfully in the coming years.
Thank you. Ms. Tripti Sinha.
Thank you. At the risk of sounding repetitive, I couldn't agree more with what has just been said. Inherent in the IGF is its commitment to multi-stakeholderism and bringing various and sundry opinions to the table. A solution typically breeds a good outcome when it is weighed in on by various multi-stakeholders, and that is indeed what the IGF provides, a forum for just about every segment of society to come together and produce a good outcome. Technologies are built for people, and they bring value to people, and you need to then wrap it within policies so that they perform and operate well for society. So the IGF provides that forum, and I would like to say that ICANN is very much committed to the IGF, and that our participation here shows that we are firmly behind it. And I'm not sure that there's any other way to evolve a technology that spans for this entire 8 billion human population that we have today. So indeed, I just concur and agree with what my colleagues have just said. And the future is young. The future is for today's youth. And as Sir John was just saying, I 100% agree with what your points on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yu Murai.
Okay, that's a very important question, like kind of value of the IGF and from WSIS discussion. And the year 2007 was when the smartphone was invented, right, onto the market. And then so when we imagine the kind of value of the internet and its environment, then without smartphone, after smartphone, that's a big difference, right? And so impact going to be different, and also the industries and the stakeholders to be involved on this process has been largely changed. Therefore, the principle, like kind of openness and the multi-stakeholder, those are very, very important, right? And then we discussed already about about 70% of the human being on the accessing the internet. But then what about the 30% more? I mean, in order to reach to truly everybody accessing the internet, and then that's a very much important principle about inclusiveness, right? Inclusion. Internet inclusion type of a discussion is going to be very important, but therefore the principle is important. And the last thing I want to address was when we started to discuss what's going to be a critical infrastructure of a human being, and then so it's like a water, it's like the oxygen, of course, and then the environment, other environmental issue, climate change. And those are then technology is providing a critical infrastructure to this society. And what about the internet? Internet is a computer network and storage and electricity. Those are basically the digital infrastructure of us today. And so those are getting to the because of the recent change, rapid change of the world environment and everything, but then the internet becoming very much a critical infrastructure for lifeline for all the human being. Therefore, those human rights discussion and the principle is going to be also having a very special value, especially today.
Ms. Chat Garcia Ramilo?
Yeah, what is there left to say about the value of the Internet Governance Forum? We're all here, we've experienced the IGF. What I want to say is that it works, and its mandate should be strengthened and renewed after 2025. I think that is important. But it's not only the global forum, there's a lot of other regional and national forums associated, the intersessional forums, mechanisms, etc. So it is actually quite sophisticated and really broad process. And we can participate at different levels. And I do think that the IGF has nurtured thinking and practice around the WSIS action lines. There's also the IGF dynamic coalitions. And in our experience in APC, we participated in many of these, from gender to community connectivity, net neutrality. And these have been important in our thinking because we talk to other stakeholders. And that really helps build trust, that helps us look at other perspectives, and in the end, be part of the decisions and the policy making. So I think that just bear witness about how important this forum has been. So let me just tell you then one story that relates to WSIS in 2003. So 20 years ago, at the negotiations of the Tunis agenda, the gender paragraph was in danger of being struck out. It was paragraph 23. I still remember this. A handful of us feminists campaigned to keep it in. We literally wore the paragraph on our backs, printed on our t-shirts. Now this gender commitment, paragraph 23 of the Tunis commitment, has morphed into a shared call for addressing gender across all WSIS action lines. In a sense, it's become like, IGF is a multi-stakeholder forum, it's important. Now everybody is calling for gender equality to be integrated across all the issues. Yesterday, here at the IGF, -1, we sat down with civil society, states, tech community, and UN agencies to adopt feminist principles for including gender in the Global Digital Compact. So this is, I think, this is how we're able to really make use of the space, to broaden the agenda and to really bring change. So again, the IGF works. So here at IGF in Kyoto, we are launching a campaign as a contribution. It's the IGF We Want campaign to highlight IGF's impressive track record as a central space for multi-stakeholder engagement. Please look at our website and just tell us what is it that we want in IGF. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doreen Bagdan-Martin.
Thank you. I think there's consensus up here on the importance of IGF and the need to strengthen it. So I don't want to repeat what previous speakers have said, but simply to say the ITU is a strong supporter of the IGF. We've been a partner since the very beginning. We look forward to continuing to support it. Chad, I'm glad you brought up the digital gender gap piece, because that's something when we talk about the online, that's a gap that just doesn't shrink. So we need to really, I think, zoom in here and in other fora on that digital gender gap. And maybe just to say, I was in New York for the General Assembly, and I heard in many different fora, people were quoting Madeleine Albright. And they kept using that quote about if the UN didn't exist, we would have to invent it. And I think you can certainly apply that here to the IGF. If the IGF didn't exist, we would have to create it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have some remarks from the floor. So I would ask to Mr. Stefan Knorr, State Secretary, Federal Ministry for Digital and Transport, Germany, to take the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, dear Mrs. Kafanga, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear IGF family. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to address this very important panel. And the good thing is, everything what I have heard before, I can fully support. And this is, I think, very, very important. And Doreen just said, if we do not have an IGF, we have to develop it, and indeed, we have the IGF. And as we approach the WSIS +20, I think it's time to recall the WSIS 20 years ago as a landmark event. As a landmark event where, for the first time, participants from different sectors, from the private sector, from academia, from the technical sector, and from the fourth was, I just forgot it, but you know it, come together and work together with 175 representatives from different nations on the internet governance. And I think this approach, it was the born of the multi-stakeholder approach, and this approach has indeed proven it worth. And we have to continue to work in this direction. And I can say and I can underline that the German government will support the multi-stakeholder approach also in the future. And we want to do everything that this approach is our approach for the future. We have indeed a lot of new challenges. In 2019, we had the privilege to hold the IGF in Berlin with over 5,000 participants. And we discussed in a very intensive way all the challenges that the internet has become in the past. And that we have indeed new challenges. Some was mentioned, artificial intelligence, for example, social media. We discuss about hate speech. We discuss about disinformation. Yes, we have new challenges, but the only possibility to handle these challenges and to find solutions can only be the multi-stakeholder approach, because we are all relevant in the internet. We all need the internet. All the different areas need the internet, and therefore, when we discuss new solutions, we have to discuss these solutions within the multi-stakeholder approach. To address the new challenges, we also fully support the Global Digital Compact by the UN. I think this could be a good possibility to see what are new challenges that we have to solve in the future. For us, it is important that we do not have parallel structures in the future. We have the IGF, and we do not need something else like the IGF. As I mentioned before, the IGF has proven its worth, and therefore we think that we have to continue working in the IGF, but we have to make the IGF, we have to strengthen the IGF to address all the challenges that we have in the future. So again, thank you very much for this very important panel here, and I hope that in the next days, the result of our discussions here could only be, yes, we support multi-stakeholder, and we want to continue this multi-stakeholder approach also in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schnorr. And now Mr. Pierce O'Donoghue, Director for the Future Networks.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel for those excellent interventions. And just as we look at the achievements in the past, we see the remarkable progress that has been made in harnessing the power of the internet and information and communication technologies. And that collaborative spirit that initiated the process from 2003 has seen stakeholders come together to bridge the digital divide, provide online freedoms, and leverage technology for social and economic development. And so the multi-stakeholder model, which has been at the center of the process, really is something that the EU has been a strong advocate for. And it has been critical to the development and addressing the challenges that we have seen. The fact is that while there have been great advances, we're still faced with problems of connectivity, digital inclusion, and technology for sustainable development. So, as well as the technology challenges, such as AI, as we've heard of, but many others, some of the fundamental problems aren't necessarily just labeled with a technological name. And as we continue with the process, we have to allow the model that has been put in place to adapt. You've seen already with Mr. Schnorr, representative of Germany, that there is great unity in the European Union, for example. So that in a world that knows no borders, we really need to have a united front. And so talking about the multi-stakeholder model, and again, a strong sense of unity by all those who are speaking here, we have to ensure that the dynamic system for involving all stakeholders in the running of the internet is preserved. That can only happen if the model itself is allowed to evolve and adapt to the changing technology problems, but also to address what are some of the global challenges that the GDC is seeking to address. So WSIS symbolizes our shared commitment to that, and the WSIS Plus 20 process allows us an opportunity for improvement, for more inclusive and even more effective multi-stakeholder involvement. And that includes the issue of gender equality, for example, and other non-discriminations as referred to. In fact, really mapping the multi-stakeholder model against the SDGs, which the multi-stakeholder model can actually provide a ready-made formula to address in a way that a purely governmental approach will certainly not be able to do so. So that is why during WSIS Plus 20, the European Commission, the European Union will be working with the multi-stakeholder community and the other institutions to improve the model in operational terms, to adapt to and to address the new challenges of rapidly developing technology. So if there is consensus here today, then let's all of us here work together in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Antonio Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary, UN Economic Commission for Africa. It's a video, so it can start.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to join you in this pivotal discussion and lend a voice on the critical challenges facing the World Summit on the Information Society process. The WSIS Plus 20 review presents an opportunity to reevaluate and reinvigorate the aim of a people-centered and multi-stakeholder approach to global digital transformation. As we come together to improve the working and impact of WSIS and salvage the SDGs, we must first and foremost acknowledge that we live in a world of digital divides, the global north and the global south. Let me highlight three concerns that Africa grapples with that must be addressed in the remaining of the WSIS process. First, I wish to raise the issue of digital infrastructure divides. Africa remains the least connected continent with only 40% of its population online compared to 89% in Europe. Gender and rural-urban divides persist. Lack of competition in the telecom sector results in exorbitant internet costs. Smartphones are prohibitively expensive for many, with costs exceeding 40% of the average monthly income. Moreover, African users pay over 3 times the global average for mobile data. Second, we need to acknowledge the existing policy divides in governing new technologies. New digital innovations like artificial intelligence, blockchain, and autonomous systems offer shared prosperity, but are predominantly controlled by non-African entities. Furthermore, these technologies lack adequate regulatory frameworks, and governments often lack the resources to support safe and equitable digital transformation. Lastly, we face a talent and capacity divide. Talent development is crucial for Africa's technological advancement, yet only 20% of African schools have internet access. Additionally, access to higher education is significantly limited, with African children having only a 6 to 8% chance of going to college, compared to 80% in more developed countries. With Africa's youth population projected to reach 42% of the world's youth by 2030, addressing this digital divide is urgent. To create an inclusive digital future, several steps are imperative. We must foster competition and digital literacy. We must implement policies and frameworks that promote competition, attract ICT infrastructure investments, enhance digital literacy and skills, and empower marginalized communities to leverage ICT resources. In addition, we need to harmonize global and regional regulations. We must dismantle connectivity barriers by harmonizing global and regional regulations, focusing on areas like taxation, consumer protection, cybersecurity, and data standards. Collaboration has seen in initiatives like Africa's single digital market under the African Union is key to overcoming siloed approaches. Third, we have to champion local content and services as a means of inclusivity. It is important that we encourage development of locally relevant applications, services, and content, aligning with WSIS principles. Lastly, WSIS Plus 20 offers a pivotal moment to reshape an inclusive digital future founded on strengthened stakeholder engagement and coordination. This is in line with Secretary General's proposal for a Digital Global Compact. By coming together, we can build a more equitable digital landscape for Africa and the world. I wish you a fruitful discussions and look forward to receiving the outcomes of your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we heard Mr. Pedro asking for local relevant application according to WSIS principles. And I ask you the last remark, 2 minutes, as final message. Mr. Dream.
I would say I think multi-stakeholderism is key. Driving forward inclusive consultative processes are fundamental. And of course, our goal is to leave no one behind, which for us means leave no one offline. And perhaps just picking up, Pierce, on your points about the SDGs, those interlinkages, sometimes we think of the WSIS as sort of the foundation for the SDGs, and we've just launched something, a report that demonstrates if you leverage digital technologies, you can actually accelerate progress on almost all SDG targets. And so those interlinkages should not be overlooked, and it just means we have a lot of work to do, and we can do it, and I think it will provide much hope for achieving the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you. So I wasn't present in 2003 at the first WSIS formation. However, I was at the UN in New York in 2015 when I was able to speak on behalf of the UK then, and I'm pleased to say that remarks I made then still, I think, hold true today. In particular, we see the IGF as being the right forum to be maintained as an open and inclusive process at the heart of the development of internet governance. And I agree with my German colleague that we need to focus on the IGF for that purpose and not allow it to be duplicated elsewhere. But also, I welcomed then the recognition of the importance of human rights and fundamental freedoms at the heart of all aspects of development of the internet, including the governance structure. And I think that also remains as true today, particularly as we confront some of the challenges that we've been discussing, like artificial intelligence, like cybersecurity, like cybercrime, like disinformation, like hate speech. Human rights and fundamental freedoms are of paramount importance, and it remains the case that we must respect them equally online as much as we do offline.
Thank you. Mr. Yu Murai.
Okay, thank you. The infrastructure technology of the internet has been changed a lot and is still changing. And it's started from the terrestrial infrastructure and going on to the space infrastructure, which is like a low Earth orbit and everything to provide the internet on the surface of the planet. But now we started to discuss about how the internet can connect the moon and Mars type of thing as well. And so infrastructure technology evolved very rapidly. And also the application technology, like the social media, the cloud services, and the smart cities, and the artificial intelligence today is going to be, kind of also providing a very, very strong and evolving impact to the society. Therefore, the IGF and with this process to open up for the newly coming, the stakeholder, inviting them, and then providing the open discussion place is going to be very important.
Thank you, Ms. Tripti Sinha.
Thank you. I would say today's discussion illustrates a pivotal truth. The multi-stakeholder model is crucial for sculpting our inclusive digital future and for bridging the digital divide and empowering the entire world. ICANN is part of this collaborative multi-stakeholder governance models and in coordinating one aspect of the internet, the underpinnings of the technical infrastructure of the internet. And we are amongst the strongest supporters of the IGF. I would say going forward, let's ensure that we preserve principles, and I would say those principles are inclusion, and to ensure that the internet is used as an agency for change, for good, for empowerment and equity in access. I would also like to say that as the global community reconvenes in WSIS Plus 20, let us reaffirm the wisdom and decisions of the past, which have proven to be very successful in these last 20 years. And we must uphold this model because it is adaptable, it is inclusive, and it's a very effective approach to internet governance. And so as we navigate the future in our collective conversations today, and our endeavors must see a vision of the internet that symbolizes this equity and equality and inclusivity and empowerment. And as a technologist, I would like to leave you with one note. We've talked a lot about AI, but our digital experience, we talked about how it changed in the last 20 years. It is about to get even more fun in the next 20 years. We haven't even begun to realize how AI is going to impact us. It will change our world. And there's another technology that we haven't talked about, which is quantum technologies, quantum computers, quantum sensors, and the quantum internet. It is yet another change that will impact us quite soon. It's on the precipice, on the brink of innovation. And all these innovations have been brought about by an open internet. So it's served as an innovation platform. Let's ensure that we protect this. And as Dr. Murai just said, let's not ignore space, because there's some exciting stuff going on there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Fernanda Garza.
An interoperable ICT ecosystem is crucial to offer truly meaningful connectivity that also includes access to services and relevant content available in local languages and the skills and capability to transform information into actionable knowledge. Governments alone cannot meet the investment needed to implement these challenges of expanding meaningful connectivity. So the private sector has been a pioneer and a partner in bridging this gap from the beginning, and to continue and upscale business investments and enable policy environment is fundamental. And this for the IGF, it is the right place to create this framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sigbjørn Gjelsbyr.
Well, thank you so much. And WSIS Plus 20 is an opportunity to reflect on the digital area's achievements, challenges, and evolving needs. It's a moment to re-evaluate and set new goals for a more inclusive and equitable digital future. While Norway endorses existing structures, we acknowledge the need for continuous improvement and dialogue to address our concerns. The challenges and opportunities before us are more complex and far-reaching than ever before. To navigate this uncharted terrain, we must accelerate the multi-stakeholder process. This means embracing inclusivity in its truest form. We must extend our invitation to those voices yet to be heard, such as startup with bold ideas, the youth who are digital natives, the local leaders who understand the unique needs of their communities, and the experts in different fields. Together, they will guide us toward the internet we want. Moreover, we must renew our commitment to ethics and accountability. As AI and other technologies reshape our society, we must ensure that our multi-stakeholder collaboration uphold the highest ethical standards, safeguarding the human rights, privacy, and security. As we envision WSIS beyond 2025, we must anticipate emerging technologies and prioritize sustainability. Let us commit to reducing the environmental footprint of our digital endeavors, working towards a greener, more responsible digital future. The IGF role in WSIS Plus 20 and beyond is to facilitate open, inclusive, and informed discussions on the internet governance challenges and opportunities. Norway wishes to contribute to keeping and developing the IGF as a vital and inclusive format and a meeting place for all stakeholders. That is why Norway, earlier this year, announced our bid to host the IGF in 2025. And thank you.
Thank you. Grazie, Milo.
That's good to hear. And I guess only two things for myself. The robust, if the multi-stakeholder engagement for WSIS Plus 20 is to be robust, I think, and so that it matches the energy and hope generated 20 years ago, we do need meaningful engagement. We in civil society are ready. We are willing, but this willingness, it's not only about willingness, but it needs to be backed up with support. And I do think that this multi-stakeholder engagement, so to be able to really, for the review specifically, it needs political will and accompanying resources. There are many different, as we all know, there are many different governance structures and processes happening. It's very difficult to follow all of these. So our expectation as well is that these different processes connect with each other. It's really important. It's not a zero-sum game. There is space for different processes, but they need to be connected. We need to make real sense of them. I think Doreen was saying, specifically, the action lines connect to the SDGs. The Global Digital Compact and the Summit of the Future need to connect to what is being discussed here. Otherwise, there's a fear of fragmentation of governance. And I think that's not what we want. What we want is connected internet governance, digital governance, where we can then meaningfully engage. And again, I would like to say that it does need political will and it does need to be backed up with resources. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists. So we heard that WSIS anticipates a lot of, with his multi-stakeholder approach, anticipate a lot of what we have seen become the problems of the internet world and the internet governance. And if the shift was from thinking humans and other entities and connected entities separated, we see that if the challenge is to put the relationship in the center, WSIS and IGF, according to what they said, is a framework that did it, and did it also before the complex situational world we are affording now. So I would ask you to join me to thank all our panelists and invite them to go to the stage there to have a photo together.
supposed to be No, I know. It's hectic, that's it. So, the minister will be at the gala, there's a VIP room. Oh, you won't be there for Vice President? Oh, right, we have a real VIP. I've been there the last few times. I've been snuck.
and turn around. Okay, I see. And that will be working? Yes. Lo viras y ya. Y cuando termine lo viras.
Thankfully, I've got other panelists.
wurde schon, ist es alles
Vielleicht beim IGF.
Ja, IGF aber auch nicht, was
In Genf, ja.
Ja.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the fourth high-level session that is themed at Access and Innovation for Revitalizing the SDGs. We are more than pleased to be having you all here back again. I am Shivani Thapa-Basneth, a journalist, a news editor with Nepal Television. So I'm basically based in Kathmandu and do get opportunities like this to be a part of the assembly of minds like this, and it indeed is a matter of great privilege. So we're now getting the stage set, and please welcome my set of distinguished panelists who will be joining us here at the high-level session fourth. It's with much pleasure we welcome all our panelists as they take on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is requesting all our panelists to kindly be seated. Your nameplates have been put up on the tables next to your seats. So it wouldn't take, it would take less than a minute to find your places. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to see you all here. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Right. Thank you. So pleased to see you back here again. Okay, so let's get to business right away. As I've been saying, this is the fourth high-level session here at the 18th IGF, and it is themed at Access and Innovation for Revitalizing the SDGs. Now, SDGs have, as we all know, very, very central to bringing the entire globe and the stakeholder communities to create a synergy so as to create a synergy amongst all the actions, inputs, efforts towards creating, attaining the developmental goals, and that also in an equitable and inclusive manner. We have had, I think, talked much about this even in the preceding sessions, wherein we did talk about the SDGs, about how, what is the status of some of the SDGs or majority of the SDGs, and how far we are and how much we need to add impetus in order to meet up to the pace among all these stakeholders to reach the goals that we have set for us. Inequality, as stated by the major panelists in all these sessions that preceded in the morning, ladies and gentlemen, you all could see that their reflection was pretty much univocal, and they were in consensus to state that inequality, and then there are other newer challenges like climate change that are emerging in front of us, in addition to our traditional problems that have posed a lot of challenges and threats, even for us to keep that pace and to reach the SDGs that we have set for ourselves. So unequal access to opportunities and basic service, as we all know, such as education and healthcare, these obstruct the path of these are obstructing the path of sustainable development. Now, leveraging digital solutions can bridge historically persisting gaps, as well as help us, as I said earlier, help us through innovative technologies and innovative solutions, curtail and prevent newer challenges like climate change and so forth. And applying digital technologies to secure their maximum benefit entails a specific commitment to integrating rights at every milestones of SDGs. Equality and non-discrimination are central, as we all know, to the goals, especially to the sustainable, as we all know, sustainable development relies on a strong rights regime that promotes peaceful and inclusive societies and ensures public access to information and freedom of expression. Now, the synergy between access and innovation is not merely aspirational. It's a pragmatic strategy for revitalizing the SDGs, and digital technology supported by effective policy can address multiple challenges. This would be the food for deliberation in course of this 1 hour plus long session with our host of panelists. Allow me to introduce our distinguished panelist for the session, beginning with His Excellency Mr. Junhua Lee, the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Welfare Affairs. Welcome to the panel, sir. Likewise, we are pleased to have Ms. Caroline Edstalder, the Honorable Federal Minister for European Union and Constitution, Austria. Warm welcome to you to the panel. Equally pleased we are to be welcoming Mr. Shilzi Marlawa, Rector, United Nations University. In fact, we are very, very much pleased to have Ms. Nanako Ishido, Professor, Keio University Graduate School of Media Design. It's a pleasure to have Mr. Muhammad Sharif, the Honorable Minister of State for Environment, Climate and Technology, the Maldives. Welcome to the panel, sir. We are very, very much pleased to have Mr. Masanori Kondo, the Secretary General, Asia Pacific Telecommunity. Also, we are pleased to have Ms. Liz Fur, the Director General, European Telecommunications Networks Operators Association, ETNO. And last but not the least, we have with us Mr. Kozo Boyke, the Vice President, Public Policy Africa, Middle East and Turkey from Meta. Very, very warm welcome to all our distinguished panelists. Now, without further ado, let us quickly dive into the questions we've set for the day. I would put forth a host of questions relating to the theme and would come to you turn-wise. First and foremost, let's begin with the UN Under-Secretary General himself. What do you think are some current global examples of leveraging digital solutions for the achievement of the specific SDGs?
Well, thank you, moderator. Good afternoon. It's good to be with you this afternoon for this very outstanding issue. I'm so glad to hear from you. Digital is linked to the attainment of the SDG in almost all the aspects. From us, from the UN Secretariat, we certainly believe digitalization offers a very unique opportunities in many areas, and is the key to achieving the SDGs. For instance, digital solutions can improve the financial inclusion, increase the effectiveness of the public services, and also accelerate climate action, education, and the hunger and the poverty eradication. To us, a digital solution is more than just a technology or infrastructure. It is about tackling complex human challenges and to achieve the sustainable development. Digital solutions should be guided by priorities and the principles contained in 2030 Development Agenda, as well as the pressing needs for developing countries, because we know when we implemented our SDG goals and all the 2030 agenda, now we don't have any satisfactory data to indicate that we achieved enormously. Actually, on contrary, we left it far behind. Almost all the SDG targets are off track. Only 15% are on the track. So last month, the world leaders gathered in New York adopted the political declaration by consensus. They recommitted themselves to take bolder action to bridge the gaps, bridge the divides, including to spread the benefits of the digitalization and expand the participation of all countries, especially developing countries. So that is why that I absolutely convinced that we need to embrace and harness the digitalization. Thank you.
Right, so thank you so much for vouching for technology or digital sector as a tool to speed up the needed approaches or energy for reaching the SDGs, sir. Moving to Ms. Caroline Edstalder, the Federal Minister for European Union and Constitution, Austria, what would be your thoughts to this particular questions?
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. I think this high-level panel is really a very important one, and I'm also responsible as a federal minister for coordinating the SDGs and implementing them in Austria. So we are currently preparing the second review, and we will present it in July in New York. Well, I think we find ourselves in a watershed moment, and if I'm talking about we, then I mean the whole international community. We have artificial intelligence in all of our hands. Everyone is using it. We use it in so many fields, and I think that these emerging technologies will be the key drivers in so many fields. Turning to one of my focus topics, the human rights side of view, I would see that we can easily use it in a better way to have the necessary skills to use it also to gather information, to organize gatherings and discussing things. And I would say this would help a lot to express and exchange opinions and thoughts freely, to gather informations and organize peaceful assemblies. So we find ourselves also in a world where nearly everything is different than we thought only a few months ago, and these days and these hours we get also horrifying infos from Israel. So I would say that these new technologies should be used in the best way also to get the knowledge and the information regarding human rights and democracy, to really install the rule of law everywhere and make the world a better one, and this is really needed at that moment.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Let's move to Maldives, a nation which is in the forefront of bearing the brunt of the consequences of climate change. What are your say on this? If you could share your perspectives on some current global examples of leveraging digital solutions for the achievement of SDGs.
Thank you. Let me start by thanking the IGF Secretariat and UNDESA for inviting us and letting us have a say here. When we look at global examples, right, global examples of how digital can be utilized in achieving the SDGs, we have SDG 1 and 2, like, talking about no hunger and talking about zero poverty. If you look at the statistics, over 2 billion people still do not have a bank account. So but we already know from practice that access to digital financial service is a wonderful method to lift people out of poverty. So there are global initiatives who are working on this. If you look at hunger, for example, smart agriculture, this is where emerging tech comes to play. Technologies like artificial intelligence, cloud computing, sensors, drones, blockchain can be utilized and already are being put to use in smart agriculture, vertical farming, so that we can tackle SDG 2. If you look at SDG 9, for example, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, efficient and affordable ICT infrastructure and services will help countries like ours, right, engage in the digital economy and boost our global competitiveness. And this is happening. This is happening not just in the developed world, this is happening in the developing as well as the least developed world, that we are investing in digital to do this. In the Maldives, if you take the example of the Maldives, over the last year and a half, we've been actually focused on upgrading our digital identity systems. Right? Public digital infrastructure is one of the key technologies we need to look at when we want to expedite the delivery of SDGs. As the UNSG has pointed out, we are behind. It looks like we will miss our target for the people, planet, and prosperity. So prioritizing public digital infrastructure like digital identity can help tackle things like SDG 1, poverty, SDG 2, hunger, and also things like gender equality. So if you look at SDG 16, particularly 16.9, there is a provision to provide legal identity for everyone by 2030. I think if we can do that and concentrate on other public digital other public digital infrastructure, like digital finance, like digital agriculture, we can definitely expedite the pace at which we are achieving the SDGs today. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let me turn to the experts from the policy leaders now. Just a reminder, in case you are not aware of it, we have a timer on these screens, so your time ends before the color of the timing changes. So this is just drawing your attention. Thank you so much for your kind understanding. So moving to the pool of experts now on the very question, let us begin with Ms. Lees Fur, the Director General of European Telecommunications Networks Operators Association.
Well, for us, digital is an interesting concept when we think about the SDGs. There is no specific SDG about digital development or digital governance. And if you look at it with the lens of 2023, we see digital technologies and AI assume even a greater role in all part of our lives. So digital solutions actually pervade many of the SDGs in some way, mostly in relation to harnessing of high quality connectivity to make the world a better place, or the uptake of vital skills. So this year, the UN's SDG reports highlight some of the places where digital can help us drive towards the SDGs, and places where digital shortcomings are holding us all back. So let's look at SDG number 4, that is quality education. This is of course linked to eliminating poverty, goal 1, decent work and economic growth, goal 8, and reduced inequalities, goal 10. Connectivity is fundamental, but if there is no access to devices, the networks remain unused. So connectivity and devices are a huge step forward. And indeed, billions of people today, of course, use the internet, but we also see skills are lacking, meaning that the full benefit cannot be realized. So when digital solutions are properly divided, connectivity, devices, and skills, digital is an extremely powerful tool for achieving these people-centered SDGs. And I would like to add that we're seeing digital solutions being used right across the economy and society, supporting in climate change mitigation, making industry and agriculture more sustainable, and making our cities not less harmful to the environment, but also not only less harmful to the environment, but also more livable. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us read from Meta's perspectives now. Can we hear your thoughts, Ms. Kuzuo-Boake?
Hi, thanks ever so much, and very, very pleased to be here, and thank the audience for their attention. A couple of things I've heard as my learned friends have spoken. One, from my friend from Etno about the fact that actually we can't rely on the fact that people having access to broadband networks. As the recent Broadband Commission report suggests, 95% of people are within range of a network. It doesn't mean that everybody has access to broadband, or indeed the technologies that offer so much promise in terms of AI. So I just wanted to kind of stress that point. 2.6 billion people still remain offline and won't have access to broadband or the innovative technologies that ride upon it. I'll probably provide a concrete example of the way in which tech could be used to achieve an SDG, or indeed all the SDGs. Meta has been working for more than 10 years using AI. Some of the biggest investments we've made using AI are in our connectivity work, and I spoke in a panel this morning about the many investments we've made in connectivity, so I won't belabor the point. But a positive externality of that work was our quick understanding that actually when it came to understanding where people were, population density, information was just scarce or poor. Even when we had census data, it didn't tell us where most people lived. It told us broadly where they were, but not where they lived. We took a step where we took some AI satellite imagery and applied that to the census data as well to produce some of the world's most sophisticated population density maps in collaboration with the University of Columbia University. We then open sourced that to the UN Humanitarian Data Exchange for more than 150 countries. Those maps are now used by everybody from the World Bank to particular governments and universities who are trying to drive the kind of impact we want to see on the Sustainable Development Goals. So this is just a shout out to AI in the first part, and actually positive externalities that come from trying to achieve some business goals at the same time. And also a shout out basically because of what I've heard, I'm just 10 seconds over, you moderator, from what I heard from New York, that there is so much opportunity and risk, we understand the risk, but so much opportunity offered by AI that we are at an inflection point where we need to take that opportunity. And I'm very, very keen to have a discussion about all of that now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this profound sharing and your special emphasis on the positive sides. To Ms. Nanako Ishido, the professor at Keio University Graduate School of Media Design.
Hi, thank you, moderator. And first of all, welcome everyone to Japan and welcome to Kyoto. I'd like to introduce Japan's Giga School initiative as a digital solution towards achieving the SDGs Goal 4, which aimed to provide quality education for all. Before the outbreak of COVID-19, Japan was somewhat behind in integrating digital technology into school education. We were, in fact, ranked last among OECD countries in terms of both infrastructure development and effective utilization of digital technologies. However, the pandemic triggered a significant change. Japan distributed the digital device to every elementary and middle school student nationwide. This marked a major step towards addressing education disparities and bridging digital divide. We commenced this initiative in 2020, and from what I hear, it's been going pretty smoothly with no significant setbacks. I believe this could serve as a valuable example globally to ensure that everyone has digital literacy and to eliminate digital divide. It is crucial to provide equal access to digital learning environment with our educational institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your very warm words. And of course, even personally, I believe Japan is such a best-suited hub for a forum like IGF because personally, I believe so, and I'm sure many of you do agree with me that there is so much to learn for many of us, especially the curious minds and the aspiring hearts from the journey of Japan and from the achievements that Japan has achieved so far. Thank you to IGF Secretariat and to the host country representing the panel. Let's move on and let's yes, as we are focusing on Asia again, and the Asia-Pacific community must have a lot to share with us based on their experience and their observation. Moving to Mr. Masanori Kondo, the Secretary General of Asia-Pacific Community. So what are the technical, regulatory, policy, and other challenges in promoting and implementing digital solutions for revitalizing the SDGs and achieving the Agenda 2030?
Okay, thank you, moderator. And first of all, I would like to express my appreciation to the IGF Secretariat for inviting me for this very important session, as well as the host country, Japan, for its hospitality. Then, with regard to the question, what are the challenges in promoting and implementing digital solution, keeping in mind that the theme of this session is accessibility. Of course, accessibility, especially affordable accessibility, is very important. And in this aspect, I think both technology and policies continue to be updated. But based on my experience in the organization, I would like to share one thing here today. So on site, people don't introduce digital solutions, not because they cannot use it, but because they don't think it is necessary. So people have their own daily life and business, and they are too busy to dare introduce new things that requires time and effort to learn to use. So then it is necessary to promote innovation, including innovative idea, that makes things attractive enough to move from status quo to new challenges. So, but at the same time, innovation doesn't come from a survey or questionnaires for potential users. So we need to keep in mind that it is important to have entrepreneurship spirit in the supply side who try to promote digital solutions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ishido. Mr. Kondo, I beg your pardon. Coming to Ms. Caroline Edstel, as a policy leader, what are your thoughts about this?
Well, I think that we have to do especially one thing. We have to connect the unconnected, and we have to reconnect the disconnected, because there is also a big danger in artificial intelligence and all the new technologies, because we risk that there is a reinforcing of existing social and economic inequalities. And it was already mentioned on this panel also, we saw that it is needed to have all these technologies to stay connected, especially during COVID-19. It was something where we saw firsthand how important this technology is. Then we saw a boost of getting these new technologies to universities, to schools, to even elder people who used it to get in touch with their, I don't know, grandsons and granddaughters, and it became normal. But now we really have to see that we get it in all the fields of the SDGs also. And also, as Lisa already mentioned, maybe we need SDGs for the internet, especially to do so and to be really on the right side. It was mentioned it is important for SDG 4 and SDG 8, access to education and employment. You have a lot of chances lying in these fields, but also SDG 3, as it was mentioned by you, Lisa. I think it's really important, especially in times where we have a lack of trained people in nearly all the fields of our lives, and this could really help us to facilitate these things, but the precondition is to connect all the unconnected people and to see it not only from the perspective of the Western world, but also from the global South. And I think this is a big challenge. We only can do it if we strengthen our forces together.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Moving to the academia, Mr. Chilzi Marwala. You've heard from the policy leaders, you've heard from experts. What is your observation on the challenges facing the digital solutions for revitalizing SDGs?
No, thank you very much for the invitation. I think there are actually two main challenges. The first one is governance. And of course, in governance, the principles are actually quite simple. We should maximize the good use of AI and minimize the bad use of AI. And what are some of these good uses? We have talked about agriculture, which deals with SDG 1 and 2, health, education, and governance. The second one is access. And access here, means access to data. I used to be director of the University of Johannesburg. And during COVID, and when we sent people home, it was clear that not everybody has access to data. And we had to go and buy data packs for students, which was quite expensive for more than 50,000 students. And the second one is access to technology. And maybe just back on the data, today we talked about data flow between countries and so on and so forth, and the security around, the governance around that, which we should not forget. Then the second one is technology. Whether it is devices, if I were to go back to my experience in Johannesburg, procuring 26,000 devices within basically weeks is not actually quite easy. So we need to ensure that we are able to train countries to be able to, especially small countries, to work together with other countries so that they can have economies of scale when they are buying these technologies. I see my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marwala. I'd want to stay with you with my other question. We, in a way, agree that SDGs are very, very much critical in promoting prosperity, equality, and also the emerging, the newer problems, right? There is a consensus among all. If you could shed light on which SDGs are lagging behind in terms of unlocking the value of digital solutions.
Well, I mean, maybe just in general, we are lagging behind in almost all SDGs. Only 15% of SDGs we are actually of the goals, the indicators. We are lagging. We have actually met our goals. About 50% of them we are off track, and the rest we are worse than we were before. So we are lagging quite behind. Now, if I were to answer your question specifically on unlocking digital opportunities, it is quite clear that education is at the forefront of that. And education here varies from the specialist education to just digital literacy. Digital literacy is actually becoming a human rights issue. My mother, who receives an old age pension in South Africa, is supposed to be able to use these devices, and I have taught her how to use these devices, is to collect this her pension rather than go and queue for hours. So education is quite important across the board. And the second thing is infrastructure. We need infrastructure to be able to use these technologies. And then the third thing is data. Again, the issue of data. They say data is the new oil. I don't like the word oil. I hope data is going to be a much, much better form of oil in terms of renewability. But those are some of the things that we need to do in order to unlock. And of course, the issues of IP, access to IPs becomes very important. There's a certain level of minimum IP that is required for us to be able to deal with issues of climate change, and therefore it is important that that technology is unlocked, and then we will be able to deal with climate change. Thank you.
Certainly, as you said, from a tool to an element of human right, the change or the shift has been so quick that now we are reeling with the challenge of having to match pace and put things in order. So on this pretext, may I turn to Ms. Liz for the Director General of European Telecommunications Network Operators Association on this very question.
Well, yes, and let me start with being frank. I might be biased, but this is supported by also some very frank facts. The world is not on track to achieve gender equality by 2030. The UN SDG report finds that at current rate, it will take 140 years to achieve equal representation leadership in the workplace. 140. But also states that only 22 of the researchers in cutting-edge fields like AI and others are women. So we lack women also in research. Women are still only 40% of graduates in computer science and informatics. So let me say that SDG 5 is lagging behind. We need more women in leadership. We need more women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So this is due to the fact that if you don't include women, we don't unlock the full value of digital solutions. So if we don't have women, we cannot reduce bias in, for example, training data for machine learning models. But there are, of course, digital solutions which in turn can help achieve equality. So the UN finds that owning a mobile phone is a vital tool for connecting women to other people and giving them crucial access to information and education. But the gap remains far too high still. Also, if we look at other SDGs, such as industry, innovation, and infrastructure, SDG 9, I think it has been mentioned here, and it is crucial. We find that while 95% of the world has at least 3G mobile broadband access, connecting the final stretch is extremely difficult. And there, again, connectivity is only part of the puzzle. I think it needs to be followed with skills. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being so precise. Over to the Honorable Minister of State of the Maldives. What's your take on this?
Thank you. I think it's clear from the answers given by the two panelists before that we are definitely behind. In fact, 30% of the SDG targets have either stalled or gone in reverse. So now, which SDG or which technology is failing which SDG, or is technology failing these SDGs? I think that's a complex question. But what is actually quite interesting to note, I think the answer's already been given, so I would like to kind of present an alternative phrasing of it. I think the important thing is to make sure nobody is left behind. So if you look at the Maldives, for example, we've got over 15% of our population who still don't use internet. Over 7% of the population still don't have a smartphone. Right, so I think we've got the foundation, we've got to get the foundations, and I think we've heard about those foundations. Making sure we have digital literacy, making sure SDG 5, we've got to get the other half of the population in play, otherwise we are never going to get to reach our targets that we set for ourselves for 2030. Only if half of the population works, that's not going to work. We're never going to be able to achieve the targets we set for ourselves. So we know that. So we're going to have to concentrate on the vulnerable populations. So we have to actually look at digital inclusion. We have to look at digital accessibility to make sure that all SDGs are supported by the new technologies. As much as we like to talk about AI, blockchain, Earth monitoring stations, well, I'm from the Maldives, so for us important. Digital technologies have to start from the people, and how do we get them on board? How, for example, in the Maldives, we make sure that the rest of the 15% are in the digital world, and the rest of the 7% have access to smartphones that can unlock those possibilities for smart health, smart agriculture, smart fisheries, protection of and adapting to extreme weather that we face. So ultimately, it's about stakeholders working together to kind of build those foundations at the grassroots level, making sure that our civil society is also part of the solution, and the government and the industry works together. It is extremely nice to have the big platform up here as well with the government and academia. Everyone needs to work together on this. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Over to Mr. Kojoborke. What are your impressions on this?
I'll be quick. Actually, I'm going to make a quick correction, because I know when I climb down, someone's going to correct me on this, is that there is a part of the SDGs that speaks to universal internet access. Anyone that drills down and who was around in 2014-15 knows that 9C speaks to the need to connect people in the least developed countries, like universal connectivity. So it does speak to it. And I think in their wisdom, the people who wrote the SDGs and finalized them assumed that ICT would be mainstreamed within. Like my colleagues, I'm not completely or too optimistic about our ability to achieve it at this time unless we make those bold steps. So I'm not going to go through each of the SDGs that we are failing to get to or look like we're going to fail to get to, in part because of their interconnectedness. They're all dependent on each other. You can't remove or decrease poverty and the impacts of poverty if the environment isn't right. There's an interconnection between them. One of the things I feel we are doing well on, and it may be an echo chamber that I'm in, so I have to be careful, is this idea around partnership. So I know goal 17 is around partnership for sustainability, but I believe partnership towards all SDG goals has been particularly important. And I say that in part because of Meta's partnership. So Meta has developed, as I told you, these population density maps, as well as other AI-driven solutions that we think can have an impact on the SDGs. As part of that, there's a partnership with more than 700 institutions. I mentioned some before, whether it's the World Bank, International Organization of Migration, UNHCR, as well as many other academic institutions. And what we've seen, this is why I'm infused by it, what we've seen is an impact on, for example, health immunization programs in Malawi, clean water and sanitization. The people know the goals, so I won't mention those. Goal 6, clean water and sanitization in Rwanda and Zambia, electrification maps in places like Benin and Somalia, and much, much more. So for that reason, yes, we are far away, but as we all know in this, and I have to be careful again about the echo chamber, ICTs can have a profound impact on our efforts to achieve them if we release their potential impact.
Thank you for this profound sharing. Coming to the Under-Secretary General himself, you've been quite upfront in admitting that the SDGs, majority of the SDGs have been off track, and that has certainly been aided by the facts and figures. So what would be, how would you, which SDGs do you think are lagging behind in terms of unlocking the potentials of digital solutions?
Well, first of all, let me say that to UN, to all the member states, all 17 SDGs are equally important. Certainly, due to the various factors, now we have such a situation that is the sum of the SDGs or SDG targets left behind far more than others. For instance, like our panelists underlined, SDGs 4, education and women and the girls, and also poverty, poverty eradication. But let me just add one more example. That is the SDG 11s. That is about the sustainable city and the communities. And we now talked about the digitalization would have helped the local government to launch the smart cities. But we have to recognize that, yes, digitalization would help the cities with the more sustainable transportation management, and then also reducing energy consumption, managing wastewater. But however, many cities in developing countries, due to its limited infrastructure and the very limited resources, they even don't have an online presence. Based on a latest study conducted by my department, last year, 47 countries, in the 47 countries, the most popular city does not have such a facility, internet. So we can imagine, with those challenges, how can we talk about the digitalization or digital economy? And we talked about the attainment of the SDGs. We said that the SDGs should be the people-centered. But what is the essence to us? It's equality and inclusion.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, in this very pretext and from the reflections just shared by all our panelists as they talk or try to dissect the challenges, the prospects, potentials, disparity, and the inequalities, let me turn to Ms. Nanako Ishido. What do you think are the risks of applying digital innovations and solutions that need to be considered in terms of tackling global challenges? And how can these risks be mitigated?
Thank you. I think the fundamental risk here is the diversity in perspectives regarding digital technology uses. The pace of technological advancement is exceedingly rapid, especially generative AI, and there are varying opinions on how to interact with AI. And that was the major point of discussion during this year's D7 summit held in Japan. Also, there are global giant companies like Meta in this field, and the company with immense power that can surpass nations. I think it's clear that we have yet to establish international consensus on this matter. So everyone thinks differently, and simply deciding where to use AI for a particular purpose can lead to a different opinion, and that is a risk in itself. Let's take goal 16, peace, as an example. Digital technology can promote, it is unclear that digital technology can promote peace. In current conflict between some countries, the digital technology can extensively used. The technology has the power to assist people, yet it also has the potential to cause harm. Ultimately, the intention of human can be a risk factor, depending on how they use these tools. So to reduce these risks, it is important to have a discussion involving multiple stakeholders. And I believe with the right intention, we can guide digital technology in a positive direction. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And this gets me back again to Mr. Lee with this very question. So, here we're talking about the risks on applying digital innovations and solutions to the global challenges.
Yeah, if we say that we consider the application of the digital solution will bring enormous benefits, but certainly we have to think about the potential risks. A few observations from my own. First, that is inequality is a pressing concern. We all learned that a very striking figure, that's the 2.6 billion people are still unconnected. So if the majority in the developing world, or particularly in the LDCs, these the developed countries, remain unconnected, how we can assure them the benefits of digitalization could it also become their part of life. And second is digital literacy. Just now my fellow panelists have delivered on this very eloquently. I won't talk at any more on this. The third thing is environmental challenges. We know the digital brings the more the benefits, but at the same time, the digital infrastructure also contribute to increase the carbon emission. This is a very alarming tangent with this AI technology. So the crucial point is that how we can manage it, or we will adopt the sustainable practices in technology to mitigate the environmental damages. That's something, when we talk about the digital, we need to bear that in mind. So in promoting digital innovation for SDG challenges, it is imperative that we focus on solutions that directly address those challenges. At the same time, we need to focus more on the potential risks.
Couldn't have been understood better. Thank you, Your Excellency. Moving with the same question to Mr. Shilzi Marwala.
No, thank you very much. Without repeating what the good things that have been said by Professor Ishido and the Undersecretary General, I think we have a challenge of ethics. I think that is a big challenge that we need to be honest about. I will just to give you an example, the amount of environmental degradation that data centers leave on their wake is quite huge. Issues of e-waste. And of course, this is embedded in issues of ethics. Then the second one, in terms of privacy and cybersecurity, I think the two things that really worry me is the asymmetry of capabilities globally. And it's not just between the global south and the global north. It is even within the global north, where you see this asymmetry of capabilities. And therefore, we need global agreements. And this is one area which proves to be difficult to have global agreement. Even if you have global agreements, there's always, cyber warfare is a big threat that we really need to worry about. I think the issue of access is very important. And for me, when it comes to issues of access, I think the cost of technology, if we do not find the cost that ensure that there is equity in access to these technologies, then we are not going to be able to tackle global challenges. So, and also quite lastly, I think it's the issue of education. The fact that education is not evenly available to people across the board. Educating the lawmakers so that they can be able to craft rules, regulations, and laws that are going to focus on tackling global challenges. Of course, global and local challenges must be seen as one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We would now request Mr. Masanori Kondo to build on this.
Yes, thank you. In line with what previous speakers mentioned in terms of cybersecurity, I would like to provide another aspect from a different angle. So global challenges are global, and not a single project can tackle and solve the issue alone. So which means one way or another, we need to consider collecting and sharing data or information across different stakeholders domestically, regionally, or internationally. So in the future, as digital solutions evolve, data interoperability will be an issue. And in this context, we need to be mindful so-called digital patchwork vulnerability, which means vulnerability comes to the lowest level of security in the network. So I think we don't need a detailed specification or standardization, but it is not practical. But I think a concept of minimum requirement will facilitate our future work in order to collaborate each other.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Lees, for your impressions, please.
Yes, I mentioned before that while digital pervade many of the SDGs, there is, of course, no single digital SDG setting standards for the digital economy and society, how that should look like. But I think this is also one of the risks we have, because we throw around the term digital innovation without necessarily considering what underpins the terms. So connectivity does not necessarily lead to achieving the SDGs in itself or greater prosperity. I think digital solution must be based on an internet that is open, inclusive, safe and secure, and respecting human rights. So we might think that rolling out connectivity is of course, a very important part of the puzzle, but that must be coupled at all cost with an open internet where decisions are taken in a multi-stakeholder way. So this means governments, academia, private sector, civil society, and never, never, never forget the technical community, which defines the crucial standards for the way the open internet works. And while we're working on this in the IGF leadership panel together with my esteemed colleague, Mrs. Edstadler Caroline, we're also launching a process to reach out to hear from all of you how you see and how we should define the specific ways that the internet should work today. And I think this would be an essential step to drive digital innovation and solutions in the right direction for the future, making sure digital solutions and innovation work for all people. Thank you.
Thank you. And with this, I come to Honorable Muhammad Sharif for his insights on this.
Thank you. As a practitioner, some of the challenges that I face include the complexity of technology. Digital innovations that we are talking about here, be it AI, be it space technologies, are becoming increasingly complex. And there are many challenges that arise from this, including cybersecurity risks, including the risks associated with data privacy, and especially in the small island developing context, or in developing context as a whole, there is a huge lack of expertise when we try and do this at home. And of course, there's the financial risks. We often tend to throw money into the IT black hole. So there is the risk of overspending on innovations that may not provide, that may not actually get that doesn't have the benefits, while at the same time, what often happens is the opposite, that we do not fund enough the technologies that have true potential. And then, of course, there is the environment. So as we invest more and more in technology, we've got to think about e-waste, and that also has a financial implication to it. Then how do we go about resolving this? In the Maldives, we've established a dedicated team in the last couple of years so that we know resources are dedicated for this. We are working towards implementing robust security measures, integrating systems into a unified security architecture, making sure that we are in compliance with local but also international data privacy standards and regulations, and of course investing in people, training and development. And above all, I think something that struck to me just a couple of days ago during a cybersecurity seminar, someone pointed out to me that it is good to actually take up an entrepreneurial idea to this digital transformation in government, where we think like a startup. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I come to Honorable Caroline Edstalder.
Well, having heard all these smart interventions, some of them longer, some of them shorter, I could be very short in my answer. The risk is that we forget that we are human beings. And I won't stop here. Being human beings means that we need human rights, and we need a human rights-based approach. And this is, I think, in the heart of mitigating risks in connection with new technologies, and especially also artificial intelligence. If we do have this human rights-based approach, it contributes essentially to make sure that technological progress is inclusive and does not lead voluntarily or unintendedly to discrimination. There is also something I heard a few months ago. Someone told me that we human beings need, in average, 100 years to adopt to a new technology. And when it comes to the internet, then we are half time there. So about 50 years ago, Windsurf and others invented the internet. So it's really high time now to do something in regard of mitigating the risks and using all the chances coming out of these new technologies. I think there are three things we have to do. We have to keep the human oversight. We have to keep transparency and explainability, because if we are following these paths, then I think we really could do the best and use it the best way for all of us in all the fields of the SDGs and in all the fields of our societies.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Couldn't have said any better, especially as humanness has been a word that has been central to a debate as we advance forward into the age of AI. Thank you for this very, very important statement and the human quotient that you add to your say. Now, let me come to the penultimate question, if I may ask, if I may say. Let's turn to policy. Policy in this entire debate and in all these deliberations that have been running since the many, many decades, policy has been so central to all these debates, deliberations, and actions. The urgency at the moment as we sit here and discuss the issue that we've brought to the table is because we're running out of time to meet the goals that we set for ourselves. And then there are newer challenges emerging in front of us. And then we are also equally eager to reap or harness from the opportunities that we have in our way. So in this pretext, may I turn to Mr. Masanori Kondo first. So how can we generate more support for digital innovations and solutions to address the SDG challenges in policymaking?
Yeah, thank you. The simple answer is to demonstrate the importance of the project and ask the policymakers to support. But seriously, let's consider a question when and why you think you want to support. It may be because you are asked by someone, or you think that you need to, or you want to do. So when do you think you want to do? It may be when you see people in need with your own eyes. It may be because you are happy when you receive gratitude from others. It may be when you think you can change the situation. So whatever it is, you take an action when you understand necessity, its importance, and the fact that you can do it. So one of the ideas here I would like to share with you, this is my personal idea, is that we may consider to create a goodwill ambassador for digital SDGs who conducts digital enlightenment movement to educate policymakers and other stakeholders. Another idea is a digital policy hackathon among policymakers, tech experts, and innovators. I think you are usually on organizer's side of hackathon, but you have to be part of the hackathon as a player so that this kind of opportunity will help and facilitate to make things its own affairs. So with this mindset, I think people will tend to support those necessary projects and activities.
Thank you. Indeed, great to hear these inputs from you. Let's hear the experts' insight from Mr. Kojoboke on this.
Moderator, can you indulge me? Repeat the question for me. I know it's about how do we get policymakers to get behind tech, right, for the SDGs, but help me.
Right, I didn't quite get you, maybe because of the distance herein, but I'm sure that your expert views really count because we are the one in the field dealing with all the consequences.
So I was asking, do you mind repeating the question for me?
Okay,
so I can get it spot on?
I think we're reeling the same problem, the distance issue. Okay. All right, so the question was, how do we generate more support for digital innovations and solutions to address the SDG challenges in policymaking?
Thank you ever so much. I'm not sure we need much more support from policymakers. In part, my assertion stems from the fact that having traveled over the last few weeks to Accra, Lagos, Amman in Jordan, Egypt, and New York, and then come here, I feel like we have a groundwell of support, bigger than a groundwell of support for the use of tech. I agree with my friend from APT who suggests that actually what we need to do is demonstrate that tech even more. And I also agree with my professor here from Japan who spoke about the need to have consultation between government, academia, and private sector, including the biggest players, to determine how we're going to leverage this tech. The one thing I continue to stress, having had all these conversations over the last few weeks, is the need to recognize the opportunity in front of us and to not overplay the risks. And I say that because one of the conversations I had recently was with Professor Mustafa Cisse from the African School of Mathematics, or Sciences of Mathematics, who spoke about the fact that actually the kind of technologies that people seem to have such a fear of, AI, is very much at inception phase. I'm not an engineer, but I believe him. Very much at an early stage of development. It isn't going to be these big AI machines that take over. And also the fact that actually, as I speak to policymakers, and as Meta has with other companies, signed up to, for example, the US's voluntary commitments towards AI, and I speak to others in places like Saudi Arabia with their AI ethics and many other places who are developing these things, I do feel that many governments are trying to harness that opportunity, but put the guardrails in place. And I think that's the most important thing at this time, alongside the many examples that Meta and so many other companies, players, academics have to provide to those governments to prove that we need to take this opportunity.
Great, thank you, sir. Over to Ms. Nanako Ishido, what would be your say on this?
Yes, thank you. The benefit of using digital technology in policy making is to enable a wide range of actors, including stakeholders, citizens, to participate. In the short term, it is important to create an environment where a large number of citizens can participate in policy making. In the long term, enhancing digital literacy for everyone becomes crucial. It is also important to be proactive in using new technologies such as AI, blockchain, and so on. We are already using generative AI to come up with solutions to policy problems. And we are starting DAO, decentralized autonomous organization, to kickstart policy action. These efforts are already in progress and should be shared worldwide. And most important of all, as Mr. Kondo said, take action. The SDGs are goals. The important thing is to take action towards the goal. So it's about setting priorities, determining which goals are most important to each of us, to our respective countries, and translating these priorities into concrete action. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. The stress is on action here. And we wouldn't do justice without putting this question to Your Excellency, Mr. Junhwan Lee.
Well, thank you. That I fully agree with the previous panelists. The action actually will bring the difference. With regard to the enabling environment to digital innovation, it is very important to have the policy dimension there. How to do it? My answer is to maximize the participation of all stakeholders in developing a global framework on the digital innovation, in addition to the bilateral or national policies. How to do it? Secretary General proposed a global digital compact, which will be discussed and decided by the world leaders in next September when they gathered in New York again. So we hope that all the stakeholders would be involved in this consultation process, including government, parliament, private sector, business sectors, academia, technical communities, individuals, including youth and women, and of course the UN systems. So by doing so, we would put all our efforts, our perspectives, our suggestions together to ensure a better environment for the digital innovation.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me a moment now to introduce and invite for a quick thought in this ongoing deliberations herein on this very important theme, and to facilitate with our high ministerial respondents. Please be introduced as I invite my fellow moderator, Ms. Jewel Fordy, the television producer and presenter of the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation. Over to you, Jewel.
Thank you so much, Shivani, and thank you to all of our high-level members on the panel. I'll start by asking Mr. Ernesto Rodriguez Hernandez, he's the Deputy Minister of Communications in Cuba, give us a short response to some of what he has heard here today. Over to you, Mr. Hernandez.
Ante todo, first and foremost, I would like to thank all of the organizers for allowing me to take the floor. It has now been 20 years since the very first summit on the Society of Information. The documents were approved by heads of state and government from 175 countries. When we look at the debate, developing countries made it possible to try to answer this call in bridging this digital gap. They limit access to knowledge and information in our very own language. 20 years after, we have borne witness that information technology and internet specifically help build fundamental tools for the development of societies. We have also seen that this pact has been especially important for developing countries as opposed to developed countries. There were commitments that have not been reached after this very first summit. One of these major tasks was to abide by the various requests from all of these stakeholders, which hinder social and economic development from all of these countries that have been impacted by this. The topics that have been mentioned were addressed by the heads of state and government at the G77 in China and also in Havana, Cuba, which was held last month of September 2023, and the role of technology and science in development. At the end of this summit, we ratified the summit to complete it by 2025, and China has put forward a direct link between this summit and the in information technologies in fostering development. We also launched a call between this World Summit of the Society of Information and the other outcomes in Addis Ababa and other multi-stakeholder policies and also the future summits that will be held. We need to foster the work by the G77 in China and reviewing the work in this Society of Information, the G77, the Global Pact, among many other summits, in order to make sure that we bridge this digital gap between developing countries and developed countries. We iterate that we stated that we would focus on working on these digital tools. The very first stage in the Society of Information, which was called Building the Society of Information, this is a global challenge for the new millennium. It set forth a common vision for the Society of Information. Among many other attributes, it must be focusing on a holistic individual, focusing on development. This document was meticulously devised and negotiated, is in full force today. This crystallizes the dream of creating this Society of Information, which was implemented over 20 years ago.
Minister of Communications in Cuba. I now invite my fellow Barbadian, Mr. Rodney Taylor. He's the Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, to give his comments.
Thank you very much, Joel. Good afternoon, everyone. I bring a perspective from the Caribbean, as pointed out, which represents a diverse group of small island states and for whom the achievement of the SDGs is critical And in fact, their non-achievement in some cases represents an existential threat, particularly when it comes to the environment and climate change. Innovation is the engine of sustainable development. It enables us to find creative solutions to some of the world's most pressing challenges, as pointed out previously by many of our panelists. Likewise, access is the bridge that connects innovative solutions to the people who need them the most. And this is not new to any of us here in the room or online today. This is nothing that has not been said. So I think it's now a question of not what must be said, but what must be done differently. Government action alone will not suffice, and I think we all understand the value of multi-stakeholder approaches. Within this forum, we have the capacity to refocus in different areas according to our individual areas of expertise, passion, and common interests. We need to promote and fund research and development that addresses the unique needs of vulnerable populations, such as those in SIDS, encourage social entrepreneurship that places the planet, environmental sustainability, and equality above profit maximization. Affordability of access is critical, in particular to the LDCs in the Global South. Affordable access will expand access to education, healthcare, and so on, as pointed out before. The ITU's Partner to Connect initiative is worthy of special mention here and should be given the full support of the global community, in particular those making the most financial gains from the internet economy. We need to accelerate international cooperation and partnerships in other areas as well to share knowledge and agree on workable solutions. The work towards the Global Digital Compact, as pointed out, again on the panel, being undertaken by the UN is fully supported and endorsed by the Caribbean. Lastly, education and awareness are important so that those who need it most embrace technology and can be empowered to participate in their own development. The IGF should continue to nurture NRIs that encourage organic and independent formations to discuss these issues in a national and culturally relevant context. And for this reason, the Caribbean celebrated our 19th IGF this year and have supported youth and SIDS IGFs as well. In conclusion, achieving the SDGs in an accelerated fashion is a complex endeavor, but with sustained effort, commitment, and a multifaceted approach, it is possible to make significant progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodney Taylor, the Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. Joining us via video is Ms. Armida Salcia Alisjvana, Executive Secretary of the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates and participants, allow me to extend my sincere appreciation to the Government of Japan, DESA, and ITU for offering me the opportunity to speak at the Internet Governance Forum 2023 in Kyoto. Under the overarching theme of this year's forum, The Internet We Want, Empowering All People, I'm confident that with the active engagement of all stakeholders, this event will help build global consensus for an empowering future for people and the Internet. While digital connectivity brings significant digital dividends to society, if such dividends are not equitably shared, risk will be increasingly difficult to address. I'm therefore pleased to see that the 8 sub-themes chosen for the forum this year are all topical, notably the sub-themes on AI and emerging technologies and digital divides and inclusion. Allow me to share some regional perspective. Digital divides and inclusion challenges in Asia and Pacific remains the most digitally divided region in the world. Our study has highlighted that limited and unaffordable internet access, as well as the gender digital divide, continue to worsen in countries in special situations during the pandemic. Digitally advanced economies such as Japan are racing ahead to embrace emerging technologies, accelerating the transformation to digital societies through frontier technology, digital hubs, and digital governance, while others with limited digital infrastructure and digital skills are adapting more slowly to the rapid stream of digital innovations. On AI and emerging technologies opportunities, The deployment of emerging technologies is particularly promising for Sustainable Development Goals 13 on climate change, which is the only goal in the region where implementation is in reverse. For example, Singapore, through its Smart Nation initiative, is using AI to drive growth and innovation in a resource-efficient manner, while in Japan, a number of AI-driven applications have enhanced disaster resilience and climate adaptation. Similarly, Republic of Korea is investing in AI to develop curriculum and teacher training aimed at instilling advanced digital skills that prepare students for an AI-driven future. Work on directing the development of AI through a people-centered approach based on commonly shared human values and rights has just begun, and much remains to be done. Notwithstanding the slow pace and often messiness of multifaceted, multi-stakeholder, and multilateral approaches, it is our best hope for evolving the future we want. Moving forward, I conclude with 3 messages. We must double our efforts towards closing the widening digital divide by scaling up investment in digital connectivity infrastructure that is ready for the data-intensive traffic of the future. We also need to promote digital literacy and skills that encompass fundamental human values for the productive use of the internet in a responsible manner. Finally, we need to strengthen cooperation between government, private sector, and other stakeholders. In this regard, we are working with member states to implement the action plan of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative from 2022 to 2026. This action plan serves as a blueprint for regional cooperation action on bridging the digital divide and accelerating digital transformation. I look forward to collaborating with all key stakeholders to achieve universal digital connectivity and digital transformation for all and the future we want. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Alice Jabana. She's the Executive Secretary of the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP. And also joining us by video is Mr. Axel von Trachtenberg. He's the Senior Managing Director for the World Bank.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests.
I hear somebody whispering behind me, AI. Where there is technology, there will also be hitches. I'm not sure if that's going to come back to us a little later, but Shivani, I'm going to hand that back over to you. And if it comes back later, we'll finish up with that.
We sure will. Thank you, Jules. Thank you so much. Digital it is, and glitches are bound to come. And that's why all these great minds have been put together in one platform. So said this, and it's been a pleasure and, in fact, a matter of gratitude to incorporate the high-level respondents' views and thoughts in this very enriching panel. And said that as we move forward to winding up the panel, we cannot do without the very concluding thoughts from our esteemed panelists. So let me begin from my most distant panelist from this point, Mr. Kojo Boyke, the Vice President, Meta.
Thanks so much. How much time do I have? I know you're
2
pretty strict.
2 minutes for each panelist.
2 minutes, right? Okay. I'll try and pull things together. I think everybody in this room, and as I said earlier, many of the people that I've engaged with over the last few weeks, indeed months and years, believe in the opportunity that tech presents. I think that towards the SDGs and achieving those goals, which we are all behind on, I think all the panelists heard us speak about that. I think at the same time, there's a recognition that there are risks with greater inequality being caused by tech. The fact that 2.6 billion people remain offline and don't even have access to broadband, let alone the more innovative technologies that will ride on that broadband, continues to be an issue. I think my friend from APT mentioned it best, that there is some convincing to do with regard to how we move things forward and get technology to play its role in an optimal way. And part of that is the onus is on companies like ours, first of all, to provide examples, like many I've mentioned today, using our population maps and much more, but also to engage in the kind of policy discussion that we have engaged in the US, in places like Europe, in places like Africa, and also in places in the Middle East as well, and Asia, I'm sure my colleagues will remind me to say, but to drive towards action. And I think my learned friend from the ITU and many of the other panelists have said that this is not a time to rest on our laurels, that we need to take action. And my earnest desire is we don't suffer paralysis by analysis in terms of some of these things, and we take action. And I think I'm speaking, or at least preaching to the choir when I say that. Thank you.
So greatly said. Well, I have the privilege of only availing 2 minutes to each of our panelists for a quick concluding remarks, and moving to Ms. Lees from Aetna.
Thank you. First, it's been a great honor to join this panel today, and among such esteemed colleagues. And it's an important time to stop and think, how can we revitalize the SDGs? And the SDGs were signed off many years ago, and the world has changed a whole lot, much more than we expected. We had a global pandemic that put our societies, health services, and digital infrastructures to the test. And we have latest technology, cutting-edge science, the best minds in research actually delivered vaccines for COVID in record time. So while we also saw the world marveled at the new potential of artificial intelligence, we all sat at home or in the offices testing large language model chatbots and marveled by their newfangled magic. I think we're still far from achieving all the SDGs as we discussed here today. And the outlook might be pretty bleak, but I think listening to the panel today and the sheer numbers of SDGs we have mentioned, I think it demonstrates one important thing, and that is digital innovation, for me, is the unsung hero of SDGs. It's not the only solution, and it cannot do it all alone, but digital is our fast track to achieve the SDGs. And we need to do this by including all the stakeholders, and we need collaboration of all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. So well said. Now, I'll come to Mr. Kondo shortly. I'll have to wait for a bit as I get a good news that we can now play the video. So this is inviting via this video message, Mr. Axel van Trostenberg, the Senior Managing Director, World Bank.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is a great pleasure to address you at the opening of this year's Internet Governance Forum in Kyoto. My sincere thanks to the organizers of this forum, the government of Japan and the United Nations for inviting us to the event and for the long-standing partnership with the World Bank on the digital agenda. We recognize that today the world's many challenges have become intertwined crises, and that the digital agenda has a role to play in the resolution of these crises. The World Bank has made significant efforts to lift 1 billion people out of poverty in the last 3 to 4 decades, but the COVID-19 pandemic has meant an important setback for economic growth and poverty reduction. Renewing progress in our fight against poverty and addressing the many global challenges and crises requires a new approach. That is why we are moving to scale up our financing, our knowledge, our data and partnerships to deliver. Digital is playing and will continue to play an ever-increasing role for development. Together with people, prosperity, planet and infrastructure, digital is one of the 5 verticals aiming to communicate more clearly our work and how we aim to put knowledge at the core of the bank's business. Digital is the transformative opportunity of our time. Digital technologies have become a driving force for development, to create new jobs and open new markets, to create opportunities and to improve government efficiency and transparency. But we also need to be attentive to the risk of exclusion, of widening the digital divide and worsening the poverty divide. Today's digital development agenda requires both technical solutions and sound foundations to govern the internet and the world's digital spaces. Nearly 2.6 billion people are still offline. More than 90% of the population in high-income countries used the internet in 2022, as compared to only 25% in low-income countries. Many people do not have the basic skills to use the internet effectively, but there will be an estimated 150 million new technology jobs over the next 5 years. 850 million people lack any form of identification, keeping them excluded from the analog and increasingly the digital world and its development promises. Digital solutions remain fragmented in many countries, meaning a missed opportunity for a radically new and efficient government service offering. But simply advancing technical solutions will not be enough, because the main foundation of the digital sector is trust. And this trust can only grow where the use of technologies is based on open, inclusive, secure, and resilient digital foundations. These trust foundations include access to information for everyone worldwide, protection of privacy and personal information, both whether data is kept in a country or traded across borders, minimized risk to get scammed, hacked, or otherwise compromised by cyber criminals, and the freedom for everyone to participate in the internet. If we can advance this agenda, digital will maximize its power to drive human, economic, and social development. It will be a global public good serving all of us. I'm encouraged to see experts, government representatives, the private sector and civil society all come together at the Internet Governance Forum in Kyoto. At the World Bank, we are looking forward to deepening our collaboration on this agenda with our partners from around the world. Let us leverage the power of digital to eradicate poverty on a livable planet. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you to all our high ministerial respondents for their great thoughts and for their inputs. I still have 2 minutes each for our panelists for your final words. Yes, on to Mr. Masanori Kondo, your quick say, sir.
Okay, thank you. So from Millennium Development Goals to Sustainable Development Goals, issues in front of us have been changing and increasing. And one of the most influential phenomena in the last decades is certainly emergence and dissemination of ICT services. So I believe, as a resident of this ICT community, ICT offers a canvas of possibilities. It transforms challenges to opportunities. So when we navigate towards our SDGs, it is imperative for ICT community to collaborate with other stakeholders. With cautious optimism, ICT community should play a role of architect of the future. Our commitment and creativity to construct a proud and inspiring future is required. So this is a message I would like to share with you today. And once again, thank you for inviting me for this wonderful session.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your very beautiful and great thoughts. We move to Honorable Mr. Muhammad Sharif. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. We've heard that the potential for digital technologies in achieving SDGs is immense. Yes, but we are behind in achieving our targets that we set in 2015. We also heard that we need to maybe rethink these targets. The world has changed, but so has technology. The current trends in technology gives us more hope, but also raises questions. Questions about cybersecurity, questions about data privacy, and where does the balance lie? Definitely, as we move forward, we can harness the power of digital technologies to accelerate the progress towards the SDGs. That is a given. Let's ensure that no one is left behind while we are doing it. So inclusivity and accessibility should be front and center of this. Let's work together to create a sustainable and inclusive future that is cognizant of the changing environment and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your great call. Over to Professor Nanako Ishido.
Thank you. In 1997, the Kyoto Protocol was established right here at this venue, setting a target for greenhouse gas emission in addressing environmental issues. That was 26 years ago. Now, we look at Kyoto through the lens of SDGs. We see that Kyoto has been committed to sustainable city development for a long time. It served as the Japan's capital for over 1,000 years, starting 1,200 years ago. And even the tea shop nearby has been in operation for more than a millennium. There are 50,000 companies in Japan that have been in business more than 100 years, the largest number in the world. And 3,000 companies that have been in business more than 200 years, the majority in the world. In terms of corporate management, Japan symbolizes the sustainable management. Kyoto, Japan, is such a place. It is a good place to think about sustainability. So thank you very much for coming to Kyoto. Enjoy Kyoto.
Thank you, ma'am. To Mr. Tshilidzi Marlawe.
Thank you very much. It is clear that we are lagging behind on SDG, as we noted at the SDG summit. But it is actually up to all of us. We have personal responsibilities to make sure that we consume and produce responsibly, to make sure that we put pressure on our lawmakers to ensure that they take the correct decisions, to ensure that we invest in education and infrastructure and increase access within the countries and across different countries. But for us to be able to do all this, we need a strong public-private partnerships. It is clear that digital technologies, you actually have more knowledge and capacity in private hands. And therefore, government cannot do this thing alone. So we need to get all the people together to be able to, internationally, to be able to come up with a way forward that is going to be sustainable. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimashita.
Thank you so much. Over to Honorable Caroline Edstadler.
Thank you so much for the invitation, and I would like to agree with you. We are lacking behind, but it's never too late to turn to action. And I would say I conclude right the same way as I started this conversation by mentioning again that this is a watershed moment and that big challenges are always accompanied also by chances and changes. And I would say we should really take this moment and get to action. And there is one action, I don't think so that we discussed it in detail. I would like to mention that as democracies, as rule of law and human rights-based societies, we should really get actions also through our parliamentarians because they are representing us and of course the governments. I'm representing also the Austrian government in this regard, and I think we should really take the moment and set the right measures. It's not up to the economic enterprises to set the measures, but it's up to the parliamentarians and to the governments. And together we can do that in a way like we are doing this today, sharing our experiences, our expectations, also what we already achieved, because don't always blame what we are not have to achieve in the future and what has not been done so far, but let's also see what we already achieved. And I think this is a lot when we are thinking back to the boost of digitalization also during the phase of this horrifying pandemic. And let's use this also for the future, so it's never too late. Let's get to action now.
Thank you so much, Madam Minister. And for the final thoughts, over to His Excellency, the Under-Secretary General, Mr. June Wadley.
Thank you. It is a great pleasure to join the panelists to share our own perspectives. 8 years ago, the world leaders agreed to launch this 2030 Agenda, 17 SDGs. We recognize that we are left behind. But certainly, there's still hope. It's the time for action. It's time for change. How to revitalize the SDGs? Absolutely, digital serves as one of the most powerful means or the instruments. And then how to do it? 3 points from me. First, accelerate the digital application for SDGs, focused on achieving SDG or specific targets, and added values for developing countries and vulnerable communities. We must ensure that equality and inclusion would still remain at the center of the digitalization. Second, enhance infrastructure and the digital capabilities. The special focus should be given to how to bridge the gaps or digital divide between the countries, especially for those countries in vulnerable situations like LDCs, SEEDs, and LLDCs. And also, we need to think about how we inject more focus for the local community to make the digital solution for the local community and the local economies. Last but not least, strengthen digital cooperation across all countries. We must ensure that safe, inclusive, secured, and affordable digital access for every country, for all the individuals. Let us, our mantle, our promise to the all countries, to all individuals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and I believe this very much addresses the much raised queries, concerns, and the gaps, the challenges that we talked about in course of our discourse, and an observation that's so general in all of the stakeholder community. Trust me, it's been a distinct honor for me to be moderating this very, very enriching panel, and I cannot thank you so much to each and every panelist herein for sharing your very valuable time and for the value that you've added to this very, very pertinent discussion. Thank you for granting me this honor. Ladies and gentlemen, this deliberation is meant to be a path forward. We have challenges, we have limitations, shortcomings. There are multiple realities to address to, but then the idea, the gesture, and the aspiration of us all is to look forward. So this, the session certainly is a way forward, and not that digital solutions is a magic wand, not so. And reaping from the reflections of the panels, if we're looking at digital solutions to add impetus to the pace of development, of our development, certainly more care, more precision, planning, and strategizing our action will help us attain the needful and avoid the unwanted. And the emphasis certainly has been on the increased investment of actions, innovations, ideas, thoughts, and most of all, collaboration and cooperation amidst all stakeholders, entities at all tiers. Said this, and with this notion, I rest my mic herein. Thank you to the members in the audience as well for being a great part of this deliberation. And as we end, may I invite all our distinguished members in the panel to kindly take to the left of the stage for a quick group photo opportunity. And as I thank my fellow moderator, I also have this privilege of inviting Ms. Jewel up on stage for this group photo opportunity. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's all from this discussion. By all means.
Over here.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
9人に変わりました。この奥に。机、茶色いやつですよね。はい、茶色いやつです。あ、いや、中井さんいい。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start our next session. The leadership panel presenting the Internet We Want paper. If you could please take your seats. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. I know that we are the ones that are between you and the gala dinner, but I assure you this will be a great session. Just as a form of introduction, the leadership panel was established by the United Nations Secretary General last August, and it is supposed to be a strategic, empowered and multi-stakeholder body to support and strengthen the IGF. It has 3 key functions, and one is to provide strategic inputs and advice on the IGF. The second one is to promote the IGF and its outputs, supporting both high-level and at-large multi-stakeholder engagement in the IGF and also IGF fundraising efforts. And the last priority is to exchange IGF outputs from the forum to other fora and also vice versa, and bringing it back into the IGF. And also leveraging the right MAG expertise. So they are working in concert with the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the IGF. And the panel consists of 10 members. It's chaired by Vincef, and our vice chair is Maria Ressa. They will introduce themselves later, going down. And there is also 5 ex-official members. One is the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology, and the other one is the current MAG chair, and followed by 3, which is the current host of the IGF, the previous host of the IGF, and the upcoming host of the IGF. So with that, I'll give the floor to the chair of the leadership panel, Mr. Vincef, to take it on from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Changatai, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience as we got ourselves organized. In case you're wondering about the empty chair, we're hoping that the tech envoy, Amandeep Gill, will be able to join us when he gets here. In the meantime, what we would like to talk to you about is a paper that the leadership panel developed over the past several months. It's called The Internet We Want. And what I would like to emphasize for you is that the term internet in this context is far broader than simply the thing connecting computers together, which, to be quite frank, was what I was focused on 50 years ago when the Internet project was first launched. But 50 years later, it is everything is connected to everything, including you and me, people, Internet of Things, devices, and businesses, governments, all kinds of different parts of our planet are interconnected, not as completely as we would like, and not as usefully always as we would like. And that's why we want to talk to you about the Internet and writ large that we collectively think that we want and will work towards, and we hope that you will join us in this. The Internet Governance Forum, as you well know, has been underway for 18 years. And in that time, it has itself evolved along with the Internet. And I might say it must continue to evolve in order to satisfy the needs of this growing online digital environment. And I am proud to say that I have every confidence that the IGF and its secretariat and all of you who make up its activities will continue to evolve to meet the needs of this demanding online environment. So I also want to acknowledge Paul Mitchell, who is in the middle there. Paul, if you'll raise your hand. He is the outgoing chair of the MAG. I would like to invite you to thank him, perhaps prematurely, because he does not escape until the end of the week. But can I ask that we acknowledge all of the hard work? Of course, as Paul will tell you, a great deal of what he is capable of accomplishing is done through the very, very active support of the Secretariat. Finally, I'm going to just mention a few specific things about this paper that I would like to draw to your attention. And then I'm going to ask various of the panel members to make some specific remarks, and I'll introduce them as we do that. So with regard to the paper, The Internet We Want, the thing that we would like most clearly is that it stays whole. That is to say, it is connected. I could not overemphasize the importance of connectivity. It was the fundamental purpose of the network, was to provide connectivity among computer-based systems way back in 1973, at the time focused on the needs of the American Defense Department, looking for the use of computers in command and control. How far we have come from that initial vision to something far greater, far more powerful, and far more challenging to manage, as you will hear in the rest of this session. We wanted to also stay as open as we can possibly make it. Once again, why is that important? Because it's the free flow of information, which we heard about this morning in the first session, that animates this system, that makes it useful. Without the flow of information, this is a dead object which doesn't do anything useful. However, as we maintain connectivity, we have discovered, let us say, unanticipated or at least undesirable consequences of this massive connectivity. And we've discovered, frankly, that people are people, and they take advantage of technologies that have this kind of amplification capacity for purposes that perhaps you and I would agree are not in anyone's best interest, or at least certainly not in everyone's best interest. So we want to keep the internet whole and open, and that is the beginning of the discussion that this paper contemplates. Last point I want to make is that this is not a static paper. The leadership panel recognizes that the evolution of the internet, the evolution of IGF, and this paper must go into the future anticipating further changes and developments as we learn how to solve some of the problems that we encounter today. So I'm going to turn next to Maria Fernanda, who has been on the stage several times already. She's the board chair of the ICC and a very respected member of the panel. And Maria Fernanda is going to speak to the universal and inclusive nature of the internet we want. I'll be calling on a few other of the board members specifically, after which I will be asking them for general remarks about their involvement in this desirable properties of the internet. But let me call on Maria Fernanda first. Maria.
Thank you very much, Bint. One of the key characteristics of the internet we want is for it to be universal and inclusive for everyone. The internet today underpins agriculture, energy, healthcare, manufacturing, and education. It has fundamentally changed the way people interact with their peers, business, and governments. Universal and meaningful connectivity can drive economic development, improve education, healthcare, and access to information while fostering innovation and social inclusion. However, despite significant progress in expanded internet access, 2.6 billion people remain unconnected. Some of those people lack a way to get online or cannot afford to do so, requiring further infrastructure and innovative technological policy approaches to expand connectivity. However, it's not just about providing infrastructure. Some people may not have the skills to use digital technologies in the way they want. Some might not have a reason to go online because there is no content which gives them a compelling reason to engage in digital technologies or which is not in their language. We need to be cognizant of the way in which these three things, access, skills, and applications, interact to reinforce digital divides. Achieving this goal will require collaborative efforts from governments, business, civil society, and other stakeholders to ensure that the internet is accessible, affordable, and beneficial to everyone, everywhere. To expand meaningful connectivity, all stakeholders must have a better understanding of how information and communication technologies work in practice, including the ICT ecosystem, the roles of stakeholders, and relevant policy issues. Frameworks for the internet connectivity should be based on light touch policies and regulations that encourage universal access, competition, innovation, and the development of new technologies. Efforts to deliver universal connectivity should balance the needs of all stakeholders, be data-driven, promote interoperability and standards, and facilitate investment across the digital value chain. The Internet We Want paper calls on all stakeholders to set goals for achieving universal, meaningful connectivity, promoting the adoption of new technologies and addressing skill gaps. We count on the IGF community to help us in formulating those goals, set the metrics to measure the progress, and think about how they can move this work forward together and faster. Thank you, Bint.
Oh, thank you so much, Maria. As always, your words are very thoughtful and also challenge us to move ahead along the lines that you suggest. I'd like to call now on our Vice Chair, Maria Ressa, to speak to the free-flowing and trustworthy nature of the Internet. And you heard from her earlier today on some of the difficulties that we encounter, that she has personally encountered in this online environment. So Maria, the chair, or the microphone anyway, and the floor is yours.
Thanks, Vin. This is one of the 5 pillars that we had put together for the Internet We Want. I am the novice, and I deferred to the collective wisdom of the group in so many ways. But the panel this morning also tackled this, that data flows. Data is the core part of the Internet today. It is the lifeblood of the Internet, but it must be free-flowing and trustworthy. The cross-border data flows that really underpin the delivery of these public services that we need, everyday business functions, and collaboration, for which the processing and transfer of both personal and non-personal data are integral, making trust a vital element for resilient and sustainable economic growth. In the earlier panel, I talked about the social harms, the way the data, the manipulation of data can tear us apart, but far more important now is really what is the vision of how we are going to be able to pull this together. We believe trust is key. It's strengthened when governments adopt robust and comprehensive commitments to protect the rights and freedoms of individuals, of all of us, including the fundamental right to privacy. Cooperation between governments and all is needed to set interoperable policy frameworks that would facilitate the cross-border data flows. We call on the stakeholders of the Internet, that is all of us, to set goals to unlock the value of the data flows for sustainable development and enshrine trust as the prerequisite for data sharing regimes founded on the protection of data.
Every time I listen to you, Maria, I think how important it is that we listen to your experience and also the challenges that you put before us. Trust is incredibly hard to gain and easy to lose. You've heard that more than once, and it's worth reiterating. What I think is most serious is figuring out how to build trust into the system. And the part that I find the most troubling is that there is no magic that technology will introduce to make trust happen. Trust is a concept between people and institutions. We learn trust from experience. It's not a magic bullet that a digital signature assures. Accountability is important. The ability to identify parties is important. How would we do business transactions without that? We learn to trust because we learn to trust sources of information based on experience. So we have a long ways to go in this online environment to establish the kinds of trust that we learned to establish in the offline environments that we've lived in for so many years. Well, speaking of safety and security, Lisa Fuller, who is the Director General of the European Telecommunications Network Operators and a distinguished member of this panel, has something to tell us about safety and security. So, Lisa?
Thank you, Vint. And cybersecurity and security has been one of the things close to my heart for many, many years. So I'm very glad to be talking about this with this esteemed panel and these esteemed colleagues, because this is a brain trust of many people with different backgrounds and different approach to internet and security in general. But the more embedded and the more digital our lives becomes, we need to, of course, to make sure that cyberspace is safe and secure. And it's not only the internet, as we also started with saying, it's everything digital, because it's more than the internet today. It's Internet of Things, but it's also AI, and it's the things that are underpinning, the systems underpinning our software, anything related to cars, banks, etc. We are so strongly depending on digital, we're strongly depending on the internet, so we need to make sure that it's well functioning. And the ICANN chair, Tripti Sinha, said it very beautifully earlier today. She said, tech is built for people, and we need to make sure that it brings value to people. And I think being safe and secure is another thing underpinning the value of anything in tech. So strengthening cybersecurity is one target that we think is extremely important in the leadership panel. But of course, we need to make it safe without jeopardizing the openness and without harming any trust in the internet. And security is an area where all parts of the internet ecosystem need to work together to ensure it. So we need an internet that would stay safe and secure, but we also need to have a joint effort to make sure that this is happening. And that's why we think it's important that we, or even paramount, sorry, that we will set goals to establish and implement robust frameworks for cybersecurity, including legal structures, practices, and cross-border cooperation to combat cybercrime. But again, this is something we need to talk about and set goals and measures together. And this is why it's important we're here to reach out to all of you to understand how you see it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I want to emphasize something that she mentioned. She used the word software. It's really important for everyone in this room to recognize that the internet is made up of software. It is an extremely diverse ecosystem. And the fact that these are artifacts created by human beings And I'll set aside the fact that some large language models seem to be able to write programs as well. That's an interesting thing to contemplate. Our problems with software relate to the fact that we can never do this perfectly. Moreover, I use the word diverse ecosystem on purpose. The vast array of devices that are part of the internet represent not a single uniform unified system. It is an extremely diverse ecosystem of software, and no surprise that it doesn't always work perfectly. So our safety and security here is an objective, but it's not something that I expect we could guarantee. And let us pretend for a moment that the internet was, in fact, actually purely, absolutely safe and secure. That would still not protect us against some of the problems that Maria points out, because people would use the safe and secure internet to pass misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, and all the other problems that we've encountered. So safety and security are necessary but not sufficient to create the internet that we want. Speaking of rights and rights respecting aspects, I'd like to call on Gbenga Sasan, who is the executive director of Paradigm in Nigeria. So, Gbenga, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vint. So, 75 years ago, in Paris, everyone, various countries, various stakeholders agreed on one thing. It's always tough to agree on one thing, but we all agreed on human rights. A lot has changed in those 75 years, but one thing hasn't changed. The fact that dignity is still at the center of human experience and expectation. And that's why, as part of the internet we strongly believe that human rights must be respected online and offline. And in all forms of expressions of online, be it on the internet, be it on digital devices, or be it on devices that don't exist yet. And of course, we have learned that certain behaviors on the internet can be very harmful to our societies, but the internet we want is one where everyone is protected from those harms. A human rights-based approach to internet governance is required to realize the full potentials and full benefits of the internet. There are many opportunities, there are many problems that we wish to solve using the internet, and we may not be able to do that if we do not make sure that rights are respected. And this is including the right to education. As we learned 3 years ago, when people had to go online to go to school, it was impossible for many children across the world to learn. We know today that those children not only lost what they could have learned, but they also lost skills that their contemporaries were able to pick up because they were online and were able to moderate their own expectations and learning experiences. Not just in education, also participation in public and cultural life. The right to gather, the right to discuss, the right to participate is absolutely important. And anything that restricts such participations is something we need to work on so that we can realize the full potential of the internet. Or also of access to information. Of course, not just access to information that we want people to hear, but access to information. And we must also ensure the rights of businesses of all sizes. And I like that we've emphasized here that it's businesses of all sizes, because there are small businesses that may fight for attention, but their rights must also be protected in this space. And these reasons are why we say that every stakeholder, from government to civil society to private sector to the technical community to the media to every other stakeholder, must set goals to ensure that a human rights-based approach is what we take to internet governance and to promote digital rights in this online space. And like I said earlier, we had that conversation 75 years ago. We don't know what 75 years from now will look like, But at least one thing we do know is that human dignity will be at the center of human expectation and experiences, and we must respect that right now, online and offline.
You know, I listen to Kubenga, and you just want to do what he's saying. You know, you're so passionate about this. What I conclude as I listen, though, to what Kubenga had to say, is that we are not likely to achieve perfection in this aspiration. In the absence of perfection, we must achieve correction. We must mid-course correct our vector in the internet's evolution in order to get closer to that very desirable outcome that Kubenga so beautifully expressed. So I'd like to call on Huriya now to speak to the problems that she faces in Ethiopia. She is let me get this right here, State Minister of Innovation and Technology. Now there is a wonderful title and a huge burden. So I would like to hear from you, Huriya, about the challenges you see in your country to get the internet in place so people can use it.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to thank Mr. Chairman. What do we want, or the internet we want in our country, especially as I am living in Africa? So what we really need is we need to connect with all over the world. This is the priority of our country. How is the basic question? How we can make it, how we can connect with the other world is the major thing. So to do this, the first thing is we need to have the infrastructure. We need to provide the internet access for all in the country and in the continent. So to do this, we need to have a common infrastructure to spread or improve the accessibility of all people connecting the internet. So while we are having a common infrastructure, that we are going to have a common content, or because we are living in a diverse country, diverse society. So especially if we check Ethiopia, we have more than 18 languages in the country. So while they are having the infrastructure, they need to use it in their own language too. So we need to work on the content too. They have to use the internet to content. To do this, we need to work on the digital skills, the development of the skills, digital literacy. So when people have the literacy, they can use the technology, they can learn from technology, and they can create a technology because they easily understand what does it mean. So the first thing, we are working on building the infrastructure, which is connectivity and power, and the other infrastructures which are needed, it has to be worked first. Then the enabling systems, digital enabling systems like digital ID, digital payments, and cybersecurity. So they will follow after the infrastructure. So the third one would be the platforms, which are very important to interact with the different technology activities like e-government, e-service, and e-commerce. So our people are working on that. So the ecosystem is the most important thing. We need to center our people. Our work has to be centric on the people. We need to work on this. If they have the skills, the digital skills, it's easy to use the technology for them. So we are working on the people to have the necessary skills. So when they have the skills, they can use the technologies and they can work on that issues. So in Ethiopia, what we did is we already launched the Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy. So with 4 pillars, building the infrastructure and like connectivity, we liberalize the telecom sector. So we are inviting different telecom sectors to our country. So we are expecting that it will improve the quality service because not having the infrastructure is not enough. It has to be quality. The services has to be quality, and accessibility is the most important thing, meaningful accessibility. When we are saying meaningful accessibility, it has to be, the services has to be quality in terms of internet, in terms of using mobile services. And it has to be reasonable also. Affordability is the critical thing. Even though there is some infrastructures, some services, if they are not affordable, they cannot use it. So it has to be affordable, not only in terms of the price, in terms of the devices they are using. So we need to invest a lot to provide reasonable devices, price of devices of the country, and the content also very important. To do this, people are competing and working on that. So this is how we are working at a country level, especially building the ecosystem is strengthening our financial sectors to support our innovative young people who are creating a lot of new technologies, advanced technologies. So we need to support, to coordinate, because I always believe that the world have a common goal to make a better place, a better world for every humanity. So this is for all of us. We need to cooperate, we need to collaborate to make a better world for everyone. So we need to connect those people who are not connected yet. As we know, the number is big, so we have to connect that. To do so, we need to work together. We need to collaborate on the world. Thank you.
So there you have the global picture in one country. All the problems that we're faced with show up in Ethiopia. It's a fractal system. Everything is recursive. If you solve your problems, you will help us solve those same problems around the rest of the world. I'd like to call on Carolina Edstadler next, who is the Federal Minister for the European Union and the Constitution in Austria, who is never at a loss for words, and who's been introduced to you earlier. So Carolina, perhaps you can help us see this internet we want from your perspective as a legislator.
Thank you so much, Vint, godfather of the internet, if I may say so. I just wanted to give you the big picture because you were maybe impressed or not impressed by what we are presenting to you, but I would like to show you that it was not so easy when we started our work. We are spread all over the world. We started our first debates online. Okay, this is maybe normal for an internet governance forum leadership panel, but on the other hand, if you don't know each other, it's not so easy. You have to get to know each other, and we all know how we suffered during the pandemic, not getting into touch with each other. So now we know each other quite well, I would say. We met for the first time, as I remember, in a physical way in Ethiopia. I invited the group also to Vienna. Almost all of the group were there. And now it's the next event after Geneva, Genf in Austrian, Geneva in Switzerland, and now here in Tokyo. And I think we are many steps forward now in the meantime, because we have this paper, the internet we want. We can feed to this paper. We have some pillars, as Maria Ressa mentioned. There is also something which is very important from my view, the rights approach. So we have the need to have a human rights approach also for the regulations we need without stopping innovation. So, and this is what we reached also in civil society. There is a lot more of awareness, and of course everyone has AI in his or her hands with ChatGPT and other applications. So this is the work, how we try to fulfill our mandate also, which should end in August next year, maybe a bit later, because we want to feed into the Digital Global Compact also. And we are, of course, open for your ideas and recommendations also, and your experiences, because I think AI is learning a lot every day. So do we, at least we try, even if we are not that quick. And we hope also for your contributions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Carolina. And on that last point, for all of you, those who are listening and those who are on the distribution list for the IGF, we hope that you will take some time to read this paper and react to it. We want to express what we believe are your principles and your aspirations. If we have not done so, we need to know that. And so we ask you, please, to respond with your ideas and your comments and criticisms. We have a few other speakers that I would like to call upon, and we won't quite end at 6:15, but we'll try to be crisp about this. I'd like to ask Yoshida-san. You are our host in some sense here in Japan, here in Kyoto. And may I say, it has been a magnificent reception. The organization is spectacular, the venue is beautiful, and we are taking a great advantage and pleasure in meeting here. But what is important is what you have learned from your involvement with the panel and your engagement with the internet in Japan and elsewhere. What else would you add to what we've already said about the internet we want?
Thank you. Thank you, Bint. And first of all, I would like to welcome you all to Kyoto. And this is an ancient city, and it's a very beautiful place. And I hope you have a time to look around this city. And about the internet we want, yes, why do you think internet has developed for these 50 years? So I think that it is open and free network system. And the centered concept is human-centered network. And also, one more question. Why IGF, Internet Governance Forum, is attracting many people? So it is a multi-stakeholder approach. So any stakeholders can come together and discuss how we can improve the internet. And so that more and more people are taking part in the discussion here. And this year, more than 8,000 registrants, and 6,000 of them are in person. And 70 or 80% are coming from abroad. And so these two concepts are very important. Of course, we have many challenges, as referred to by previous speakers. So we still now on the way of building up trust. So Japan advocated the concept of data-free fraud trust in G20 Osaka meeting in 2019. And now so that concept is well known now, but we think that it should be shifted to operational stage, not conceptual stage. So we want to accelerate data flow by building up trust. And of course, other issues, including cybersecurity and other things, new challenges are coming up, and we should cope with them. And also new technology are coming up, and so there are many evolutions. And of course, for example, so network system is changing from fixed network to mobile system, and now there are many non-terrestrial systems. So LEO satellites are very typical, and we also have a newer system that is called HAPS, High Altitude Platform System. So we should not hesitate to introduce those new technologies. Of course, there are many challenges to doing so. For example, for generative AI, we have many challenges. We are starting a long discussion, but the technology is going so fast, so we should do it in a very short period. We should cope with those challenges in a very short period. It is a very hard task, but we should do it. But anyway, so there are many challenges and many new technologies coming up, but what we should keep, something, basic concept that should not be changed. There are some points. That's what I referred to in the first point. It is open and free and human-centered and multi-stakeholder approach. Those concepts should be kept. And with that basic concept, we should do our work on the internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yoshida-san. I think I would interpret some of your remarks to suggest that the IGF has enormous potential, it has enormous capacity. That's all of you who are here and those who are listening and are participating. This is a body of some substance, and it is an important one whose work should continue. So we have two other speakers left, and I'm going to ask, first of all, Paul Mitchell, who's now spent 2 years as the chair of the MAG, the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. As you think, Paul, about the challenges that lie ahead of us, looking ahead towards the Global Digital Compact and the outcomes of the future, the plans for the future, speculations for the future, can you say a little bit about the IGF's capacity to evolve? Because your successor is going to have to adapt the IGF work towards an even larger agenda, I think, than it has already experienced. So perhaps you can opine on that for the benefit of your successor and those who work with you to make the IGF such a useful body.
I think this microphone is not.
Yes, it's on.
It is on?
I can hear it.
Okay, thank you. I think the most important element here is to remember that this is a platform that can fulfill multiple different types of objectives at the same time, and can be used for good, can be used for not so good, and it all depends on the creativity and the collaboration and the work ethic and the goals behind it that people are willing to put in their own investments in order to make the results come alive. And just looking at around here, just at the beginning of this IGF, and you see the enthusiasm in some of the presentations today, and you see the enthusiastic number of registrations at over 8,000 people, you just know there is something there that will shine and will really work for the betterment of humanity as long as we keep in focus the platform, collaboration, and the fact that you can do anything with a will.
So there you have it. Where there's a will, there's a way. So Amandeep, you are our closing speaker in this session. And as the extraordinary Secretary General's Tech Envoy, that's a wonderful title, you worked very hard to help us articulate the challenges that this digital online environment poses. Your work on the Global Digital Compact is notable and visible. As you know, I am persuaded that the IGF, which has functioned well and increasingly well over the last 18 years, has the capacity to be helpful in instantiating and evolving that compact, and maybe even suggesting components of it. We had a chance to meet with the two facilitators of the Global Digital Compact this morning, and I'm pleased to say that we have an opportunity as the leadership panel to continue our engagement with those two facilitators. So Amandeep, perhaps your view about IGF and the role that it can play in helping to make the Global Digital Compact a useful and constructive object.
Thank you, Vint, and it's a great pleasure to join my fellow members of the leadership panel to talk about the role of the IGF in the context of the Global Digital Compact, but also share just a very brief thought on the internet we want. I think the internet is an extraordinary global resource, and the vision behind it needs to be refreshed at regular intervals. So what you have today from all of us after multiple engagements across different stakeholders is an attempt at refreshing that vision. And as my fellow panelists have said, this is a vision about an open, free, secure, inclusive, and human-centered digital future. And this aligns very much with the Secretary General's vision for the Global Digital Compact, a once-in-a-generation opportunity to come together and adopt a shared global framework for building our digital future together at the Summit of the Future next year in September. The IGF, the Internet Governance Forum, is a unique multi-stakeholder forum in the context of this unique global public resource. It has unique features which no other forum has, the kind of participation that our Japanese hosts can be proud of, the kind of diversity that this forum has, and the depth of expertise that comes together in these rooms every year. So definitely the IGF will play a central role in the implementation of the Global Digital Compact, which has to be multi-stakeholder as well. So if the path to the GDC is a multi-stakeholder path, the path beyond the GDC has to be multi-stakeholder as well. And in that future path, the IGF will play its due role. It is, after all, creation of the UN. It is a unique forum, and the only place where we can discuss the public policy aspects of the internet in this manner. And the internet is going to continue to play a role in our digital future, and therefore the IGF will continue to play that role. You will tomorrow at the plenary session hear the Secretary General's remarks on this occasion, and he will reiterate his vision. He will reiterate, I'm sure, his support for the IGF and how it comes into play in terms of our future work. So thank you very much for the great inputs that came in from the Addis Ababa meetings into the Global Digital Compact process. And thank you very much for the inputs that are being generated this week, starting today, day 0, for the next phase of the Global Digital Compact process, which is going to be an intense negotiations phase ahead of the Summit of the Future.
Thank you so much, Amandeep. I can imagine that some of the members of the panel who are sitting on the stage right now have other things they would like to say, but considering that we are essentially over the originally planned time, and I have a meeting I need to go to, I am going to ask you to thank our panel for their contributions and their work, and to thank you also for all the contributions you have made up until now, the contributions this week, and those that you will make in the future. Thank you all very much for attending.